Just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Hey, Indiana. Let's clear the air about vaping. Glue, rat poison, paint. We all know these products contain poisons like formaldehyde, arsenic, and lead. And these are just a few of the chemicals you'll find in e-cigarette vapor. Let's clear the air, Indiana. Don't puff this stuff. Visit don'tpuffthisstuff.com to join the fight and spread the word.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Good afternoon and welcome to Anderson University. We are live from the Heartland Collegiate Athletic Conference. IndianaSRN HCAC.TV, your source for all the action today. First, we will go through our sponsors. You are brought today first by Reynolds Farm Equipment. Reynolds Farm Equipment is a leading equipment dealer since 1955. Boilermaker Local 374. Boilermaker Local 374 represents highly skilled, highly motivated workers in field construction and metal fabrication throughout the state of Indiana. Wheeler Mission. For over 131 years, Wheeler Mission has been a pillar in the Indianapolis community. Bertner Electric, your trusted electrician partner since 1986. The Morales Group. We're in business to create a better future for you and your family. Piper Logistics, your trusted logistics partner since 1994. Aspen Creek Grill, why go anywhere else? We have a large selection of food made from scratch and we are fairly priced. Aspen Creek Grill. Highway Safety Services. Highway Safety Services, Inc. provided traffic control and pavement markings in Indiana for the past 60 years. And IndianaSRN Sports Page. Follow the sports page every day with updated news from coast to coast. Log on at IndianaSRN.org and click on our tab. We are live from Anderson University, the indoor track facility here on campus, a beautiful sight on this March 1st afternoon. I'm Zach Irvin alongside my partner today, Kevin Kuntz. For a brief period of time, we'll have the coach with us, Keith Myers, and we have a lot of awesome track action in store for you today. We'll have the men's events and women's events live, first starting at 1 p.m. with our women's 5,000-meter run. Before we get started, we want to highlight some of the action we'll see today, so I'm here with Coach. Coach, the indoor track season, it wraps up today. We've got the conference championships. What are some highlights you're looking for today out of the men and the women?
Well, the interesting thing is not only are we doing track and field today here in Anderson, the men's final basketball finals are here in Anderson at 5 o'clock on the network as well. And at 3 o'clock, the Transylvania is hosting the women's basketball finals. So busy day for IndianaSRN and HCAC.TV. We thank you and your whole entire staff. Got here early this morning. Ben got here probably around 7:30 to make sure everything was setting up in 1 and 2s, and he's had his 7 donuts, so he's ready to go. The atmosphere is pretty cool. I mean, this is a typical track and field event, but it will go fast, and we're here for you all day.
Yeah, we've got action outlined starting at 1. As we mentioned, we'll wrap up the day around 8:30. You mentioned, Coach, a busy day for HCAC conference action. You've got the men's and women's basketball championships. right next door, men's championship later today. Talk to us a little bit about that.
You know, this league has been so good, Zach, over the last couple of years, and we have been blessed to be part of that for 5 years, bringing the pitchers to tell the story. And Jay Jones and his staff is outstanding, working with Jay for all these years. It's so much fun. And, you know, it's just going to be a fun day. Sit back and grab your popcorn, drink you a Coke, and, you know, if I know anybody else, watch it all the time, all day long. You'll catch everything's going on that we're doing.
Yeah, this is a great place to be for all your sports action today. You can see live our women's 5,000-meter heat just getting ready to get started. And there's the gun, the first gun of the day. I think we all jump a little at that first starting race, and they're off. This is a 25-lap race. Each lap on the track, 200 meters when we're in the indoor season. So we'll have a lot of time to break down the action. Coach, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about IndianaSRN and HCAC. That partnership now been going 5 years strong. Tell us a little bit about how that partnership has developed and some of the exciting things going on in the HCAC.
It goes back to the COVID years where, you know, these athletes aren't getting any pep. They're not getting, no one's watching their games. Talk to the commissioner about what we could do as IndianaSRN to promote their athletes. We started in a probation area of football. It went very well. Schools have picked up our contest with Rose-Hulman, Franklin, Anderson. We do a lot of their events as well. And it's just been a great partnership hand in hand. And we couldn't do it without the presidents and the athletic directors and, of course, our staff.
Yeah, perfectly named conference, the Heartland. Obviously, schools incorporating the Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky area as we're about 2 laps in here to this opening race. Breaking down some of the competitors in this women's 500-meter run. First and foremost, one of the favorites today, you want to look out for Callie Swegman. She's a junior from Hanover. Her seed time coming into this event was 18:11. That will compete for an HCAC record if she's able to pull it off today. That record, 18:12. Broken in 2016 by Mariah Jordan. The facility record today probably safe. It's a 17:16 run back by Robin Burns in 2006. Also on the track right now, Madison Stonestreet, a junior from Berea. This is Berea's first year in the conference, so they will be looking to set their pace and their mark in the HCAC throughout the day, and Madison Stonestreet will look to get them started off right. Also competing, Riley Stephanie from Manchester, Lainey Roberts from Hanover, Kaylee Kinzer from Hanover as well. That pair from Hanover, both freshmen in their first year. From Earlham, we have Cleo Souts. We also have E. Chambers from Berea, Sarah Jones from Hanover, Eve Brunel, a senior from Transylvania. Bluffton also on the track, that's Basil Gates. And then Rebecca Testa from Rose-Hulman, Addison Ebert from Manchester, Abigail Kerfman from Rose-Hulman, and finally rounding out the competitors on the track will be Brooke Donley from Berea. So a long race to start, get things off started. Coach, talk to us a little bit about this the men's game you have coming up later this afternoon.
Well, these two have met all year long. Anderson and Franklin finished 1-2. Franklin stubbed their toe a little bit late in the year. Evenly matched. This game, if this game goes to 80, it won't surprise me at all. Both teams know how to play offense. It could be a defensive struggle, but I don't see it. They could get up and down the floor. On the girls' game, Mount St. Joe and Transylvania going to be a great contest as well. Our heart goes out to Keith Hartman, a longtime good friend, and it would have been the play-by-play guy today. Lost his dad last night. We bless him and his family. Hope things go well for them. But this is going to be a great event. And you look at the pace that's being set here. This is a nice little pace here, Zach.
Yeah, I love that this event starts things off because as the fans start to file in, obviously you have this longer race. You can kind of settle in, but the pace that they set is no joke. Nothing to light nothing at light as they kind of set the pace early. These women obviously will set the tone and get things started for their respective teams. As we see coming around the track, our leading ladies. Settling in here as you see that record-setting pace, that 18:12 by Mariah Jordan. That is the number the ladies will be trying to beat to get their name in the record books. Also throughout the day today, we'll have, as I mentioned earlier, my partner Kevin Kuntz down on the track. He's got some nice interviews lined up for us today. I believe we'll be talking with the HCAC commissioner not too far from now, so we'll have that interview for you. Stay tuned. He'll also be interviewing winners throughout the day as they compete and finish their respective races. As you take a live look, also taking place are field events happening simultaneously throughout the morning. We get things started with the men's weight throw.
If you're down on the track, your head needs to be on a swivel because you got long jump, high jump, and then you got the hammer throw. You better be ready for action. And I notice Kevin wore his helmet today, took it off when he went down on the floor. He may need that helmet.
I was going to say, I think it was a good call bringing the helmet to today's action. We were talking before the races got started today, before this event got going, just how active a track facility is. When you get here, all the athletes warming up inside the track, obviously with indoor limited space, but it's just exciting to see a nice field house like this here at Anderson University alive and well on this fine Saturday afternoon.
What kind of facility? The Division III facilities in this conference are beautiful, from Hanover all across the whole entire conference. Great facilities like this. So if you're a student that's thinking about going to the D3 school, you should check out the HCAC.
Absolutely, yeah, and you tip your hat to all the employees involved in setting up these events as well. The hospitality is off the charts, but yeah, as you mentioned, the facility here, amazing. Last year we were at Rose-Hulman, beautiful facilities down there as well, and I know as the conference makes its way through its member organizations, they'll be able to show off those beautiful facilities and just really nice places for athletes to come and develop their academic and athletic careers further. As our 5,000 meter race continues, moving right along, we'll get you some updates here on where our runners stand as we reach the halfway point or so. And as expected, it is Stone Street with the early lead as the runners are clustered there.
You also know, you noticed the track is really low lighting, and you get that start-finish line. That light at the start-finish line, which is necessary, it could blind you around that corner.
It can, Coach, and I would think that weirdly might be a factor today. It is a little low lighted inside this facility, a lot of natural light, but it's cloudy outside, Coach. So they'll definitely be relying on some of those indoor light setups, but it's a little bit blinding there at the start-finish. Obviously need a clear look so that our timers down on the track can get a good look at the finish. We'll highlight as we run some of the throwers who are throwing out in our men's weight throw. From Franklin, it's a freshman, Garrick Ellis. Ben Parsons, a junior from Anderson. Joshua Patel, freshman from Berea. Wilder Brill, a freshman from Hanover. Hayden Scott, freshman from Transylvania. Connor Duncan, also a freshman from Franklin. Trayvon Moore from Hanover. Anthony Boggs, a senior from Berea. Grant Subert, a freshman from Rose-Hulman. And Caleb Pipes, a junior from Anderson. Those 10 men will be representing their schools in the men's weight throw in our first flight of the afternoon. Intermittently, we'll get you some shots of said weight throw and obviously have interviews with the winner when we catch up.
Hope you have a great broadcast.
Coach, it's been great. We know you'll be next door for our basketball championship. We wish you a great day and have fun out there.
Good luck to all these teams, and you're in good hands. And Kevin, the rookie, gets to pull his rookie stripes off today, so that's going to be a lot of fun too.
Yeah, I'm excited to work the day with Kevin. I know he'll bring us some great insights.
South in Indiana, right? Southern Indiana?
That's right, Southern Indiana. He'll have a lot of insight just on a lot of these athletes, and he knows the area well. So I'm looking forward to hearing from him today. Coach, as always, a pleasure. Enjoy today and have fun out there.
You bet.
All right, our ladies are moving their way through this 5,000-meter race. We'll do our best to keep you updated on the action. For those following at home as well, we will have live results that we're tracking. If you go to the HCAC website or the Anderson University website, you can find those live results there and follow along online as well. Just a reminder today as well, each event will have results almost immediately available. Those will be unofficial events, which will shortly be made official by our officials down on the track. So once that distinction is made, we will make sure and update you as viewers on our broadcast unofficial times versus our official finishes. And again, you can see throughout our broadcast as well, we'll have our camera live on that clock so you can keep track at home. The record time for this meet, 18:12 for the HCAC, set back in 2016. Two of our runners should be in the mix for those records today. And just a reminder too, here is our schedule for the day. We'll go through the next couple hours here as we move into the back third of our women's 5,000 meter, the start of our HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championships today. 1 o'clock, you're watching it live, the women's 5,000 meter run. That'll be followed by the men's 5,000 meter run. We've got 2 heats in that race, so we'll take some extended time to get those results before going to our women's distance medley relay at 2:15 p.m. and our men's distance medley relay at 2:30 p.m. After those events, we move into the men's 60-meter hurdle semifinals at 2:45 p.m. and our women's 60-meter dash semifinals happening at 3 p.m. So that's an outline of the next couple hours for you. As you see, our runners Again, crossing that start-finish line. We'll try to get a look here where the runners stand as they move across that start-finish. That's still Callie Swegman setting the pace ahead of Madison Stonestreet, right behind her in second place. And joining that pack is Riley Stephanie. So 1, 2, 3, Swegman, Stonestreet, and Stephanie. Again, about 2/3 of the way complete. The women's 5,000 meter. Only one heat, and right now it's Callie Swegman in the lead. And as they pass again, still Swegman in first, followed by Riley Stephanie, and then Madison Stonestreet staying in that pack. But some distance starting to show between Swegman and her competitors. We'll see if Stonestreet and Stephanie can keep pace as they move down the stretch. And we've got 2 laps to go. It's Swegman, followed by Riley Stephanie, followed by Stonestreet for Berea. 1, 2, 3. That's Hanover, Manchester, Berea in this opening event. And you hear that bell. That means 1 lap remaining. Right now, starting to be some separation. It's Callie Swegman. She's making a final kick. The HCAC record will be safe. But right now, it's all about who's going to finish first and get their team off to a good start today. It's looking like Callie Swegman. You hear the cheers, fans getting into it. She's hitting it hard down the back stretch, and she'll finish first. Followed by Riley Stephanie for Manchester and Madison Stonestreet. So that's Hanover, Manchester, Berea, 1, 2, 3 to start. And we're off. Unofficial time for Callie Swegman, 18:29.07. And a conference championship, again, unofficial. We'll wait till those results are locked in from our judges down on the track. No previous winners from last year's event taking place today. Our first and second place finishers from last year not participating. So today it's Callie Swegman first, Riley Stephanie second, Madison Stone Street finishing third. And we'll get the rest of those results for you here as we go. Perhaps an omission from the start. Brianna Biddle, sophomore from Rose Holman. We didn't call her name at the start, but it appears she is our fourth place finisher. The time of 18:44. Kaylee Kinzer coming in at fifth. We'll get you the rest of those results here shortly. But again, our first race of the day in the books, winding down the women's 5,000 meter run. Last year on the women's side, Rose Holman set a record for points, scoring over 200 in the team competition. They beat their nearest competitor by over 100 points. They're looking to repeat today. Obviously, if they're going to have a performance like they did last year, they're looking for depth throughout all events. And they will be looking to get that championship again. On the men's side, it was much closer. Rose Holman edging out Manchester 193 to 189. Strength of Manchester traditionally has been the long distance events, so they'll look to build a lead early. But Rose Holman, again, been dominant across programs, especially in the recent years. They will look to remain so today. As our last runner winds down in this women's 5,000 meter event, I will outline for you the order of events in case you're heading on over to Anderson today or trying to catch some of the field events. We mentioned earlier, men's weight throw gets things started in our field portion. As soon as that concludes, the women will follow 30 minutes after the men. From there, we go to the men's and women's shot put, again with men going first, women's 30 minutes to follow. After we complete the weight throw and shot put, it'll move into the men's high jump. The women follow 1 hour after the men in that high jump competition. Then we go from the high jump to the women's long jump. In that event, the women go first, the men to follow 30 minutes after. And finally, we wrap up with men's pole vault and women's pole vault, and the women's triple jump and men's triple jump. Again, our 5,000 meter race complete. We know our 1, 2, 3 finish. It was Callie Swegman coming in at the top spot for Hanover, getting them in first place in this team race right out of the gate. Manchester came in second. It was junior Riley Stephanie taking home the honors, and Madison Stonestreet of Berea rounding out the top 3. We'll highlight as many runners as we can today. Important to know that top 3 finishers receive all HCAC honors in each event today. So your first team is comprised of all first place finishers today. The second place finishers, of course, are the second team, with your third place finishers taking home all HCAC third team honors. Excuse me, correction, third place goes to your honorable mention in each respective event today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the final results from the women's 5,000 meter run. We'll direct your attention to the podium with the start of this line. Finishing at 8th place.
And we'll take it down to the podium for our first results, the women's 1,000 meter run.
In 6th place, from Hanover, Lainey Roberts. In 5th place, also from Hanover, Kaylee Kinzer. Finishing in 4th place, from Rose Holden, Brianna Biddle. And your top 3 finishers. In 3rd place, from Berea College, at a time of 18:35.21, Madison Stonestreet. Finishing in 2nd place, from Manchester University, at a time of 18:32.67, Riley Stephanie. And your 2025 HCAC champion in the women's indoor 5,000 meters, from Hanover College, at a time of 18:29.07, Callie Swegman.
All right, there's your podium again. In 3rd place, Madison Stonestreet from Berea. Riley Stephanie from Manchester in 2nd, and Callie Swegman in 1st. Once they step off the podium, we'll kick it down to our sideline guy, Kevin Kuntz. He'll have the winner for us, and he'll get some insight on how they felt like that race went. In the meantime, it's time for the men's 5,000 meter to get going. This is, all right, we'll get you heat list, but first we're going to throw it down to Kevin. He's with our winner from the women's 5,000 meter run.
Good afternoon from Anderson University. We're here with the 2025 champion, 5,000 meter indoor champion, Callie from Hanover. Talk to us about that last couple laps.
Well, that was like my first win that I've ever had in my college career ever. So I was like, if I have to go for it, then I just have to go for it. I've never had to like gap someone like that before. I was like, I don't know. I could feel that my form had just completely gone to like trash. I was just running, I don't know, with my heart, I guess.
Well, it was a really, really close race, and then you created that separation there in those last couple laps, and congratulations. First college win, conference championship. That's pretty awesome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
Awesome, good stuff, and you can tell excited just to get the win. Threw some of that form out the window. Love to hear the honesty and just an amazing feeling as a conference champion again. Callie Swegman getting things started for us here in the conference championships for the ladies today. All right, on the track, this is heat 1 for men's 5,000 meters. There will be 2 heats today. In this first heat, we've got 7 runners on the track. We've got Oxiel Castro-Badillo from Hanover, Taiki Ogawa from Berea, Kyle Corbin from Anderson, Alex Schmidt from Mount St. Joseph, Andrew Brachter from Berea, David Lane from Anderson, and Ryan Knoll from Anderson. As they run, we are going to kick it back down to Kevin. He's with the commissioner of the HCAC. Kevin, take it away.
We're here now with the HCAC Commissioner Jay Jones. Talk to us about how the winter championships are going so far for you.
Winter championships are good. We had swimming a couple of weeks back, and then today we have our finals for men's and women's basketball going on at the same time here as the indoor track and field championship. So winter championships are a couple of weekends long. Basketball's obviously did their quarterfinals last week, but once they're here, it's kind of bang, bang, bang. You have a lot of events in a hurry. And swimming, and especially indoor track and field, there's just a lot of pieces that go into it. So we appreciate what Anderson's done for us to make sure this meet's successful. So really proud of our student athletes, but certainly a busy time of the year for us.
Well, yeah, no doubt. Talking about having several championships on the same day, you got to be a busy man. How do you go about coordinating that, you and your staff, the preparation that goes into something like this?
Yeah, the easy answer is our schools that host, like Anderson, like Transylvania hosting women's basketball today. Vigo County helps us with swimming. We depend on an awful lot of people at the Division III level to help you with championships like this. We can't do it just as a staff. Just as a point of comparison, people find this interesting. We have 3 staff members full-time in our office. You compare that to like a Big Ten or an SEC, they're over 100 staff members. And so, what you try to do is give the students the best championship experience you can. Certainly IndianaSRN's a part of that. But our schools, they just work their tails off for these kids, and we really appreciate it. We can't do it without them. And so Anderson has really put in some hours between hosting this, and they had semifinals for men's basketball yesterday and finals this afternoon. But that's the answer is, yeah, we go in a lot of places, a lot of directions, but also this is the fun part of the job too. So.
And then lastly, if you could just speak about the new school that's been added to the HCAC, Berea College, and kind of what they bring to this event.
Yeah, absolutely. So Berea College added, Defiance College left the HCAC and went to the NAIA. We added Berea College out of Kentucky down near Transylvania for us. It's a great institution, great history there, and they're a really good track and field program. So big program, lots of roster. So our meet's as big as it's ever been this year because they're here. The young lady that just podiumed there in 3rd place, she's the first ever medalist from Berea College, so that's cool. I told her that after. But you'll see them on the podium all day today. They've got a really good program. They really perform well cross country, and we expect the same here at track and field today.
Well, thanks, Jay. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Great to hear from Jay Jones. So many great things going on here in the HCAC. A busy day. Basketball championships, one right next door, alongside the girls playing the women in Transylvania. And then you got to hear a little bit, too, about the new addition, Berea College, into the HCAC. We're still in the middle of Heat 1, men's 5,000 meter on the track. There will be 2 heats in today's event. Heat 1, we've got 7 athletes on the track representing Hanover, Berea, Anderson, and Mount St. Joseph. As they move about a third of the way through this one. Again, gonna be a day full of action here on HCAC.TV, powered by IndianaSRN. The first men's event of the day. We'll do 2 heats in this men's 5,000 meter run. This first heat, followed immediately by heat number 2, and then we'll go into the women's distance medley relay starting right at 2:15 p.m. Right now, if you're following along at home, heat 1. 7 racers, 25 laps total in this race. First place right now, Oxiel Castro Badillo from Hanover. 14 laps to go for him. Setting the pace nicely in this event. A nice setup for the runners down here. They've got a scoreboard showing them times right as they cross the start-finish line. That's where our live timer will be coming from. In second place, it's Ogawa. Third place, Kyle Corbin. Fourth, Alex Schmidt. Ryan Knoll and Andrew Brockter, fifth and sixth, followed by David Lane. Again, we're about 7:40 into this race, 13 laps to go for our pace setter. Here in the men's 5,000 meter. Heat 1. Yeah, and as we shift to our field events, we've got high jump action taking place. And we'll bring you intermittent action from our field events. Our men's high jump competitors today. Perhaps getting loose and practicing, but your participants in the high jump today. Hanover well represented with 3 competitors: Anthony Lloyd, Alex Bauer, and Sean Woods. For Bluffton, it's Joey Bonham and Kyle Mans. Manchester has Kenneth Redd and Antoine Dorsett. Franklin, Alexander Shavitz. Berea, Quincy Gibson. Bluffton, Desmond Gist. And then Manchester, Lavarian Campbell and Antoine Dorsett. We may have mentioned them already, but again, that's your high jump competitors. We'll get you some action shots here as that event progresses. Again, also going on right now, the men's weight throw. A lot of action taking place here early. Field events going on simultaneously along with our men's 5,000 meter race in their first heat. All events important today in that ever-coveted team race. It's been an event, these indoor championships, dominated by Rose Holman of late, both men's and women's, but our men's championship was closer than any event in history last year. Rose Holman finished the championship last year with a team score of 193, just edging out Manchester. Manchester came in with 189, and if you were with us last year, you'll remember that coming down to the final 4x4 event. It was electric down at Rose Holman. Everybody in the building had gathered in turn 4, cheering on their teams as they finished. Last year it was Bluffton coming in third place with 97 points, followed by Hanover with 54 points and fourth place. Fifth place was Franklin College, sixth Mount St. Joseph. Anderson came in at 7th with Defiance and Transylvania and Earlham rounding out spots 8, 9, and 10 for the conference. So you know it's going to be a tight competition towards the top. Those teams finishing in those 6 through 10 spots, obviously looking to make their mark and improve on their totals from the previous year. We'll see which teams are able to meet their goals and accomplish what they're looking to accomplish today as we get down towards the end of our men's 5,000 meter. Our leader, it's still Castro Badillo. 7 laps to go. representing Hanover today. His seed time this year was 16:37.24. And again, that's Oxiel Castro-Badillo pacing things for us for Hanover. He's a sophomore, followed by Taiki Ogawa, a freshman for Berea. His seed time is right behind Castro-Badilla's at 16:41.72. Four laps to go. As we wind down the 15-minute mark. Men's 5,000 meter. If you're just joining us, this is heat one. There will be two heats in today's men's 5,000 meter race. So you're in it for the long haul if you're sticking with us. As these competitors make their way around the track. It's a 25-lap race. Each lap out here in indoor track, 200 meters. We saw it a bit in the women's race. Again, won by Callie Swegman of Hanover. But athletes really trying to gauge when they're going to make that move and try to give a final push, a final kick as we hear the bell for Heat 1's final lap. Right now, clocking in at the 15:57 mark. We'll see if Oxiel Castro-Badilla can set a season's best time for himself. His personal record is 15:52. He won't catch that today. But his season's best 16:37 in jeopardy of falling as he comes around the back stretch. And he is going to get that season best time. Unofficially, we'll see what we have here. Unofficial time, 16:26.13 for Oxiel Castro-Badilla of Hanover here in Heat 1. As the runners file in, we'll get you their placements and times. So it's Taiki Ogawa at 16:44. Just missing his season's best by 3 seconds. Again, finishing behind Oxiel Castro-Vadillo of Hanover. Coming in third place. Will be Kyle Corbin of Anderson. Alongside his teammate Ryan Knoll. They both set PRs in their respective races, coming in around the 17-minute mark. So great job, Kyle and Ryan. 17:01 and 17:09 respectively. Again, for Kyle Corbin finishing in third and Ryan Knoll finishing fourth. Alex Schmidt finished fifth for Mount St. Joseph, and Andrew Bratcher finishes sixth, which means David Lane will round out our 7 competitors here in Heat 1 of the men's 5,000 meter race. Stick around. We'll have Heat 2 of our men's 5,000 meter race.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next event on the track is the second flight of the men's 5,000 meter run.
And competitors will make their way to the start in this Heat 2. For the men's 5,000, we'll go through your competitors. For Manchester, it's Connor Havens. Rose-Hulman, it's Carter Lindfelt. Those were your top 2 times thus far this season. Connor Havens coming in with a 15:03 and Carter Lindfelt with 15:07. We'll go in order of fastest times. Our third competitor will be Ethan Weston from Hanover with a 15:31. Thomas Tullius from Rose-Hulman at 15:45. His teammate Joshua Poole ran a 15:47 earlier this year. For Manchester, Austin Johnson. A freshman from Franklin, William Hirsch, also competing. We have Chris Lynn from Rose-Hulman, Bryce Lloyd from Rose-Hulman, Ethan Miller from Rose-Hulman, Michael Fox from Manchester, John Asplin from Franklin. Those 12 runners already mentioned, all coming in with times under 16 minutes this year. Rounding out the competitors, Ethan Engersbach for Rose-Hulman, Brendan Oden for Manchester, John Grease for Rose-Hulman, Daniel Gall for Rose-Hulman, Darius Osborne for Manchester, and Samuel Wilson for Franklin. The runners are ready, just waiting on the gun. Again, Heat 2, Race 2, men's 5,000 meters. This is where our first points of the day will be on the line in our men's team championship. As you see, the runners set and ready to go. And we'll see how the pack breaks out here to start. Last year it was Connor Havens finishing in second place for Manchester. His teammate Enrique Salazar, one of the stars of last year's indoor track meet, has the HCAC record at a time of 15:01.68. That's what Connor Havens will be going for today. He's already got a time this year of 15:03, so you know he'll be wanting to set that record and see if he can't get below the 15-minute mark. Carter Lindfelt from Rose-Hulman also came in with a 15:07.52 earlier this year. No doubt he wants to etch his names in the record books as we get going here in our men's 5,000 meter race. They'll start bunched up at the beginning, but they'll start to spread out as things go. Again, it was just last year that Enrique Salazar from Manchester set the HCAC record with a time of 15:01.68. We'll see if his teammate can keep pace and set a record of his own. Connor Havens. Connor Havens has a 14:16 as his personal best. He would love to see a performance somewhere near that number. He'll be trying to hold off Carter Lindfelt of Rose-Hulman, who has also set a personal best under 15 minutes in his lifetime. Again, Ethan Weston will be in the mix as well. Also going on right now, for those following along at home in our field events, we've got pole vault action early. And as we mentioned, those field events be going on all day, kind of mixed in, intermittent. And our pole vault action, no doubt exciting. For our men, we have our top two finishers from last year competing today. That's Colton Nanko of Rose-Hulman and Sean Woods from Hanover. Also in the mix would be a sophomore, Quinn Johnson from Rose-Hulman and Renner Barnes from Rose-Hulman, all with top 5 marks in the pole jump this year. The highest mark belonging to Colton Nanko and Sean Woods, both hitting the 450 meter mark. In the women's, Rose-Hulman also well represented with Irene Lima Madueno with a jump of 3.07 meters. And Amelia Tiemann, her teammate, along with Allie McGuire, a senior from Hanover, being her top competition on paper today, but everyone will be in the mix. Again, that's pole vault. All going on simultaneously alongside our men's 5,000 meter race. And top competitors still bunched Who's going to make their move? Only time will tell. A little bit of separation between the bottom 4. But it's Ethan Weston setting pace ahead of Sam Wilson at the top, followed by Connor Havens and Carter Lindfelt. That's your top 4. As we're about 10 laps in to this 25-lap race. Still holding pace is Ethan Weston. He's comfortable leading the pack. As they're really moving, pack starting to separate as we're getting a clear top 4 developing. Again, it's going to be Ethan Weston still holding on to that lead. He's holding off Carter Lindfelt, Thomas Tolius, and Connor Havens all bunched 1, 2, 3, 4. As they make their way around the track, they're halfway done. It's Weston, Lindfelt, Havens, Tolius. And right now it's a chess match. Who is going to make a move and when are they going to do it? Right now, all 4 content allowing Ethan Weston to stay in control. It's Carter Lindfelt who's right on his tail. The favorite in this race, slightly Connor Havens. Followed by Thomas Tolius. Rose Holman looking to send an early team message by taking the top 2 spots. We'll see where they land. And again, we're sticking with that order. It's still Ethan Weston, followed by Carter Lindfelt. Then Connor Havens and Thomas Tolius as they move. Already in the final corner of their current lap. Starting to break away from the rest of the pack as well. We've got the top 4 bunched together about 50 meters back, another pack of 5, and then another 50 meters back of them. A line of 4. And right now, Ethan Weston still holding on to that lead. Will Carter Lindfelt make a move? Will Connor Havens make a move? And they come around. Again. 8 laps to go. And as we get our first move in quite a while, that's Connor Havens. Yeah, and 8 laps to go. He's moved up into second place. But simultaneously, the duo from Rose-Hulman decides to move into first and second as we move 7 laps to go. But not so fast. Connor Havens, along with Ethan Weston, making their move. They'll split the duo from Rose-Hulman. And now it goes Rose. We'll try to tell you which member of Rose it is in the lead. That's Carter Lindfelt right now, setting the pace. So we go Carter Lindfelt, Connor Havens, Ethan Weston, 1, 2, 3. Tolius not far behind, but falling a bit off pace. They're in that third spot, and it's Connor Havens who's now made the jump. Havens will set the pace as we move 6 to go. There are 6 laps to go. It's Connor Havens in first place. It's Carter Lindfeld in second, and Ethan Weston in third, followed by Thomas Tolius. And now we start to see a bit of separation coming from Connor Havens. 5 to go. Followed by Carter Lindfeld and Ethan Weston. And it's not Tullius, but Joshua Poole in fourth. We should be down to 3 laps to remaining now. It's Connor Havens starting to stretch out that lead for Manchester. And it is 2 laps to go. It's Connor Havens still in first. Carter Lindfelt in second place, Ethan Weston in third. Joshua Poole in fourth for Rose. And that's the bell indicating the final lap for Connor Havens and the rest of the field. But Connor Havens setting the pace ahead of Carter Lindfeld and Ethan Weston. Right now we're looking for an HCAC record. Will he get it? We're at 14:55. They're telling him to go. He crosses the finish line of 15:07.83 unofficially. It won't be an HCAC record, but it'll be good enough for a conference championship. Followed 1 second behind with a 15:08, Carter Lindfield and then Ethan Weston. As we'll let the rest of the field roll in. We'll get you results as soon as we have them, but unofficially at a time of 15:07, it's Connor Havens following up his 2024 second place with a 2025 indoor track championship. As the rest of our competitors roll in, we'll see where everyone lands. You had to think it'd be critical for Manchester to finish strong. He gets early points on the board if they were to challenge Rose today in this team competition. They did just that. It was Connor Havens bringing his A game. Again, unofficially now updated his time, 15:08 for Connor Havens. And we're complete. We're just waiting for the unofficial results to be made official.
This is the second ball. Men's distance medley running at 2:30 p.m. This is the first ball. The men's 60-meter hurdle semifinals at 2:45.
Again, just waiting for results to be made official. We know 1, 2, 3 was Connor Havens of Manchester, 2, Carter Linfelt from Rose Holman, 3, Ethan Weston from Hanover. In 4th place, Joshua Poole from Rose Holman. 5th place was Brendan Oden from Manchester. 6th, Thomas Tolius of Rose. 7th, William Hirsch of Franklin. Austin Johnson for Manchester went 8th, and then John Grease and Chris Lynn of Rose Holman rounded out our top 10. Ethan Engersbach from Rose was 11th. John Apsland got 12th. Ethan Miller from Rose 13th, and Sam Wilson from Franklin in 14th, followed by Bryce Lloyd from Rose in 15th, Michael Fox in 16th, and then finally Daniel Gall from Rose Holman finishing in 17th place to round out our finishers. We're waiting for our top 3 to make their way to the podium. Again, it was Connor Havens, followed by Carter Linfelt and Ethan Weston going into the race. Those were your 1, 2, 3 fastest times going into today's meet. They finished in that exact order. It was Connor Havens turning in a time of 15:08, just off the pace of the HCAC record, 15:01.68, set by his teammate Enrique Salazar just last year. And as we go today, we'll get some downtime in between races. We'll go ahead and update different portions of the event as we go. Right now, if we revisit the top 10 in our women's 5,000 meter race. We can start with our winner, Callie Swegman, again with a time of 18:29.07. She scored 10 points for Hanover. And we'll go ahead and go back to those results here after our presentation for the men's 5,000 meter. Get a live look at our podium. A loud ovation for Connor Havens, a senior from Manchester, taking home all conference honors, first team, getting that championship in his senior year. No doubt that means a lot to him. We'll hear from him in just a second as we wind down our podium presentation from the men's 5,000 meter. Let's kick it down to our sideline guy, Kevin Kuntz. He's with Connor Havens.
Current HCAC record stands at 12:54.78, set back in 2012 by the team of DIII, Pullout, Jensen, and Ford. And the current facility record belongs to the team of Calvin with a time of 11:57.59, set back in 2005.
Obviously, some technical difficulties when we get things worked out. We'll try to head back down and hear from Connor Havens, our champion in the men's 5,000 meters. I think we might be ready to go. Let's kick it down to Kevin Kuntz.
All right, let's try this again. We're here live with Connor Havens, the men's 5,000 indoor champion. With about 7 laps to go there, you decided to make a move. What was going through your mind at that point in the race?
Just to keep it honest, I wanted to get things going at a little bit of a faster pace and not just be a sit and kick or a barn burner the last 200. Save my legs up a little bit for my upcoming next events, because this is not my only event. Some guys are doubling and tripling back, and I just wanted to secure the points and get Manchester off on a good start.
So congratulations, that was a great race, Connor.
Thank you.
Man, you can hear it there. Great interview to get things going from Connor Havens, talking about the importance of this team event, using terms like sit and kick, barn burner. He really knows his stuff and knew that, yes, he needed to get the points for his team, but also set himself up for success later in the day. Great interview, Kevin, and congratulations again. That's Connor Havens taking home the hardware in the men's 5,000 meters. We are just getting started, folks, here from the 2025 HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championship. We are 2 events in. We've already completed the women's 5,000 meter run and the men's 5,000 meter run. Up next at 2:15 will be the women's distance medley relay. That'll be followed at 2:30 by the men's distance medley relay. At 2:45, you'll see the men's 60 meter hurdles semifinals. And at 3 p.m., it'll be the women's 60 meter dash semifinals, followed by the men's 60 meter dash semifinals at 3:15. We do have a couple minutes before we hit that women's distance medley relay. I'll go back over both the results for the women's and the men's. One event in, at least on the track side. So if we go back to the women's 5,000 meters, that's what got things started for us today. It was Callie Swegman scoring the 10 points for Hanover and winning that race. She was followed in second place by Riley Stephanie from Manchester. That was her personal best with a time of 18:32.67. In third place in the women's 5,000 meter, it was Madison Stone Street for Berea. She put in a time of 18:35.21. And that was our top three in the women's 5,000 meter. Now as we shift focus to our women's distance medley relay, you'll see 8 teams represented in this race: Mount St. Joseph's, Berea, Manchester, Anderson, Franklin, Transylvania, Rose-Hulman, and Hanover. Medley, one of the more interesting races we'll have today, as each competitor and their respective relay teams will run a different distance. The race consists of a 1,200-meter leg followed by a 400-meter sprint, and then a 800-meter leg followed by the final 1,600-meter anchor. So it's a total distance of 4,000 meters, somewhat similar to our 5,000-meter race, except it's broken up into 4 pieces. You'll see much quicker times as a result. But with 1,200 meters being our opening leg, that means you'll see 6 laps completed as we get things going. The best time we've seen from one of these teams today is a 12:31.56 put forth by Berea. And right on cue, that's Berea out front. That's Nika Davenport. She's a freshman, setting the pace early. Our runners bunched up here at the start. Again, 6 laps comprise this first leg. This is the end of lap 1. Excuse me, lap 2. And they're all bunched together as they go into lap 3. That's Franklin now moving into second. By my calculation, I have Mount St. Joseph there in third place. For Franklin, that's Fiona Sodrell. She's a freshman. For Mount St. Joseph's, it's a senior, Julia Gooding. But again, they'll shift places here. 2 minutes, 30 seconds down. And it's Berea. Still setting the pace. That was Manchester now moved into second place. That's Sophia Chin. She's a freshman. Not a lot of separation right now between the top 4 here in leg 1 of this distance medley. But it's been Berea setting the pace from the start. Still no change in that top spot. Nika Davenport still trying to hold off. Mount St. Joseph's now in second place, and Julia Gooding. That was Fiona Sodrell of Franklin in the top 3. They're spreading out. And as they come around this final turn, they'll see if they can get clean handoffs moving into the second leg of this medley. This is going to be a sprint. 400 meters, that's only 2 laps in the indoor. That's Franklin in third, followed by the rest of the pack. That's Roseholm and Manchester Anderson, 6, 7, 8. As our ladies finish the first of 2 laps in the second leg. Women's medley. That's Mount St. Joe's now building a considerable lead. That's Emerson Pinger. Jakesha Lewis right behind her for Berea, as we'll already move into our third leg, and it's Mount St. Joe right now setting the pace, getting the handoff with Cecilia Eschman. She's a freshman. Right behind her for Berea, Peyton Potts. And the gap has closed significantly. Still Mount St. Joe's in first, followed by Berea. That's Hanover in third, and Transylvania in fourth. For Hanover, that's Izzy McLozick, freshman. While Berea moves into the lead. It'll be Berea setting the pace now. Again, this is the third leg of this women's medley. 800 meters long, so the ladies will do 4 laps on this leg. It's been back and forth thus far. It was Berea through the first leg. Mount St. Joe's took control in leg 2. Now back to Berea out in front. That's Hanover in third. Rose Holman has moved into 4th place, followed by Transylvania. Manchester in 6th. And Berea's lead is getting larger. Again, for Berea, that's Peyton Potts expanding this lead over Mount St. Joe and her freshman counterpart Cecilia Eschman. And then at 3, 4, 5, they're clustered up. It's Rose Holman now moved into third, followed by Transylvania and Hanover. For Rose, that's McKenna Bessler making her move, moving Rose up all the way from 6th into 3rd. For Transylvania on the track, it's Libby Perkins. For Hanover, Izzy McLozick. And the final handoff, it's Berea. Still in the lead, it'll be Crystal Cronwell trying to finish things off. Mount St. Joe's, Amanda Zerhusen will anchor things. And all of a sudden, it's Hanover making their move into 3rd place. Emma Litzelman. That's Berea with a commanding lead. That lead is shrinking, though. The 2, 3, 4, 5 all bunched up, so Berea in control. Again, this final leg, a 1,600-meter portion. So still a lot of race left, but Hanover now making a move. They've moved into second place. Transylvania, Rose, Mount St. Joe, all still in the mix. It's Berea out in front. Franklin, Manchester, Anderson, 6, 7, 8 respectively. But the gap is closing up top. I may have misspoke. I have Berea in first, but I think it's Mount St. Joe moving into the lead. We'll get a bib number here and find out. No, it is Hanover. Hanover has taken the lead now. That's Emma Litzelman, a senior. Putting the pedal to the floor in this final leg of the women's medley. They were 5th place at the handoff. She has passed 4 competitors and moved all the way into first. It's still Berea in second place. But what a move from Hanover. Again, Emma Litzelman setting the pace. Third place now, Transylvania. 4th place, Mount St. Joe's. 5th place, Rose Holman. 6th place right now, Manchester, followed by Franklin in 7th, and Anderson rounding things out. As our pace setter from Hanover still setting the pace. That's Berea in second. Mount St. Joe, 3rd place, followed by Transylvania and Rose Holman. HCAC record in this event is a time of 12 minutes 54.78, set in 2012. You know, these teams would love to see their names etched in the history books. As Hanover continues to build that lead out. Now the drama in the 2, 3, 4 spots. That's Berea, Mount St. Joe, and Transylvania. Followed by Rose Holman steady in 5th. Quite a considerable gap between 5th and 6th. That's Manchester. Then behind Manchester in 7th is Franklin, and then another considerable gap to Anderson in 8th. We've only got 1 lap to go. You'll hear the bell here in just a second. There it is. It's Hanover in first place. That's Emma Litzelman. She'll try to finish strong. It's Mount St. Joe now, moved into second place, followed by Berea and Transylvania for Mount St. Joe. That's Amanda Zerhusen. She's a freshman as well. Putting in a final kick for Berea, that's Crystal Cornwell. Transylvania, Maggie Simmons. And here they come. Down to the end. Gap getting closer, but it's still going to be Hanover finishing in the number 1 spot. They're excited about it. Mount St. Joe, Amanda Zerhusen coming in at 2nd place. Unofficially, Transylvania able to make the pass for the top 3 finish. And Berea coming in 4th place. 5th place, Rose. Manchester will come in at 6th place. Our 7th place finish for Ella Basher from Franklin. I misspoke again. That's 6th place finish while Rose finished 7th. That's Kaylee Lane. And then rounding out the finishers from Anderson, JC Soames. So again, Hanover getting the win. Men's distance medley will be up shortly. And while we move to the podium, we'll revisit our top 5 finishers from the men's 5,000, which finished about 10 minutes ago. Again, number 1, first place finisher Connor Havens. He went with a time of 15:08. Carter Linfelt for Rose Holman finished in 2nd with a time of 15:12. Ethan Weston finished 3rd for Hanover with a time of 15:16. That was his season's best. Joshua Poole of Rose Holman put in a season's best 15:20.50 to finish 4th. And Brendan Oden of Manchester had a personal best 15:22.69 to round out the top 5 again in the men's 5,000. Unofficially, for the women's distance medley relay, we'll await our ladies moving to the podium. But it was Hanover, a team of Elise Wilson, Lily Smith, Izzy McLozick, and Emma Litzelman taking home first place. They came into those final 2 legs outside the top 4. Really got nice finishes from Izzy McLozick and Emma Litzelman, the freshman-senior duo. Finishing things strong. You can see our official here getting the men ready for their distance medley. We'll take you live to the podium and to Kevin for our interview with the winners from the women's distance medley once we have those. For the men's distance medley, we have teams from Franklin, Rose Holman, Earlham wearing 1, 2, 3. Manchester, Bluffton, Anderson will be wearing bib 4, 5, 6. Hanover, Berea, Transylvania wearing 7, 8, 9, and they're off. The HCAC record to watch, set over a decade ago, 2012, a time of 10:30.09. Again, if you're just joining us new to the indoor medley, we start with a 1,200-meter leg followed by a 400-meter sprint, then 800 meters leg 3, followed by an anchor leg of 1,600 meters. So this first portion will be 6 laps. They're already on lap 3. And they'll move into lap 4. If you were going by times moving into the meet, only 2, you would say Rose Holman was the favorite. They actually have a seed time of 10:26.36, so you know we are on a record watch here. Right now settling in that 3rd spot. It's Anderson setting the pace early. So Anderson in first. Trying to get a good view of our second place runner right now. That's Earlham. Hanover. And we'll take a break. We'll kick it down to Kevin. He's with our winners from the women's distance medley.
All right, we're here live with the ladies distance medal relay champions from Hanover College. You guys had the race started. You guys were a little bit behind there in the beginning, and then what happened those last couple legs?
So all of us are distance runners, so we're definitely not sprinters. So I think our strength, especially with our endurance, really pulled out for us in the end. Yeah, I know I was in the back of my 1200 leg, but I think my endurance, being a 3K runner, really helped me. And then throughout the rest of the race, we knew we just needed to push through, and Emma really took it home in our mile, and we got the win.
Great race, ladies. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Kevin. I think she hit it spot on. It was those anchor legs in the medley for the ladies from Hanover that really got the job done. We're already moving. Here in the men's version. It's a time of 10:30.09 that our competitors are trying to chase down today. That record set by Manchester in 2012. And that's Rose Holman making a move on the outside. There's the pass. We're already into leg 3. It's Hanover, it's Rose Holman, it's Anderson, Earlham in 4th. Our second leg will be the fastest looking version, as those are your clean sprints. Again, 4 legs in the medley. This third leg, 800 meters long. So we'll see the pace slow just a tad. Again, that's Hanover, Rose Holman, Anderson, Earlham, 1, 2, 3, 4. All on each other's heels as they move into the second lap of this third leg. 4 laps in this leg. Rose Holman already with a seed time this year. That would be an HCAC record. Right now in second place behind Hanover. Anderson, Earlham, right there, 1, 2, 3, 4. For Hanover, it's Charlie Stupel. Rose Holman, it's Sawyer Richter. Anderson, Ryan Craik. And for Earlham, Anthony Go. Again, that's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing changed on this go-around. Still Hanover, then Rose. Now Earlham makes a move into third place, just beyond Anderson. That's Manchester in 5th. Bluffton in 6th. Berea 7th. Franklin 8th. And Transylvania rounds out our top as the final baton pass can take place. And here we come, our leaders. Just making a quick pass of the final baton pass for Transylvania. It's still Hanover, then Rose-Hulman, now Anderson into third, Earlham right behind in fourth. Final leg, 1,600 meters for this one, so that's 8 laps for the final leg. In fifth, it's Manchester, Franklin in sixth, Berea in seventh, Transylvania eighth. Bluffton now moved into the 9 spot. And will this be when Rose-Hulman makes the move? Only about 1 foot behind his counterpart from Hanover. That's Cole Brewer. For Hanover, Colin Kistler. Both freshmen. They'll duke it out. And it's Rose. It appears making the move. Now it's Rose-Hulman, Anderson, Hanover. Earlham in fourth. Gotta be impressed with Transylvania. That's Nate Rogers keeping pace with our leaders, but a lap down. So we'll continue to update that as Anderson making a move here on the home track. That's David Stansberry. And right now it's Stansberry on the pass. Anderson moved into the lead. Rose-Hulman 2, Hanover 3. Earlham not far behind in fourth, and then Manchester 5th. And it's Anderson, Rose-Hulman, Hanover. 1, 2, 3. But again, that race up top. Anderson and Rose-Hulman going back and forth. Does Rose-Hulman have a move they can make in this medley? Right now, the gap still staying. No more than a second between the two top competitors. And it's Hanover in third place, but now has been passed. That's Manchester making their move. That's a freshman, Logan Ferris, who's moved Manchester into third place. And on this lap now, Rose-Hulman back in front, but here comes Anderson. The gap even closer. Rose able to hold off Anderson around that corner, and now the gap widens just a tad. No HCAC record to be set today. Now it's just about who's going to finish first, who's going to get the conference championship, and it's going to be Rose-Hulman. Big finish, excitement. Anderson coming in second place. Big finish for the Ravens in this medley. Who will it be for third? It's going to be Hanover. And then Manchester rounding out the top four. So again, Finishing first, Rose Holman. Here in this men's distance medley. So again, your 1, 2, 3 finish. Men's distance medley. Rose Holman won, Anderson 2. It was a close race all the way, back and forth in that final leg. Ultimately, Rose Holman able to hold off Anderson. It was Hanover in third place, followed by Manchester. Unofficially, it was Earlham edging Franklin for the 5th place finish. Berea, Transylvania, 7-8 respectively. As we wait. And we'll go to the podium for our women's distance medley. We had the interview with our champions already, but here's our results in the podium.
Finishing in second place at a time of 13:31.20, the team from Mount St. Joseph. And your 2025 HCAC champions of the women's distance medley relay at a time of 13:29.75, the team from Hanover College. As a reminder, we will need the top 3 finishes in the men's distance medley relay. Please make your way to the podium, as we will honor you and your teams. Next up on the track will be the semifinals of the men's 60-meter hurdles. We will have 2 flights. In the first heat, lane assignments are as follows. In lane number 2, for Rose Holman will be William Fleck. Lane number 3, for Bluffton, Desmond Gist. Lane number 4 from Manchester, Chris Renee. Lane number 5 from Hanover, Luke Hummel. And lane number 6 from Rose Holman, James DeMarco.
So as you can see, a little break in the action as we get some hurdles on the track. Next up, it's going to be the men's 60 hurdles. We'll have 2 heats. 10 racers overall. The top 1 in each heat plus the next 6 best times move on to the final later this evening. In our first heat in lane 2, it'll be William Fleck from Rose-Hulman. Lane 3, Bluffton senior Desmond Gist. Lane 4, Manchester sophomore Chris Renee. Lane 5, Hanover Luke Hummel. And in lane 6, Rose-Hulman's James DeMarco. The HCAC record in this event is a time of 8:17, set by Sutton Coleman in 2012. Fastest time ever run in this facility was 8:01 in 2017 by Juan Scott. Desmond Gist won this event last year. Already has a blazing time of 8:19 this year, only 0.02 of a second off the HCAC record. We'll see if he can get the job done today and set a record. If you're following along or planning to join us later for action, we'll tell you where we're at. So right now, set up and preparation taking place for the men's 60-meter hurdle semifinals. That was scheduled to go off at 2:45. We're at 2:50 right now, so just a couple minutes off the pace. But at 3 p.m., we'll have the women's 60-meter dash semifinals. There will be 3 heats for that particular race, followed by the men's 60-meter dash semifinals taking place at 3:15. As we move into the 4 o'clock hour, 3:35 p.m., you can see the women's 4x200-meter relay. At 3:45, the men will go in the 4x200-meter relay. And then we go into our mile runs. First, the women at 3:55 p.m. local time, and men at 4:15 p.m. local time. We'll be halfway done once we're through the men's mile run. Again, you're watching the 2025 HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. We're live from Anderson University, their beautiful indoor track facility, just waiting on the starting gun for our first heat in the 60-meter hurdle. Again, our champion from last year, Desmond Gist. You can see him in lane 3 representing Bluffton. His seed time of 8:19 puts him right on the edge. Record-setting status. Ten entries today in the 60-meter hurdle. 2 will be eliminated in these semifinals, and we'll get a final field of 8 for this afternoon as they get set. The runners are almost ready to go. And they're off. Blazing speed out of the gate. We'll see how they finish. Of course, like we mentioned earlier, all times will be unofficial immediately following.
60-meter hurdle semifinals. Ladies and as follows. Lane number 2, Rose-Hulman, Logan Phillips.
And we'll see how those times come in. Athletes anxiously awaiting. While we wait, we'll throw it down to Kevin. He's with our men's medley champions from Rose-Hulman. quite ready. So you can see we're experiencing technical difficulties. Well, we get him up and running. I can tell you, Desmond Gist in the prelim first heat, 8:20 was his time. 1/100th of a second off his season's best, beating second place Chris Renee by nearly 7/10 of a second to finish first in that heat. Electric stuff. You know he's going to be going for the HCAC record later on tonight. Coming in third place was William Fleck of Rose-Hulman. And we're almost ready for heat number 2. Here you'll see Logan Phillips in lane 2 from Rose-Hulman. JC Nutt in lane 3 from Bluffton. Quincy Gibson, lane 4 for Berea. Grady Shea in lane 5, and Quentin Willis from Manchester, lane 6. Here they come. Already down. That's going to be lane 3. JC Nutt, it looked like, came away. Early. But that's not going to be the case. We'll wait for these. So it's Grady Shea from Hanover with an 8.58. Logan Phillips, Rose-Hulman in second place. Quincy Gibson from Berea with a 9.50. And JC Nutt from Bluffton in fourth. So we'll compile those results for you and have those finals ready later this afternoon. The final for that men's 60-meter dash, you won't want to miss it. That's around 5:45 p.m. this evening. Again, if you want to catch our men's 60-meter dash finalists in their final later this evening, you'll want to tune in around 5:45 p.m.
Place at a time of 10:47.88, Anderson University.
All right.
And your 2025 HCAC champions in the men's distance medley relay with a time of 10:44.98, the team from Rose-Hulman.
And you can see our podium for the men's medley relay. Rose-Hulman able to get the job done today, taking home 10 points for their team. Anderson came in second. That was Hanover in third. As we get ready now, moving in to our women's 60-meter dash. In this heat, you will see in lane 2 Ileana Hernandez of Rose-Hulman. Lane 3, Amaya Barton from Hanover. Lane 4, Darby Dillon, a freshman from Bluffton. Lane 5, Olivia Sparks from Transylvania. Lane 6, Coco Truelove from Manchester. And lane 7, Jayana Blakely from Manchester. Again, 3 heats in the women's 60-meter dash. If you were going to take home the record in this event, you would need to put up a 7.73. It was Zalia Martin who did that 2 years ago. We do have a sub 8-second time from sophomore Olivia Sparks in Heat 1. It's her seed time this year. As they'll get ready to go. We'll have 3 heats, 20 total competitors. The top finisher in each heat will move on, plus the next 5 best times. And that's how you'll get your final women's 60-meter dash. That'll take place at 5:40 this evening. As the ladies take their mark, as soon as they're done here, we'll get you the results. Official qualifiers for tonight's men's 60-meter dash hurdles. As our results have become official. And we'll get those to you after this first heat. Women's 60-meter dash. Looked like they were set. We got a false start, so we'll try it again. And here we go. There's the gun. Looked like unofficially it was Olivia Sparks able to get through at 7.92. Again, unofficially it was Coco Trulove right behind for Manchester. It was Ileana Hernandez of Rose-Hulman in third. Jayana Blakely for Manchester in fourth. Amaya Barton for Hanover in fifth. And Darby Dillon from Bluffton in sixth. Again, Olivia Sparks unofficially 7.92 in her first prelim. That would be her season's best by 0.17 of a second. And as I mentioned before that heat, let's go back. Here are your qualifiers for this evening's men's 60-meter hurdles. Coming in the top spot was Desmond Gist of Bluffton. He ran an 8.20. Grady Shea of Hanover ran an 8.58. Logan Phillips of Rose-Hulman in at 8.86. In fourth place, Chris Renee from Manchester at 8.90. William Fleck of Rose-Hulman coming in at 8.95. Quincy Gibson at 9.50. In sixth place, Luke Hummel and James DeMarco rounding out your top 8 with 9.66 and 9.93 respectively from Hanover and Rose-Hulman. J.C. Nutt from Bluffton will not be racing tonight, but did put in a time of 10.06. So again, we're in heat number 2 out of 3 in these prelims for the women's 60-meter dash. If you're watching at home, we'll read in order lane 2. That'll be the runner on your furthest to your right. So here in heat 2, it'll be Jaleesa Herman of Berea. Lane 3, Earlham's Alex Ball. Lane 4, Rose-Hulman and Rose Talbert. Lane 5, Mount St. Joe and Olivia Forte. Lane 6, Transylvania, Abby Rowe. Lane 7, Anderson and Michaela Korn. And in lane 8, Manchester, Anna Josa. Rose Talbert, a name we called frequently in last year's indoor track meet. A conference champion herself. She'll be looking to make her mark in the 60-meter dash, and they're off. And we'll get our results here. Right on cue, Rose Talbert came in with a season's best 8:12 already, setting the mark at 7:98. We'll see how the rest of these come in. Early indications, it's Blair of Berea with a 7.89. Coming in the top spot. And then it was Alex Adams of Rose-Hulman coming in with an 8.06. Simkula of Rose-Hulman at 8.11, and Russell of Earlham in fourth. Emma Gill with an 8.51 for Hanover. Angel Patterson in sixth for Berea. Transylvania's Marl Green reaching or rounding out that top seven. So we're through the women's 60-meter dash semis, and we're moving right along here. Next up, we'll go the men's version. And we'll go to the podium for weight throw.
Finishing in second place from Manchester University with a new career best of 17.07 meters. That's 56 feet even. Hogan Martindale. And your 2025 HCAC champion in the men's weight throw. Tossing the weight 18.82 meters. That's 61 feet and 9 inches. From right here at Anderson University, Michael Swigart.
And that was your podium for our men's weight throw. And I think we have Kevin down with our champion from Anderson, Michael Swigart. Take it away, Kevin.
Okay, we're back here live with Michael Swigart, the now three-time HCAC men's champion in the weight throw. Talk about today's competition today, Michael.
We were coming in like thinking, okay, we just got to start nice, slow, controlled, and then we just start ramping it up, and that's what we did. We finally executed after a couple rough 3 weeks, barely breaking 18, and then we finally popped an 18.82 and was like, okay, now we can start moving. So it was a really good feeling to get back into a nice little groove, heading into nationals in a couple weeks.
Did you have any other events today, or is it you?
I still got shot put to go. Been tweaking some stuff in that, so hoping to hit a big one. We're currently ranked first in that, so I'm hoping to take first in that as well.
Well, good luck. Hopefully we'll be talking to you later on today then.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Kevin. And again, that was Michael Swigart of Anderson, three-time HCAC champion. Great accomplishment for him. You know he's happy about finishing out his senior year with that hammer throw championship. And again, that podium. We'll head back to podium. We have more results.
And your 2025 HCAC champion in the men's high jump from Manchester University with a jump of 1.98 meters, that's 6 feet 6 inches, Antoine Corsett.
And that was men's high jump. Antoine Dorsett taking home the conference title for Manchester with a jump 1.98 meters. Alexander Shavitz of Franklin was right behind in second place with a 1.95 meter jump. Kyle Manns rounds out the podium from Bluffton. We've got the winner. Antoine Dorsett is down with Kevin Kuntz. Take it away.
All right, we're here with Antoine Dorsett, the indoor men's high jump champion from this year. That's a pretty impressive feat for a freshman, Antoine.
Thank you. I just want to thank God and my family and my cousins for helping me get there.
What have you done in preparation for this moment? Was that height something that was an expectation, or was that something you hadn't achieved yet this season?
It was an expectation. My PR is 6'7". Really just been practicing, trying to get back to there. So.
Congratulations, bud.
Thank you.
Accomplishments. Great job in that men's high jump. Again, that was Antoine Dorsett of Manchester getting some big points in the field events on the board. As we'll start to get a clearer picture of this team race as we go. But again, from the track side of things, we're about ready to get started with our men's 60-meter dash. These are prelims. So we'll have 3 heats, all with 8 competitors, so 25 will get whittled down to 8. It's going to be your top time in each heat, plus the next 5 best times. Heat 1, this will be your lineup moving right to left on your screen. It's Hanover, Layden Adair. Transylvania in lane 2 with Trace Morris. In lane 3, it's Mount St. Joe and Kendrick Schur. Lane 4, Rose Holman and Jack Cox. Lane 5, Franklin and Braden Wilkins. Lane 6, Mount St. Joe and Zach McKenna. Lane 7, Anderson and Miles Davis. And then rounding out this first heat, lane 8, Mount St. Joe and Diego Yun. They're ready to go. They'll go on the gun. And we'll see what times we get here unofficially. Eagerly awaiting.
Next up on the track will be the second heat of the men's 60-meter dash semifinals.
Looked like it might have been Layden Adair, possibly Kendrick Schur in the top spot for Heat 1. Diego Yun also had a good race on the outside down in lane 8. So we wait. Athletes waiting patiently for those results to stream in. Again, getting first in your heat automatically guarantees you'll be racing tonight. Lots of technology in play today. We were talking down track side, both with our commissioner and our lead timekeeper, official statistician, letting us know the bibs in today's event have chips that help them keep track of the time. After a race finishes, obviously have to go through and make sure that times are official, go through that process. And that's what we have going on here. And we'll have women's long jump podium presentation for you coming up here in just a moment. As we, again, we're waiting on Heat 1 results. Perhaps technology being a little pesky with us at the moment. Meanwhile, competitors for Heat 2 will get ready to go. Lane 1 will be Bluffton's Jalen Jackson. Lane 2, Hanover and Anthony Lloyd. In Lane 3, it'll be Franklin DJ Green. Lane 4, Franklin teammate Jackson Gents. Lane 5, Mount St. Joe and Kyle Evers Smith. Lane 6 will be Bluffton and Desmond Gist. He just got done with the hurdles. He'll be one to keep an eye on. In Lane 7, Rose Holman and Caleb Heldman. And then in Lane 8, Mount St. Joe and Jalen Range. We'll get Heat 1 results to you when they're available. Heat 2 is ready to go. They'll go on the gun. And here we'll have some results from Heat 2. So that's Kyle Evers Smith in first, Anthony Lloyd in second, Caleb Heldman in third with a 7-11, Jalen Jackson in fourth from Bluffton. Mount St. Joe, Kyle Evers Smith in first. In fifth, it was Jalen Range of Mount St. Joe at 7:30. Caleb Heldman, and then 7 and 8th, DJ Green, 8, Jackson Gent. For Kyle Evers Smith, coming in first in the heat, ensures he'll race again later tonight. His unofficial time of 6:96 would be faster than his time coming into the meet. For an HCAC record to be set in this event, you would need to put something faster than a 6:83. And while we wait for Heat 3, let's go back to the women's 60-meter prelims. We have results and racers for this evening. So here is your top 8 from the prelims in the women's 60-meter. Coming in at the top spot with a time of 7:89 was Kamaya Blair of Berea. Olivia Sparks of Transylvania came in second with a time of 7:92. That was a personal best for her. Rose Talbert and Alex Adams were in the 3 and 4 spots respectively for Rose Holman. Rose Talbert of Rose Holman ran a 7:98, and Alex Adams ran an 8:06. In fifth, their teammate, Narendra Semakula, finished with a time of 8:11. Those 3 Rose Holman teammates all had personal bests and will be racing tonight. In the 6th spot, it was Coco Truelove of Manchester at 8:15. Abby Rowe of Transylvania was in 7th with an 8:17, and rounding out the top 8, Jaleesa Herman of Berea with a time of 8:21. That's your top 8. Here we go. Heat 3, men's 60-meter dash. Lane 1, Caleb Collier-Smith of Berea. I'll get the rest of the competitors here after the race. They're about to go on the gun. And it looks like we had some kind of false start, possibly a gun going off that shouldn't have, so that gives me time to run down the lane assignments for Heat 3. So again, in Lane 1, it's Berea's Caleb Collier-Smith. In Lane 2, it'll be Manchester's Lavarian Campbell. Lane 3, it's Hanover's Brandon Bensouda. Lane 4, Manchester and Gentry Oliver. Lane 5, Berea and Narkis Sneed. Lane 6, Manchester and Kenneth Red. Lane 7, David Amika Ebay. And in Lane 8, It's Earlham's Micah Williams. And still experiencing some issues. Not a problem. College athletes used to a little adversity, used to having to be ready for anything. That's the case for Heat 3. And we'll get things sorted and situated down with our officials. We're getting perhaps an early indication that lane 1 had been disqualified. We'll confirm that. If that is the case, that would move our race down to 7. And as they line up, I only see 6 competitors, so definitely have to get some clarification and see who's left standing. But again, Heat 3, we're down to 6 racers. We think they're set. Almost ready. Here we go. We'll get an unofficial. Results. It's Brandon Bensuda of Hanover with a 6.97. Kenneth Redd of Manchester at 7.06 in second place. Third place, Oliver Gentry of Manchester. Fourth place, Campbell Lavarian. So again, Lavarian Campbell of Manchester in fourth, my apologies. Gentry Oliver was third. So fifth place, Caleb Collier Smith. And then sixth place was Narquise Sneed. And it was Brandon Bensuda, the freshman from Hanover, taking the top spot. Again, we'll get the final competitors for our men's 60-meter dash to you. Right now, we're going to go to the podium. We've got more awards presentations happening now. And as you can see there, Colton Nanko goes back-to-back. The sophomore from Rose-Hulman won last year's men's pole vault, getting recognized on the podium today. He jumped a height of 4.65 meters. Not too shabby from Mr. Nanko. He'll be happy with that result and happy with a conference championship as he poses on the podium. We'll have an interview with him in just a moment as he steps down and makes his way over towards our sideline with Kevin. All right, Kevin, we're ready for you down there with Colton Nanko.
All right, we're here back-to-back indoor pole vault.
Pretty keeps me warm, but definitely a great feat for me since I haven't had a PR in almost 2 years, and I was finally the first one. So, good way to do it.
Yeah,
Get a win.
Good way to lead into the next season, right? Your outdoor season. What's some goals for your outdoor season coming up?
Obviously, that last more reachable than I would have ever imagined. So, I think that's definitely now one of my goals. So,
awesome. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, Colton Nanko. Back-to-back. What a way to start a career. Indoor pole vault champion for the second straight year, the sophomore from Rose-Hulman. And we'll get the rest of those results to you. It was an event dominated by Rose. They got the top spot again, Colton Nanko with a jump of 4.65 meters. In second place was Sean Woods of Hanover at 4.35. Renner Barnes of Rose-Hulman was third place, rounding out the podium at 3.90. Fourth place, Colin Welsh of Rose-Hulman got a jump of 3.90. Quinn Johnson of Rose-Hulman and Andrew Cowlin of Rose-Hulman were 5.6 with jumps of 3.75 and 3.60 respectively. In seventh place was Alex Howard of Hanover with a jump of 3.45. Jalen Seco and Brady Glass of Anderson and Mount St. Joseph also had jumps of 3.45, and rounding out the top 10, scoring a point for Berea, was Dylan Gregg with a jump of 3.15. All right, we've come to a slight break in the action. Up next, it'll be the women's 4x200 meter relay, roughly starting here in about 5 minutes. We will take a break. You are watching the 2025 HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championship on HCAC.TV, powered by IndianaSRN.
I'm Samantha Huber. I'm a national security, political science, and criminal justice major. Coming out of high school, what I really wanted in a college was somewhere that I could pursue both political science, journalism, and also just the national security aspect of things, or security studies, but also that had lacrosse, because I really wanted to play lacrosse. And so I found that AU had all of those things, and that really attracted me to it. So over the summer, I lived and worked in DC for a little bit at US Customs and Border Protection in their Office of Intelligence, working to support intelligence products about migration and human smuggling from Lebanon and Syria. I wanted to do something that actually made a tangible difference and actually dealt with bigger issues. Not that other things aren't important, but I just wanted to do something where I could see the impact it would really make. Just working in both on the journalism side of things and then also on the government side of things, I've just been able to see how those two ends need to work together to really balance each other out and actually work well, and why they're both needed. So I'm the kind of person who's always looking for ways to better myself and to grow as a person and a student, and AU is definitely the best place to do that.
How do you prepare for a future that will be different than anyone can imagine? At Bluffton University, the answer is through the Bluffton Blueprint, a foundation which creates a core of resiliency. Featuring both traditional classroom learning and experiential components, the Bluffton Blueprint pushes you to look at your major and future in unexpected ways. With a 98% placement rate within 6 months of graduation, the Bluffton Blueprint provides a framework for life. Schedule your visit at bluffton.edu.
mean, this one has the official results, I think.
Yeah, where is that?
What is it? TimingMD.net.
Yeah, that's where I was at. This one?
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to Hanover College. Founded in 1827, Hanover is Indiana's oldest private four-year college. Hanover is a nationally recognized liberal arts college with core strengths in the natural and life sciences, education, and business. This breathtaking 650-acre campus sits on a bluff above the Ohio River in Hanover, Indiana. Hanover's approach to the liberal arts allows students to combine their academic interests. Students can even design their own majors. Students have so many opportunities to try classes, clubs, and other activities to pursue their passions. Students connect and get involved in so many ways, whether it be through classes, meals, athletics, and clubs, or even campus jobs. You definitely can find your niche right here at Hanover. Hanover really does have a place for you to be yourself and be known. Welcome to Hanover College. This is the College Tour.
Now it's just up to you to go visit the campus. Go Panthers.
And we're back. The HCAC 2025 Indoor Track and Field Championships live from Anderson University. It's been a great start to the day. We're already through a bevy of events. We're ready now for the women's 4x200 meter relay. A reminder, indoor track for those of you following along at home. The track is a 200 meter distance, so we'll do one lap around each. Our favorites entering this event with the fastest time are Rose Holman, team of Adams, Hernandez, Simakula, and Talbert. Transylvania not far behind. They'll be the second favorite on paper, Hubbard, Cox, Middleton, and Tan. Manchester also fast on paper with a time of 1:52 as we get ready to go, and there they go. And we will do this event in 2 heats. In Heat 1, we're looking at Berea, Bluffton, and Earlham. For Berea, you just saw Jakesha Lewis hand off to Sarah Knight. For Bluffton, you saw Kinsey Myers hand off to Amelia Adams. And for Earlham, it was Alex Ball handing off to Juliana Russell. Oh, here they come around leg 2. Again, section 1 of our women's 4x200 meter final. That's Berea pacing this first section. That's going to be Sarah Knight handing off to Peyton Potts. For Bluffton, it was Amelia Adams handing off to Kalia Carr. And Earlham in third place, it was Juliana Russell handing to Issa Sloan. So again, one lap around each for all 4 legs. That's Berea in first, and Potts, she'll hand off to Brianna Dowell. Try to finish things off for Berea. For Bluffton, that's Darby Dillon carrying the baton, and trying to run them both down is freshman Sammy West for Earlham. We've got a close one. That's Darby Dillon making the pass on Brianna Dowell. They're neck and neck coming around the back corner. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Dowell or Dillon? Oh, and we've got a lean. It looked like it was Darby Dillon of Bluffton as she goes to the track. Left it all out there, unofficially edged Brianna Dowell of Berea with a time of 1:56.83. We'll see if that holds up. Earlham finishing with a time of 2:00.60 to finish third. But again, it was Bluffton and Darby Dillon edging Brianna Dowell of Berea there at the end. A time of 1:56.83 for Berea. It was a time of 1:56.95. Unofficial. We'll wait for the call. But again, Section 1. So if you're keeping score at home, your 6th, 7th, and 8th place finishes respectively. Of course, assuming those times hold up in those spots. For Section 2, this is where the fast times of the season will be. If you were to set an HCAC record, you would have to beat the time of 1:46.07. That time set down by Transylvania back in 2016. Also, the facility record fell back in 2016 with a time of 1:45.12. And if you were interested in the fastest time this year in Division III, that was set by a team from Rowan on February 22nd. They put in a time of 1:40.75. So we'll see what the ladies come up with here. Again, this is the finals of the women's 4x200. Anderson will be in lane 2. In lane 3, it's Hanover. Lane 4, Manchester. Lane 5, Rose Holman, and lane 6, Transylvania. One lap around each for each woman in their respective leg. 4 legs. Rose Holman with the top time coming in, but just off the pace, Transylvania. And here we go. The ladies are ready to go. Waiting for the gun. And they're off. Moving quickly into first is Rose. All the way out in front. A great start for Rose Holman. That's Alex Adams handing off to Ileana Hernandez. She'll try to keep the lead. Not far behind, Manchester and Coco Trulove handing off to Jayana Blakely. For Anderson, it was Katie Rittberger handing off to Brooklyn Van Buskirk. Hanover's Emma Gill handed off to Natalie Day. And Transylvania, Lauren Hubbard handed off to Hannah Cox as they come around. The third handoff, it's Rose Holman still in control, followed by Manchester and then Hanover, Transylvania, and Anderson. For Rose Holman, it's Emma Johns. Keeping that lead. Manchester, it's Emma Robles trying to chase her down. It won't be easy. As the final handoff for Rose, it's Rose Talbert. We know she's got some wheels. She's moving around that final lap. Manchester in second, that's Anna Joseph. For Hanover, Kennedy Lakins got the handoff from Anna Stanfield. Transylvania trying to keep pace. It's Peyton Tan. And it'll be Rose Talbert getting the job done for Rose Holman in first place, followed by Manchester. Third place, Hanover able to hold off Transylvania. Anderson, Michaela Korn will round out the top 5. We'll see what kind of times unofficially we get. Right now, still waiting for those times to update. Again, Rose Holman finishing first. More conference success. We'll wait for those results to come in, but we know for sure it was Rose Holman getting first place. Again, this the women's 4x200 meter relay. Able to hold off Manchester in second place. And then Hanover in third. Transylvania was right behind Hanover in fourth place. Time still not quite official. So next up, it'll be the men's version, 4x200 meter relay. And I think we finally have some times rolling in here. By finally, I mean the anticipation as we get this time of 1:46.26 for Rose Holman. Just, oh my goodness. 0.2 of a second off of the HCAC record of 1:46.07, but again, a time of 1:46.26 for Rose. Quite an accomplishment, a conference championship for those ladies again. That was the team of Alex Adams, Ileana Hernandez, Emma Johns, and Rose Talbert, finishing with a time 1:46.26. Well done, Rose Holman. Up next on our broadcast will be the men's 4x200 meter relay. That'll happen in 2 sections as well. In the first section, we'll see Transylvania in lane 3, Berea in lane 4, Manchester in lane 5, and Anderson in lane 6. For Transylvania in lane 3, it'll be Trace Morris, Berea lane 4, Narquise Sneed, Manchester lane 5, Kenneth Red, and Anderson lane 6, Jalen Seco. Same format, obviously, as our women's 4x200. 1 lap each for the men. Again, the women's 4x200. Rose Holman, your champions today, holding off Manchester and Hanover. Once we have podium presentations for those teams, we'll head there and get an interview with our very own Kevin Kuntz. But for now, we get ready for the men's 4x200 meter relay. And they're off. Last year, the HCAC record was set by Rose Holman. We'll see if they can get the job done again. We'll have to wait until Section 2 to see Rose Holman in action. For now, we're watching Manchester's Kenneth Red hand off to Gentry Oliver. And in early first place, Berea in second in this heat. Narkis Sneed handing off to David Amika Ibe. Transylvania's Trace Morris handed off to Marcurius Hill, and then Anderson's Jalen Seco handed off to Elijah Stiers. As they're already coming around for the second handoff. This is leg 3, still Manchester in control. That's Laverian Campbell getting the handoff, followed by Berea's Eddie Weaver. In third, it's Anderson's Joaquin Batista, while Dalen Thomas rounds out the top 4. Again, Section 1, Manchester with a significant lead. The final handoff. It'll be Brian Billingsley, a freshman on this anchor. For Berea, Zion Clay finishing things off. For Anderson, it's Max Soljak. And Transylvanian's Evan Barker will try to chase them all down, but he's not going to get to Manchester. For Manchester, they're going to finish first in this Section 1, the men's 4x200. Nice job. Berea and Anderson, it's down to the wire. Who will it be? It's Berea with the lean. And Transylvania will round out our 4-place finishers. And we'll be ready again for this 4x200 meter final. We had a record set just last year by Rose Holman. The team of Brackett, Cox, Lemons, and Hobbs. 2 of those 4 are back in action today. Jack Cox, and you'll see Ian Lemons on the anchor leg, trying to go back-to-back conference championships. If they're going to get it done, they'll have to hold off Hanover, the team of Brandon Bensuda, Jaden Inderly, Blaine Eisen, and Layden Adair. They'll be in lane 3. Mount St. Joseph's also with a formidable team. Jalen Range, Kendrick Shearer, Diego Yun, and Kyle Evers-Smith. Bluffton also with a time only 1 second off the conference record. It's Jalen Jackson, Devin Homan, Russell Liu, and Desmond Gist as the anchor. That could be exciting coming down the stretch. And then for Franklin, they'll try to get in the mix as well. Steven Scott, Braden Wilkins, Nathan Bujaclesia, and Logan McIntosh. This should be an exciting race. Rose, the defending champions, last year's team, half of them are back. The record holders, they're only coming in with the 5th fastest time moving into this event. Anybody's race, the 4x200. As the athletes get ready. We have some team updates here coming your way shortly as well. And they're ready to roll. Here we go. The runners are on their marks. We wait for the gun. Crowd building nicely here as we hit the midway point. Of today's event. They're ready to go. The men's 4x200 meter relay is off. And we'll see how things play out here early. So far, it's tight as they move into the first handoff. Looks like the first handoff is going to be an early advantage, Mount St. Joe, but Hanover as well off to a blazing start on the outside. It's Franklin rounding out the top three. Rose Holman all the way in fifth. Again, you're defending champions in this event, record holders in this event. We'll see if they can close the gap. Right now it's Hanover out to a massive lead. And here we go, leg three. Hanover. Hanover, Bluffton, Franklin, Mount St. Joe, Rose. That's your order, 1, 2, 3, 4. And coming around the final, Hanover, Bluffton, Mount St. Joe's trips. We'll have to see how we play out here at the end. A close finish. And there's reason for excitement unofficially, 1:30.18 if it stands. It would be an HCAC record. Will it hold? We're waiting for those results to come in, but that first result we see, if it's Hanover, if it holds, the team of Brandon Bensuda, Jaden Enderly, Blaine Eisen, Layden Adair. Unofficially right now, a time of 1:30.18. It would be a conference record. While we wait, we'll kick it down to Kevin. He's with one of our athletes. Take it away, Kevin.
We are here. Try this again. We are here with the long jump indoor women's champion, Ashaya Maddox with Berea College. You are the first Berea athlete to win a conference championship in HCAC. How does that feel?
Pretty good. I'm excited to see what everybody else does too.
Have any more events today, or are you just in the long jump?
Yes, sir. I got 4 more events.
Can you tell us what those are?
I have high jump, 4 and 200 meter.
All right. Well, good luck to you and your teammates.
Jump.
Here you go. You're going to be a busy girl today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Awesome work, Kevin, down there with our long jump champion, Ashaya Maddox from Berea, getting, as Kevin alluded to, the first conference title for Berea since they moved this year into the HCAC. Great job, Ashaya. The top 3 in that event. Jakisha Lewis of Berea, her teammate, also helping get Berea some points in the team competition. Rounding out the top 3 was Princess Robinson from Earlham. And 4th was Jernisha Lewis from Berea. Kennedy Lakins of Hanover got 5th. Jayana Blakely of Manchester got 6th. Audrey Edwards of Rose-Hulman got 7th. Mary Hall of Transylvania 8th. London Fraser of Mount St. Joe's 9. And Emma Gill of Hanover got 10th. That is your top 10 in the women's long jump. So our official results, we know it was Hanover in the men's 4x200 meter. Next up on the schedule is the women's mile run. We've still got the podium presentation for the women's 4x200 coming your way. Interviews with Kevin to follow. And we'll try to get you the official results from that men's 2x400 meter as well, and then some team updates to go along with the action. Here we go. The women's mile run, always exciting. And they're off. And the announcer making note, we do have 2 sections of the mile run. Of course, this section 1. So section 2 to come here in roughly 10 minutes. While we're off and running, I'll give you a rundown of who's running for the women's 1 mile section 1, then I'll hit some of those team results. So on the track as we speak, it's sophomore from Rose-Hulman, Vianney Garcia. From Transylvania, it's Maggie Simmons. Mount St. Joseph, Cecilia Eschman. From Berea, it's Crystal Cornwell. Anderson, Jasmine Benjamin. Earlham, Sammy West. Earlham, Akiko Tajima. For Franklin, Bailey Kennedy is on the track. Anderson's Vianna Jones. And for Franklin, it's Anna Cecil. That's your 10 runners currently on the track. Again, section 1, heat 1 of this women's 1 mile run. We'll have section 2 here in about 8 minutes. In the meantime, we will pull up some of our results. First, starting with our most recent finish. That was the men's 4x200 meter exciting finish. It was Hanover coming in with an HCAC and season best. A record for the HCAC, a time of 1:30:18. Again, that was the team from Hanover. Brandon Bensuda, Jaden Enderly, Blaine Eisen, and Lade Nader. Well done, fellas, from Hanover. In second place, Bluffton had a time of 1:31:59. Rose-Hulman finished in third with a time of 1:32:08. Mount St. Joseph's was fourth with a time of 1:32:12. Franklin finished in fifth with a time of 1:32:34. And then Manchester finished in sixth at 1:32:51. That was their season's best time. Rounding out the top 8 was Berea and Anderson, before Transylvania finished in ninth. So again, an HCAC record goes down, our first one of the day. That's the men's 4x200 meter race, and it's Hanover this time getting their names etched in the record books. All right, we're going to move to the podium. It's the women's long jump. And again, you get a look at that women's long jump podium. We just interviewed the champion. That was Ashia Maddox, Jakisha Lewis, and Princess Robinson. Now exiting their trip on the podium. Well done, ladies. As we mentioned there, history for Berea, their first conference championship claimed since joining the HCAC. Goes in the books for Ashaya Maddox. We've got a team update as well. Right now, an intriguing race playing out in the women's side. We're through 4 of 17 scored events. So far, we've got 2 teams tied at the top. It's Berea and Hanover right now with 37 points. Manchester in third with 23. Rose-Hulman, your defending champions by over 100 points last year, currently sitting in fourth at 19 points. Transylvania in fifth with 13. Earlham in sixth with 10 points. Mount St. Joseph's in seventh with 8 points. Bluffton in eighth with 4 points. Franklin in ninth with 3 points. And Anderson rounding out the top 10 with 2 points. If we move to the men's side, it's one-sided early. Rose-Hulman has jumped out to a large lead. They're in first with 74 points. This is through 6 of 17 scored events. Manchester is in second place with 46 points. Hanover is in third place with 43 points. Anderson and Franklin are tied for fourth with 20 points each. Bluffton is in sixth place with 17 points. Mount St. Joseph's is in seventh place with 5 points. Berea is in eighth place with 4 points. Earlham is right there with them with 4 points, and Transylvania rounds out the top 10 with 1 point. In the men's, we're through the men's 5,000 meter, the 4x200 meter relay, the distance medley, high jump, pole vault, and weight throw. In the women's, we're through only 4 events so far. That's the women's 5,000, the women's 4x200 meter relay, the women's distance medley, and the women's long jump. Right now, you're watching the first section of the women's 1 mile run. The racers will cross the finish line here in section 1. After this, we'll move to section 2. That'll be just a moment. We still have a few runners finishing up their mile runs. While we conclude that race, let's go back and look at some field results. We've given you the podium for the women long jump. If we go through the top 10, again, it was Berea taking the top 2 spots. Ashaya Maddox, Jakisha Lewis, then Princess Robinson of Earlham was in third place. Jarnisha Lewis of Berea in fourth. Kennedy Lakins of Hanover in the 5th spot. If you're just joining us, we are through nearly half of today's event. We started with the women's 5,000 meter run, moved into the men's version. We followed that up with women's and men's version of the distance medley relay. We're through both of those events. We had semifinals for the men's 60 meter hurdles and women's and men's 60 meter dashes. And then we are through the women's the women's and men's 4x200 meter relay. You're currently watching the women's mile run. Section 1 of 2. In this section 1, it was Maggie Simmons of Transylvania taking the top spot with a time of 5:55. While they get the results compiled here, our section 2 racers will make their way to the start-finish line. In second, it was Correa Cornwell of Berea was third. West of Earlham was fourth. Tajima of Earlham was fifth. Edmond in sixth. Kennedy from Franklin finished seventh. Jones of Anderson in eighth. And Cecil from Franklin rounds out the top 9. Again, that was section 1 of 2 in this women's 1 mile run. Up next, we'll move into our final, where our top times of the season reside. Our fastest time coming in belongs to sophomore Jocelyn Onstadt from Rose Holman. She ran a 5:19:04 coming into today's event. For Berea, Madison Stonestreet is your second seed, and they're getting ready to go. Also racing, Manchester's Ava Egolf, Manchester's Chesney Miller, Hanover's Paige Wildman, Transylvania's Sophie Richards, Earlham's Cleo Saltz, Bluffton's Sarah Smith, Transylvania's Emily Gaudrin, Hanover's Izzy McLozick, Franklin's Fiona Sodrell, and Rose Holman's Kaylee Lane. 8 laps to complete this 1 mile race. It's Berea out in front early. That's Madison Stonestreet setting the pace. Not far behind, it's Jocelyn Onstadt. You know Jocelyn Onstadt, if you were with us last year, she is last year's 1 mile run conference champion. As she'll look to keep pace. As they come around the back stretch on lap 2. And it's still Berea out in front. They'll move around in lap 3. Not much has changed. You've still got Madison Stonestreet out in front. Jocelyn Onstadt is on her heels, and a whole pack of ladies looking to make their mark. Eight ladies packed within the first, within 2 seconds of each other. Right now, as we move into the quarter mark of this mile race. If you were going to make the top 10 list, HCAC all time, you would need a time of at least 5:12:17. The top mark of 4:57:19. It was set back in 2005 by Franklin runner Robin Burns. And Onstadt has made her move. Will she be content to lead the pack through the rest of this race? Only time will tell. But right now, she's setting the pace. In second place right now, it's Paige Wildman from Hanover. Ava Egolf of Manchester. Chesney Miller and Madison Stonestreet still hanging around in that pack. While they hit the near midway mark, we're going to kick it down to Kevin. He's with our Rose Holman ladies, the 4x200 winners. Take it away,
we're back
Kevin.
Here on the track with the indoor 2025 indoor champions from Rose Holman. 200. Dominant win, ladies. Can you talk to me about the race?
Well, you know, we just wanted to go out there, do our best, put it all out there. Today's all about the team, and that's what we're about.
You guys set the tone early in that race, and then at the end there was really no competition. So that was an awesome, dominant win for you ladies, and hopefully you guys got some more events coming today.
Yes, I have the 60 hurdles.
Good luck, ladies.
Thank you.
Good job, Kevin and Rose Holman, 4x200 champions. We're back here. It's Jocelyn Onstadt. Hearing the bell. 1 lap to go. Right now, she's ahead of Chesney Miller and Ava Egolf, the duo from Manchester. Not far behind, it's Madison Stonestreet. Holding off Paige Wildman for 5th place. But again, we've got eyes on Jocelyn Onstadt. She'll be coming around looking for back-to-back conference championships. Can she hold her off? It looks like she's going to be able to. That final kick. And it's Onstadt, followed by Chesney Miller of Manchester. And in 3rd place, Ava Egolf. And then Madison Stonestreet, followed by Paige Wildman. That is your top 5. So again, it's Jocelyn Onstadt, Chesney Miller of Manchester, Ava Egolf of Manchester, Madison Stonestreet from Berea, and Paige Wildman of Hanover, your 1 through 5 finishers. Here in this women's 1 mile. No conference record falling here today, but no small feat. Jocelyn Onstadt goes back-to-back championships. Scores some big points for Rose Holman in the team race as well. Not far from now, we'll have an update on your men's 4x200 meter relay. Record-setting performance. They should be hitting the podium at any time. Once they do, we'll have interviews with Kevin. We'll hear from that record-setting foursome. After this, we'll move into the men's mile run.
In the men's 1 mile run, we will have 3 sections.
Our men's mile run today will be comprised of 3 sections. 33 competitors, all vying for that conference championship. To give you an idea of how fast these young men are running, the slowest seed time on all 33 of those competitors is a 5:48.89. That is quite a pace these gentlemen are setting as we're off here. On the track for you now, we'll go through the lineup. It's Franklin's freshman Zachary Schroeder. Also for Franklin, Trevor Newby. Berea's Nelson Junik-Swa. Hanover's RJ Tulls. Anderson's Micah Stacy. Anderson's Ryan Knoll. Earlham's Alinim Rojas Hernandez. Hanover, Owen Rogers. Earlham, Michaels Pacheco. Mount St. Joseph's Nathan Kovac, and Earlham's Jackson Roth. Again, this is the first of 3 sections for this men's mile run, with a start time of 4:15. We're right on track, right on pace. And as they go, we'll get you the full results from that women's mile run that just took place. So in that women's mile run,
finishing in second place, in a time of 1:31.59, the team from Lufkin.
well, we'll come back. They're not quite compiled yet, so we'll stick here. Again, section 1 of 3, men's 1 mile.
And the 2025 HCAC champions in men's 4x200 meter relay, the time of 1:30.18, which breaks the current standing HCAC record.
Yeah, and we'll take it to the podium, recognizing HCAC record holders now. The Hanover men, 4x200. We'll kick it down to Kevin here in just a moment for an interview with our record holders. All right, we're ready. Down with Kevin. He's with the record holders.
All right, we're here with the 2025 indoor champions in the 4x200 meter relay. Congratulations, guys. You set a new conference record today.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
How hard? Talk to me about how hard it is to run against the clock like that, because your opponent was in the first section of the race, so you guys had to come out and really run against the clock.
We attribute it to faith, family, and friendship. This is something we do every day. It's just reps. We didn't want to make a mountain out of a molehill. This is something that we do all the time, and it's a tribute to our great coach. We had to return from last year, kind of falling into 4th place, and we want to come back this year and get the win. So,
congratulations, guys. Good job.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, great job, Kevin. How cool is that? 4th place last year, all the way up to 1st, giving credit to God and their preparation and their coach. Moving into 1st place this year and a new conference record again. The men's 4x200 champ from Hanover. Well done, fellas. Now we're in the middle of the men's 1 mile. First of 3 sections. And we're on the final lap. We'll see who comes around first. It's looking like it might be a Manchester runner. See if we can't get eyes. If that's a Franklin runner, my apologies. Zachary Schroeder coming in. Followed by half the field. Well done, Zachary. He was able to get in under 5 minutes along with our next place finishers. So Zachary Schroeder is in with that time, 4:49 unofficially. We'll see who else rounds out the top 5. RJ Thalls, second place. Nelson Zunic-Swa for Berea in 3rd. As we wait for the rest of the results to pile in.
Section number 2 of the men's 1 mile
So in fourth, it was Ryan Knoll of Anderson. Fifth, Trevor Newby of Franklin. Anderson's Micah Stacy in sixth. Seventh, Michael Pacheco of Earlham. Owen Rogers of Hanover in eighth place. To round out the top 8 in section 1 of the men's 1 mile run. We do now have results from the women's 1 mile to give you. We'll get those to you shortly after section 2 of the men's 1 mile has begun. Running in section 2 for Rose Holman, it's Hammond Law. Manchester, Will Coggins. Rose Holman, it's Cole Brewer. For Anderson, David Stansberry. For Rose Holman, Bryce Lloyd. For Manchester, Cole Davies. For Manchester, Logan Ferris. Franklin, Elliott Go. Transylvania, Cooper Chandler. And for Mount St. Joe's, Jacob Miller. The slowest seed time in this event for section 2, 4:45. The fastest, 4:34. So I would expect these gentlemen to stay somewhat bunched. And we're ready now to go down again to Kevin, or will be shortly. He's there with a back-to-back champ from our women's mile. That's Jocelyn Onstadt.
Okay, with the 2025 indoor mile champion, Jocelyn Onstadt from Rose Holman, and what a great finish race.
It went out pretty slow, but I was able to hold it off at the end.
Yeah, the girl from Manchester really pushed you there last lap, and just kind of talk about what you threw.
She was behind me the entire race, and I just kept motivate me.
This is, for Jocelyn, this is back-to-back conference championships for her in the mile indoor. Will we see you in any other races later today?
I'm in the 800 and the 4x4.
All right, maybe we'll talk to you again then.
All right, well done, Jocelyn Onstadt again. Sophomore, back-to-back conference championships in the mile run. Incredible accomplishment, incredible start to what we know will end up being a storied career. All right, now we're in the middle of section 2 of 3 in this men's mile run. We'll have a third section here coming up shortly. As they make their way around. And as promised, let's get those results from the women's 1 mile race. We'll go 1 through 10, starting at the top. You just heard from Jocelyn Onstadt of Rose Holman, finishing her campaign in the mile run indoor season 5:19.04. In second place was Madison Stonestreet of Berea at 5:19.68. Third was Ava Egolf of Manchester at 5:19.70. Chesney Miller of Manchester was fourth at 5:21.85. Paige Wildman of Hanover was in fifth place at 5:25.14. Sophie Richards of Transylvania was in sixth at 5:29.76. Cleo Saltz of Earlham had a 5:32.96. In eighth place was Sarah Smith of Bluffton, 5:33.66. In ninth place, Emily Gaudrin of Transylvania, 5:48.39. And rounding out the top 10, Izzy McLozick of Hanover at a time of 5:49.88. Again, your women's 1 mile results. And we'll kick it here shortly to the podium for the women's 1 mile, perhaps. We'll let you know when they're ready to go. But we do have a team update in the meantime after the women's 1 mile run scores have been added in. You've got Berea now in sole first place with 42 points. Hanover in second with 41. Manchester in third with 37. And Rose Holman in fourth at 29. Again, that's your top 4 in the women's race today. That's through 5 of 17 scored events. So far, they've got in the 1 mile run, the 5,000 meter, the 4x200 relay, the women's distance medley, and the women's long jump. And we will kick it to our podium. The women's 1 mile. Well done, ladies. The top 3 of the 1 mile officially in the books. As we watch Section 2 of the men's 1 mile wrap up. And we'll head into Section 3 of 3. We expect some fireworks. It's going to be heavily populated with runners from Rose-Hulman and Manchester. We'll go through the lineup here as we finish things off in Section 2. Once we get you results from Section 2. So it was Will Coggins of Manchester finishing first, Hammond Law of Rose-Hulman in second, Cole Davies, Manchester, Logan Ferris of Manchester in fourth, David Stansberry of Anderson in fifth, Elliot Caw of Franklin in sixth, Jacob Miller in seventh of Mount St. Joe's, Bryce Lloyd of Rose-Hulman, and then that rounds out your top 8. We're ready now. We've got another athlete ready to be interviewed. We'll kick it down to Kevin.
All right, we're the weight throw 2025 female weight throw champion Carly Camp, her third all-conference. Can you just talk about winning this for three times?
It's definitely been absolutely amazing. I have great teammates that cheer me on. Our conference is...
Next up on the track is the third and final section of the event, 1 mile run.
For women and the...
But Carly set the distance throw of 16.
Gonna get 17, not today, but you know what? I wasn't expecting that today. I wanted, the 1677, and we went out and we went hard, so I'm proud of myself.
Still have what, shot put left today?
Yeah.
All right, well, good luck in the shot put.
Thank you.
All right, our women's weight throw champion, great stuff. Carly Camp. Almost getting to 17. She got all the way to 16.99 on her throw. Well done, Carly. HCAC record. Lots to be proud of. We'll get those results for you here in just a bit. But in the meantime, we've got the final, the men's 1 mile. Here's who's on the track. We've got Gavin Byerly of Manchester. Connor Havens, your second place finisher in last year's event, is out on the track as well. For Rose-Hulman, they have a plethora of athletes running. Carter Linfelt, they have Wyatt Starkey, Eric Stuber, Drew Campbell, and Logan Buckmaster. For Transylvania, Nate Berry. Manchester also has Brendan Oden, and then Hanover has Connor Watson. That is your final out here for the men's 1 mile. We'll see who gets out to an early jump and who can get this event in the books. They'll scoot pretty quick. Fastest seed time belonged to Gavin Byerly of Manchester. He had a 4:15.50 coming into today's meet. Connor Havens, again, we mentioned, was second place last season. 4:17.95 was his time coming in. We'll see if they can keep pace.
Finishing in 7th place from Manchester, Charlotte Wilson. Finishing in 6th place, Carolina Perez Snyder of Rose-Hulman. In 5th place from Mount St. Joseph, Madeline Hundo. In 4th from Manchester, Abby Kohler. And your top 3 finishers in the women's weight throw. In 3rd place from Hanover College with a throw of 14.41 meters, that's 47.83.5 inches.
We're definitely on record watch today. The HCAC record of 4:20:17 set by Brandon Lawyer in 2016. We'll head to the women's weight throw podium as you get a good look at our top three in the weight throw. Well done, ladies. Now back live, this is the men's mile run. Last year's champion, Enrique Salazar. A name we called often. Perhaps paving the way for teammate Connor Havens this year, although Gavin Byerly would like to get in on the mix. We'll see if they can hold off all of our Rose Holman competitors, along with Transylvania's Nate Berry right now holding the lead. He'll be fine being out front. There's only 2 laps to go. Who's it going to be? Right now, it's Nate Berry. You can hear the crowd start to make some noise. It's Nate Berry, it's Connor Havens, it's Carter Lindfelt, it's Gavin Byerly. That's your top 4 moving into the final. Can we have an upset? Maybe not so much of an upset, but one you would have thought Manchester would come away with. Can Nate Berry hold on? Not so fast. Here comes the kick from the Manchester duo. They're going to finish 1-2. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Connor Havens and Gavin Byerly, 1-2. Nate Berry coming in 3rd place, and Carter Lindfeld of Rose Holman rounding out the top 4. Unofficially times of 4:26, so no HCAC records will fall today. Blazing fast times nonetheless, as we get your unofficial results filing in. Connor Havens, your conference champ. Gavin Byerly in 2nd place. 3rd place was Nate Berry of Transylvania. Carter Lindfeld of Rose Holman in 4th. Connor Watson of Hanover in 5th place. Dallin Nunn of Transylvania 6th. Eric Stenber of Rose Holman in 7th. Will and Wyatt Starley Brennan Owen in 10th. Logan Buckmaster of Rose Holman and Drew Campbell of Rose Holman round out the top 12. Coming up next, again, we just concluded the men's mile run. We are moving right along here. The 2025 HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championship. You won't want to miss what we have in store. At 4:45, we'll have the women's 60-meter hurdle final. And at 4:55, we'll have the men's 60-meter hurdle final. Sure to be some fireworks in both of those races. Right now, we'll take a break. Again, you're watching the 2025 HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championships on HCAC TV, powered by IndianaSRN.
Well, I knew I wanted to go to a smaller school because my high school was a small high school, and I really valued good connections with teachers where you can get the help that you need, and I didn't want to be overwhelmed in a class setting. My name's Eloise. I'm from Chicago. I went to North Shore Country Day School, and then I took a gap year, so then I'll be going to Earlham this fall. I honestly didn't expect to to be in the Midwest or to be in Earlham, but it ended up being the right choice for me when it came down to it. The big event that sold me pretty much on Earlham was meeting the professors and getting to talk with them and realizing that because I'm really interested in animal behavior, animal research, and things like that, and for me it was always hard to make sure that that was something I would be able to find in college, but I was able to talk to professors who had the same interests as me, and I knew I would be able to pursue a lot of my interests here and do research projects with professors who are passionate about the same things. I think just generally one of the other things that stuck out to me was the community that Earlham has, and I'd gotten a bit of an insight on that just because my English teacher in high school is an alum of Earlham, and so she was able to tell me about what kind of community it is and how even returning years later her professor recognized her and they immediately were able to reconnect again, and just being able to have those close connections with professors like I did with my English teacher, where it's not much of a hierarchy and you can have that conversation, those discussions, and you can talk to them a bit as friends, but also get advice from them, help them guide you in your life and everything. And I think it's really cool just being able to call professors by their first names and how there's no hierarchy there. I think that's really interesting to create kind of a utopia almost of a great supporting community to live in.
All right, welcome back. We're ready to kick it down to Kevin. He's got one of our athletes down at the podium.
100.
We're good? All right. We're back here again with Connor Havens picking up his second conference championship today in the men's mile. Just kind of walk me through that last lap, man. Things really picked up.
Yeah, it was very slow at the start. Connor Watson kind of set the pace for us, and then we were just trying to be patient and get ready for the barn burner at the end of that mile. Because obviously our top three here are doubling back two in the 8 or maybe the 3K. And then thanks to Gavin Byerly for one of the best milers in the nation or in the region. Set the pace too in the middle of that. And then a surprising move by Nate Berry, who made a press earlier than I expected. That last 600, 400 to go, which usually he goes the last 100 with his nasty kick. So it was probably our toughest event. So and I'm just glad we got the points. And Gavin and I just cruised it in there. So, and our one of our teammates, Will, got 6 scored points from us in the second heat. So it's a good day, Chester.
Yeah. So far, good day for you. 2 events, 2 championships. You got what? One more event or 2?
Just one more, yeah. And then we'll finish it there, and then hopefully we can catch back up the rows.
All right. Congratulations, Connor. Great job.
Well done, Connor. Great accomplishment, conference championship, backing up his runner-up finish from last year with a championship in his senior year. Well done. You could hear him, too, talking about the importance of this team meet. He wants to catch Rose Holman and bring home that team championship. So close last year. We'll see if Manchester can pull through as they move through the events as we move into the second half of today's coverage. Up next, starting shortly, we'll have the women's 60-meter hurdle final, followed by the men's 60-meter hurdle final. Should be exciting. Full of action. And we'll move to the podium for our men's mile run.
And now a two-time HCAC champion today from Manchester University for the time 4:26.09, Connor Havens.
All right. And there's your top three. Again, the men's 1 mile. Connor Havens taking home the hardware, 4:26.09. Second place was Gavin Byerly, 4:26.56. Third place for Transylvania, Nate Berry at 4:28.06. Carter Linfelt got fourth for Rose Holman, 4:29.00. Fifth was Connor Watson of Hanover, 4:30.01. Will Coggins got sixth for Manchester, 4:30.09. Seventh was Dalton Nunn of Transylvania, 4:31.11. Eric Stuber finished eighth for Rose Holman. Will Boshin got ninth, and Hammond Law all from Rose. Round out your top 10 in the men's mile run. Women's 60-meter hurdle is up next. We're ready for the final. And 7 runners. Lane 1 will be Nurindwa Simakula for Rose Holman. Lane 2, Natalie Day, Hanover. Lane 3, Katie Rittberger from Anderson. Lane 4, Coco Truelove of Manchester. Lane 5, Jaleesa Herman of Berea. Lane 6, Anna Stanfield of Hanover. And Lane 7, Brooklyn Van Buskirk of Anderson. They're almost ready to go. They'll go on the gun. And here they go. That's a Rose Holman runner. It's Nirindwa Simakula. The only question is, will the time hold up? Record time for the HCAC set in 2020. With a time of 8:90, not to be today for the HCAC record, but a conference championship nonetheless. For Narendwa Simakula of Rose Holman. In second was Coco Truelove of Manchester. Natalie Day got third for Hanover. Anna Stanfield came in fifth. I'll get you that fourth place finish. So again, Simakula, Truelove, 1-2, Day, and it was Katie Rittberger of Anderson in fourth, then Anna Stanfield of Hanover, fifth place. Jaleesa Herman in sixth, and Brooklyn Van Buskirk of Anderson rounds out the top 7. That's your women's 60-meter hurdle. As Rose scores a big 10 points in the team event as well. And we'll take a quick break. We'll come back with the men's 60-meter hurdle final. we're back. Kevin is with our women's 60-meter hurdle winner, Narindra Semakula. Take it away, Kevin.
All right, we're back live with Narindra, the 60 hurdles champion here from Rose-Hulman. Dominant race, kid. That was unbelievable.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Where's that time stand up so far in the indoor season?
It's part of my season's best. It's not quite my PR, but it's up there.
Well, congratulations. You have any more events today?
I do. I have the 60 finals and the 200.
That's right. You were part of the relay team that won for Rose-Hulman as well, right?
Yes, I was.
All right. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Narindra Semakula, her second championship of the day. Again, earlier part of that 4x200 meter relay championship for the ladies. We're getting ready for the men's 60-meter hurdle final. So we'll have the starting list for you. And we'll go down the list here. In lane 1, it's going to be Luke Hommel of Hanover. Lane 2, William Fleck of Rose-Hulman. Lane 3, Logan Phillips of Rose-Hulman. Lane 4, Desmond Gist of Bluffton. His time earlier today, just a couple hundredths of a second off of what would be a conference record, so keep an eye on lane 4. Grady Shea in lane 5, races for Hanover. In lane 6, it's Chris Renee of Manchester. Lane 7, Quincy Gibson from Berea. And in lane 8, James DeMarco of Rose-Hulman. We'll get things going here in just a minute. Meanwhile, if you're keeping track at home, the men's team race now is through 7 of 17 scored events. Rose-Hulman sits on top with 80 points, Manchester in second with 67, and Hanover in third with 47. Those three teams have substantial leads over fourth and fifth, Anderson and Franklin respectively. And women, right now, Manchester, after 6 events, in first place with 62. Hanover in second with 47, and Berea in third with 42. We'll head now to the podium for the women's 60-meter hurdle.
In second place for Manchester University, a time of 9:83, Coco Trula. And your 2025 HCAC champion in the women's 60-meter hurdles from Rose-Hulman, a time of 9:27, Narindra Semakula.
Well done, ladies. The podium you see there, the women's 60-meter hurdles. And we already heard earlier from Kevin, our sideline reporter on the day. That's 2 championships already for the leading lady from Rose-Hulman. We'll see. She's in 2 events later today. We'll see if she can add to her total. But not before we see the men's 60-meter hurdle final. We're almost set. Perhaps you weren't with us when we went through the lineup just a few moments ago, so we'll do it again. Lane 1 will be Luke Hommel for Hanover. In lane 2, William Fleck of Rose-Hulman. Lane 3, Logan Phillips of Rose. Lane 4, Desmond Gist of Bluffton. Grady Shea of Hanover is in lane 5. Lane 6, Chris Renee of Manchester. Lane 7, Quincy Gibson. And in lane 8, James DeMarco of Rose-Hulman. If you were going to make the top 10 list in this event, you would need a time underneath 8.50. Desmond hit that mark earlier today with an 8.20. The HCAC record is 8.17 by Sutton Coleman of Rose-Hulman. That happened over a decade ago in 2012. The facility record here at Anderson is 8.01 by Juan Scott. That mark was set in 2017. The runners are getting their final warm-up jumps, stretches in. They're almost ready to start. Will it be Desmond Gist, or will it be somebody else? We're about to find out. Here we go. And they're off. So smooth over the hurdles is Desmond Gist. He's going to get the job done. What will his time be? As we await the final tally. We await the results. It was Desmond Gist unofficially. And a time of 8:33. No HCAC record, but a blazing time nonetheless for Desmond Gist. He was the conference champion last year. He's going to go back-to-back in this one, and we'll run down the top 6 here as these official results start to stream in. Again, first place for Bluffton's Desmond Gist. Second was Grady Shea of Hanover. Third place, William Fleck of Rose-Hulman. Chris Renee of Manchester in fourth place. Logan Phillips for Rose in fifth. Quincy of Berea in sixth. James DeMarco of Rose in seventh. Luke Hamill of Hanover in eighth place. And that is your top 8 final finishers, the men's 60-meter hurdles. Up next will be the women's 400-meter dash. We're about 5 minutes away from that one. We'll go ahead and take another break. We'll be right back. You're watching the HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championships on HCAC.TV, powered by IndianaSRN.
1926, the Sisters of Charity created the first BSN program here at Mount St. Joseph University. The nursing major is special because it's supported by our other liberal arts programs and departments. Our success is their success. They really cheer for us.
We are very close and we all support each other, and we're also supported by other majors around campus, and they kind of recognize the difficulty of our classes and they support us in those.
Even though our program is small, we are still very innovative and creative in our thinking, our strategic planning, and our actions. We're very student focused and education focused.
As a student, I had an experience where I struggled on a test, and then on the next test I did extremely well, and my professor called me aside and she said, "I'm so proud of you, you did so well," and I just don't think that's an experience you would have at another school or in a larger setting.
The benefits of our BSM program is our 100% employment rate. Over the past 4 years, our students who graduate from this program have first-time licensure pass rates well above the national average.
And when you go out in the community and we're in our clinical settings, they know the name of Mount St. Joseph University and the type of nurses that it brings.
All right, we're here with Kenny Red from Manchester, back-to-back indoor champion in long jump. Why don't you talk to me about today's event, how you felt you did?
It felt pretty good, honestly. I could have did a lot better, but with the circumstances, it was a great event. I'm just blessed to be here, honestly.
Yeah, two times, walk-away champion both times. That's got to feel. What's some goals you have for the outdoor season coming up?
Honestly, just staying as healthy as I possibly can and just any way I can help my team. There's no really special goals just besides having fun. I'm just here to have fun.
All right. Congratulations, Kenny.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Great stuff. That's Kenny Red for Manchester, getting the top spot in conference championship in the men's long jump. Well done. We'll go through those results for the long jump once we are done here. Up next, this is the women's 400-meter dash. For this particular event, we will have 3 sections. In section 1 in lane 2, it's Earlham's Sophie Karash. Lane 3, Bluffton's Kinsey Myers. Lane 4, Transylvania Hannah Cox. Lane 5, Berea and Katerina Kovaliskaya. Lane 6, Rose Holman, Emma Johns. And they're off again. Section 1 of 3, the women's 400-meter dash. In the indoor track version, that'll be 2 laps around. We'll see who comes out on top in this first section. Early, it's Berea's Katerina Kovaliskaya making a move around. She'll settle into first place going into the final lap. Hannah Cox is in second, followed by Emma Johns. That's your top 3 in this heat. And Bluffton's Kinsey Myers, Earlham's Sophie Karash in 4th and 5th respectively as they come around the back stretch. Section 1 of 3. First place is going to belong to Berea. and Katerina Kovalevskaya. And then Transylvania, Hannah Cox, followed by Rose Holman's Emma Johns, 1, 2, 3. Rounding out the top 5, Kinsey Myers of Bluffton and Sophie Karash of Earlham. As we get set for Section 2, let's go through the top 10 of our men's long jump. You saw the interview down with Kevin. That was Kenneth Redd getting the conference championship from Manchester. He had a jump of 7.04. Getting second in the men's long jump, Gentry Oliver of Manchester with a jump of 6.47. Third was Marcurius Hill from Transylvania with a jump of 6.40. Desmond Gist of Bluffton got fourth. We've called his name a couple times today. He was your 60 meters hurdles men's champ. He got fourth in the long jump at 6.37 meters. Bryce Chen of Rose Holman got fifth. Alexander Shavitz of Franklin came in sixth. James Canas of Rose Holman got seventh with a jump of 6.24. At eighth place, Antoine Dorset of Manchester with a jump of 6.16. In ninth, Alex Bauer of Hanover with a jump of 6.14. And rounding out the top 10, Joey Bonham of Bluffton with a jump of 6.05. Again, that's your men's long jump. We're ready for Section 2 of the women's 400. 2 laps around. Lane 2, it'll be Berea's Kamaya Boyer. Lane 3, Rose Holman's Lauren Marcourt. Lane 4, Mount St. Joe's Emerson Pinger. Lane 5, Transylvania's Abby Rowe. And in Lane 6, Berea's Kristen Fischelli. Once Section 2 concludes, we'll move into Section 3 of the finals. Team races tightening up for both men and women. We'll have updates on that once this race concludes. But for now, we stick right here. Section 2, women's 400-meter dash. And they'll come around, again, 2 laps. In first, it's Kamaya Blair, along with Christian Fischley, with Abby Rowe in second place. They'll stay bunched up in the top 3. We'll see if the pair from Berea can hold off Transylvania. And they can. That's Kamaya Blair coming in first place, Section 2. Followed by her teammate, Kristen Fischley. My apologies, that was Emerson Pinger in third, or in the top 3. And a 5th place finish for Lauren Marcourt in Section 2. So again, Kamaya Blair, then second, correction from earlier, was Transylvania's Abby Rowe. 3rd place, Christian Fischley from Berea. 4th place, Emerson Pinger. And 5th place in Section 2, Lauren Mancourt. Let's go through that one more time. So Section 2's winner, the senior from Berea, Kamaya Blair, followed by Transylvania senior Abby Rowe. Then it was a junior from Berea, Kristen Fischley, followed by Mount St. Joe's Emerson's Pinger, and Rose Holman's Lauren Marcourt. That was Section 2 of 3, the women's 400-meter final. Now we'll go into Section 3. Here's how they will line up. In lane 1, it's Aviana Jones from Anderson. Lane 2 will be Madison Aaron from Anderson. Lane 3, Peyton Tan of Transylvania. Lane 4, Natalie Day of Hanover. Lane 5, Rose Talbert, she's your defending champ from Rose Holman. And in lane 6, Olivia Sparks from Transylvania. Rose Talbert already had a great day thus far. She's looking to win another championship and defend her title. Again, the super sophomore from Rose Holman. The record for this event belongs to Creasy Klauser of Rose Holman. She ran a 58.75 back in 2013. Rose Talbert's seed time would be well below that. We'll see if she can pull it off here. And they're off. Again, all eyes on Talbert there in lane 5. Although Olivia Sparks was the runner-up last year, so we'll keep our eyes on those two ladies as we imagined. They're 1-2 coming down the back stretch. Lane 1, let's see how they do. Excuse me, lap 1, lap 2. It's going to be Rose Talbert setting the pace. Can she extend the lead? She's moving down the back stretch, lap 2. Rose Talbert looking for back-to-back HCAC championships. Can she hold off Olivia Sparks? They'll come down the final stretch. It's going to be Talbert. Final kick from Sparks won't quite get it done, and it's Rose Talbert going back-to-back HCAC championships. The only question, what is the time? Unofficially 58.12. We might have ourselves an HCAC record on our hands. Unofficially, that would hold up. The record 58.75 back in 2013. Unofficially, again, Olivia Sparks coming in second place. Peyton Tan in third from Transylvania. Olivia Sparks, as is time, also an HCAC record versus last year's. She'll get second in the conference, but have the second fastest time of all time in the HCAC. Well done, Olivia Sparks. Peyton Tan third, Natalie Day fourth from Hanover. And in fifth place, Madison Aaron of Anderson. Ariana Jones of Anderson in sixth. So that's how they will land in the women's 400-meter dash. Rose Talbert getting the job done with an HCAC record. And judging by the woos from the crowd, I think it might be official now. Might have ourselves a record on our hands. Up next, it's the men's version, the 400-meter dash. For this particular portion, we'll have 4 sections of the race. While we wait, let's get some team score updates for you. First, for the men, it is a close event. We're through 9 of 17 scored events. Rose-Hulman leads over Manchester 98-91. In third place, Hanover 56. Fourth place, Bluffton 32, and Franklin is in fifth with 23. Anderson in sixth with 20. Transylvania is in seventh place with 15. And then Berea, Mount St. Joe's, and Earlham all rounding out the 8, 9, 10 spots. On the women's side, again, remember, we had Rose-Hulman win this event by over 100 points last year. They're currently sitting in fourth. That's the story of the day. We're through 7 of 17 scored events. Manchester right now is your leader with 70 points. Hanover has 57 and Berea has 45. Rose-Hulman again is sitting in fourth at 42, so a good 28 points behind Manchester at the moment. Transylvania then sits far back in fifth with 16 points. Mount St. Joseph's has 13. Earlham 12, Anderson 9, Bluffton 5, and Franklin rounding out your top 10 with 3 points. For those of you just tuning in, we're a little over halfway through our track events today. We're now through the women's 400-meter dash. Next up will be the men's 400-meter dash. After that concludes, that leaves us with the following events to take us into the evening. We'll go next into the women's 60-meter dash final at 5:40. The men's 60-meter dash final will follow directly after at 5:45. That'll be followed by the women's and men's 800-meter runs. The women's 200-meter dash and the men's 200-meter dash. We'll have a 3,000-meter run for the men and women starting roughly around 7 p.m. And then we'll end this evening's festivities with the women's 4x400-meter relay and the men's 4x400-meter relay, followed by the presentation of team and special awards. So still a lot of action left on the docket. And as we wait, again, coming up next, you will see the men's 400-meter dash. We're going to take a break. You're watching HCAC TV, powered by IndianaSRN. And welcome back. First of 4 heats, the men's 400-meter dash. The uniqueness of a conference track meet, every once in a while, you'll just be out there by yourself facing off against your teammate. That's the case here for Elijah Stiers versus Dylan Pratt. Both freshmen, both from Anderson. Getting things kicked off. I think we'd say this is a matter of pride. Who wants it more? Perhaps who's got more gas left in the tank as we move into the second half of today's festivities. In this case, it's looking like it's going to be Dylan Pratt. And it is. He'll take first place in this first section over his teammate Elijah Stiers, both from Anderson. And now we're already ready for section 2. In lane 2, it'll be Glor Muziba from Berea. Hanover's Sam White in lane 3. Mount St. Joseph, Zach McKenna in lane 4. Franklin's Logan McIntosh in lane 5. And Hanover's Jaden Enderle in lane 6. As we move into the late stages today, a race developing on the men's side as we thought it might between Rose-Hulman and Manchester, so keep an eye on athletes. As we move into section 4, that's where you'll want to see Manchester's Ryan Fox going up against Rose-Hulman's Andrew Shields, but we have 2 sections before we get there. Just a reminder that after the men's 400-meter dash, we go straight into the women's 60-meter dash final. Should be electric. And here we go, ready to rock. Men's 400, section 2 of 4 is off and running. And who will take home first place in section 2? Early, it looks like Logan McIntosh of Franklin. He's holding off Jaden Enderle of Hanover. Third place, Berea's Glor Muziba, followed by Zach McKenna and Sam White. Here they come down the finish. It's going to be Franklin. That's going to be Logan McIntosh. Second place belongs to Berea and Glor Muziba. And Jaden Enderle was right on his heels for third place. Zach McKenna from Mount St. Joe's got fourth in that heat, along with, I believe, Sam White, who finished fifth. Just waiting for that final confirmation, and it was Sam White rounding out the top 5. So halfway through the men's 400-meter dash. As far as the men go, you've got to be quick to set a record today. Record belonging, at least in the HCAC, to Sutton Coleman of Rose-Hulman, set in 2012. Our lowest times in the next section belong to Luke Paddock of Franklin, who has run a 51.34 this season, and Stephen Scott of Franklin, who has run a 51.29 this season. They would love to shave a couple seconds off their times in order to get within that HCAC record, but we'll see how it plays out. In lane 2, it'll be Hanover's Andrew Goody. Lane 3, Manchester's Braylon Twine. Lane 4, Rose-Hulman Ian Lemons. Lane 5, Franklin's Stephen Scott. And lane 6, Franklin's Luke Paddock. Runners are set. We await the gun. And for second or third time today, it looks like we have a false start, so we'll see who they get on the DQ. Judges getting together, talking it over. And it looks like they got Franklin's Luke Paddock on the false start. So his race will be done. And they're off. 4 runners remain. Stephen Scott, Ian Lemons, Braylon Twine, Andrew Goody, all on the track. That looks like Ian Lemons going toe-to-toe with Stephen Scott. Rose-Hulman and Franklin. Some points, all important points on the line here. All these finishes important. As we see an extra kick from Stephen Scott. We'll see what kind of time he's able to put up. Again, he's going to put the pedal to the floor and finish first in this section 3, followed by Ian Lemons. Then next, Andrew Goody of Hanover, followed by Braylon Twine of Manchester. We're just waiting on the official time. So Stephen Scott with a 51.43 just misses his season's best time. And now we're ready for the final. Again, keep your eyes, team race between Rose-Hulman and Manchester. Manchester only 7 points back going into this event. Every point critical at this juncture. Let's start with the lineups. In lane 2, it'll be Earlham's Don Papa Fall. Manchester lane 3, Ryan Fox. In lane 4, it's Franklin's Nathan Kalijah, and I will try that again once I get my bearings here. Lane 5, Rose Holman, Andrew Shields, and in lane 6, Bluffton's Russell Lau. So again, we'll try that lane 4 for Franklin. Nathan Vujaklija. A little smoother that time. My apologies to Nathan. Again, lane 3. You've got Ryan Fox of Manchester. Lane 5, Andrew Shields of Rose Holman. Locked in a tight team race as we speak. Conference championship on the line here in this 4th section. Men's 400 meter dash. And they're off. Again, if you're going to set the HCAC record, you need to run a 4.966. We'll see if anybody can get that done today. But early, that's Russell Lau of Bluffton blazing through the opening lap. He's followed closely by Andrew Shields of Rose Holman. Nathan Vujaklija not far behind in 3rd place. Meanwhile, Manchester and Earlham have work to do. But here we go. Coming around the final stretch, it's going to be Bluffton's Russell Lau holding off Rose Holman's Andrew Shields for 1st place in a conference championship. Getting 3rd place in that honorable mention spot is going to be Nathan Vujaklija. With Ryan Fox, again, every point important, getting 4th place for Manchester, and Don Papafall rounding out the top 5 for Earlham. Once we have a podium presentation or an interview for you, we will kick it that way. In the meantime, we'll keep updating our scores and get you ready for the women's 60-meter dash final. As we await the official results that come in, we'll come back with team updated scores and more action. Again, the 60-meter dash finals coming your way. HCAC.TV, powered by IndianaSRN. Welcome back. Women's 60-meter dash just around the corner. We'll run through the lineups here. We'll have 8 competitors in this final 60-meter race. In lane 1, it will be Abby Rowe from Transylvania. Lane 2, Narindwa Simakula. She's already a 2-time conference champion today of Rose Holman. She'll be in lane 2. Rose Talbert, you've heard her name called today as well. Lane 3. Lane 4 will be Kamaya Blair of Berea. Olivia Sparks will be in lane 5 for Transylvania. Alex Adams in lane 6 for Rose Holman. Coco Truelove will be in lane 7 for Manchester, and in lane 8 it'll be Jaleesa Herman of Berea. So 3 Rose Holman runners, 2 Transylvania runners, 2 Berea runners, and a runner from Manchester. I'm giving you that information because the team race, oh so close, especially on the women's side. Manchester holds the lead right now over Berea with 70 team points. Berea and Hanover are separated by 1 point apiece, 58-57. Rose Holman, your defending champs and record setters, are sitting in 4th place with 52. So who will make a move here in this race? 60-meter dash. Berea and Rose Holman both looking to make a move up that scoreboard. Still getting set. Again, we want to take this time maybe just to thank our hosts today, Anderson University. The hospitality has been outstanding. They're taking care of all the workers at today's event. No easy task setting up and running a flawless event, but they have proven up to the challenge. Well done, Anderson University. Have put on an absolutely great show, and that's following up last year. Rose Holman also just putting on an outstanding event. When you're able to just let the athletes do the work, it's easy for us to get out of the way and witness such great track and field prowess. So special thanks to our hosts for allowing us to do that as fans today. Our field events have also been making their way. We've had now in the books the men's and women's weight throw. Still concluding the shot put event. Haven't quite got our final results from that event just yet. Our long jump championships have been awarded on both the men's and the women's side, and we've also seen our men's pole vault champion awarded. So still in action, both men's and women's triple jump along with the women's pole vault. And the women's high jump.
The current HCAC standard is at 0.5, and the current record for the HCAC stands at 7.73, which was set at 2023 by Sophia Martin.
A record in the women's 60-meter final is 7.73 seconds by Zalia Martin of Hanover. It was set just 2 years ago. If you're going to get into the top 10 list of all time, you're going to need to break the 7.97 mark. Last year, we had one runner who was able to do it. That was Sarah O'Day from Franklin. She ran a 7.86 to take home the championship last year. And we're almost ready to go. They'll go on the gun. Women's 60-meter final. Ooh, and we have another false start, it appears. What will they get this time? Perhaps this was on the starter this go-round, because I don't see any runners making their way off the track. So we see the track official give the green card instead of the dreaded red. So we'll try again. All 8 runners still in their respective lanes. 3 runners for Rose Holman on the track right now, 2 for Berea. One for Transylvania, one for Manchester. Excuse me, two for Transylvania. And here we go. It's going to be a close race. Who will get across the finish first? I saw three ladies lean. I'm not quite sure who they're going to give that to. First indications is Kamaya Blair from Berea. Again, unofficial. And we'll go through those unofficial results as they come in, but it looks like Maya Blair and then Olivia Sparks of Transylvania go 1-2. Alex Adams of Rose-Hulman in third. True Love of Manchester in fourth. Simakala of Rose-Hulman and Rose Talbert of Rose-Hulman 5-6. Abby Rowe of Transylvania in seventh. And Herman in eighth. The top time, 7:94. Again, that's unofficial. 7:94 would be good for the 9th fastest time in HCAC history if it stands. And we just wait for the results to come in. You won't want to miss the men's 60-meter dash final. It's coming up here shortly, 5:45. Our start time here in just a minute. We won't take a break just yet, as we are not far from the start of our men's 60-meter dash. But again, results coming in. All indications, it's Berea's Kamaya Blair. First year in the conference for Berea. Perhaps a first title in the 60-meter women's. And all important points in the team race as well. Let's go through those again. In the women's side, this would be a big 10 points for Berea as they sit 12 points behind Manchester. 1 point lead over Hanover. So the top four goes like this. Manchester 1 with 70 points. Berea 2 with 58 points. Hanover 3 with 57 points. And Rose-Hulman 4 with 52 points. And we'll go down. It's 60-meter time for the men. Lane 1, Desmond Gist of Bluffton. Lane 2, Layton Adair of Hanover. Lane 3 and 4. We'll give them to you here after we tally up the final. That looked like it was Brandon Bensuda of Hanover. And that's unofficially who we have in the lead. He ran a 6.93. Right next to his teammate Anthony Lloyd. On the end was Kenneth Red and Gentry Oliver. Gist and Red already champions today as well. So Desmond Gist, the unofficially second place, 100th of a second, edging Mount St. Joseph's Kyle Smith. Then it's Kendrick Schur in fourth. Edged by another 100th of a second. So 2, 3, and 4. Only 200ths of a second separate those three positions. And as we have it right now, it's been Suda in first and then Desmond Gist of Bluffton. Smith of Mount St. Joseph's in third. Kendrick Schur of Mount St. Joseph's in fourth. Gentry Oliver of Manchester in fifth. Anthony Lloyd in sixth. Layden Adair of Hanover in seventh. And Anthony Lloyd rounding out the top 8. The top time, 6:93. From Brandon Bensuda. He'll be your conference champion as soon as these results are made official. Second through seventh place separated by only 600ths of a second. So we knew the race would be close. Obviously it's going to be. It's a 60-meter final. But to have 6 positions separated by 600ths of a second, the margins are razor thin. That's how we land here in the men's 60-meter. Up next at 5:50, only 1 minute away, we're going to go to the women's 800-meter run. I would expect we'll have some podium presentations shortly after either the women's 800 or men's 800. We're down to our final 8 track events here in this 2025 version of the HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. For the women's 800, they'll be running 4 laps, and they'll be doing it in 2 sections. In section 1, it will be Manchester's Sophia Chen, Transylvania's Libby Perkins, Hanover's Lily Smith, Franklin's Kaylin Beachel, Rose Holman's Jada Hunter Hayes, Rose Holman's McKenna Bessler, Mount St. Joe Julia Gooding, Anderson's Andrea Diaz, Hanover's Emma Litzelman, and Berea's Nika Davenport. We are ready for our next interview. We'll kick it down to Kevin.
All right, we are here with Rose Holman, who in the Women's Championship in the 400 meters, setting a conference record and facility record. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
How did you feel like you did? Obviously, the time was awesome. How'd the race feel as you were in it?
Not great. During especially the last 100, I could feel the 4x2 I ran earlier and how I wasn't able to keep up the same sort of pacing that I did last weekend when I actually ran a bit of a faster time.
If you can run faster than the record, that would feel pretty good. What else you got? You just did the 60. You got anything else left? Or?
Yes, I still have the 4x4 and the 200 left.
You better go get some rest, girl. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Rose Talbert, one of the stars today. HCAC record holder and a sophomore, back-to-back conference champs. The women's 400-meter dash. Amazing accomplishments already for the sophomore sensation. And we're back now with our women's 800-meter run. Again, running in 2 sections. We hadn't got all the way through the lineup. So the final two runners that we did not mention were Anderson's J.C. Sonias and Earlham's Caitlin Trotto. This will be a 4-lap race. Section 1. And then we'll go into Section 2. HCAC record 2 minutes 18 seconds 91 hundredths. That was last year. Amberly Sorensen setting that record. Amberly Sorensen, of course, ran for Hanover, but not here this year. And in Section 1, we've got 3 bunched towards the front. As they'll come around, they'll hear the bell. 1 more lap to go. That's Rose Holman out in front. We'll see if she can hold her off. McKenna Bessel. Excuse me, Jada Hunter-Hayes. Emma Litzelman close on her tails. And here they come. Unofficial results coming in. It's Julia Gooding of Mount St. Joe coming in with the unofficial first. Jada Hunter-Hayes, unofficial second. Results will come in, but we'll kick it down to the podium where we are getting our results from the 60-meter men's hurdles.
In 4th place was Chris Renee of Manchester. And your top 3 finishers in the men's 60-meter hurdles. Finishing in 3rd place from Rose Holman, William Fleck. In 2nd place from Hanover, for time of 8:58, Brady Shea. And your 2025 HCAC champion in the men's 60-meter hurdles at time of 8.33 seconds, Desmond Gist.
As you see, the 60-meter hurdle podium, Desmond Gist, we've called his name a couple times today, back-to-back champion in that event. He's a smooth operator jumping over those hurdles. Well done, Desmond. And we'll see if we can kick it to Kevin for a quick interview with our champion, Desmond, before we get into the final women's 800-meter run. And I think we're almost ready to go. We'll kick it down to Kevin.
We're here with Desmond Gist, the 60-meter hurdle champion here at the 2025 Indoor HCAC Championships. 2 years in a row for you, Desmond. That's good.
Yeah, it is. I'm just grateful to be out here running still. It's my last one, so I just wanted to make it, count.
Are you doing any other events or just a hurdle?
Last event I got is the 4x4.
4x4 with teammates. Last event of the night, right? All right, man. Congratulations. That was a great run. Thanks.
Well done, Desmond. And we're back now. The final women's 800-meter run. They're one lap in. Here's who you're watching run. It's Transylvania's Casey Moore, Hanover's Paige Wildman, Mount St. Joe's Anna Packer, Rose Holman, Jocelyn Onstadt. We've called that name a few times today. Manchester's Ava Egolf, Berea's Christian Fishley, Manchester's Chesney Miller, Berea's Murakaye Joyausi, and Transylvania's Sophie Richards. And we're halfway home. Not to be unexpected, it's Jocelyn Onstadt leading the way. And while we're halfway home, we'll kick it down to Kevin for another interview.
All right, we're here live on the track with the 2025 indoor 60-meter champion Kamaya from Berea College. Talk about this race today and how you felt it went.
It went really well. I had the 400 before, so I came on the track a little dead. So I'm very proud of the outcome. It was just about pushing through and finishing the race.
Yeah, and what a great accomplishment. As you just mentioned, your senior year and last indoor 60-meter champion. You come out champion.
Yes, I'm very proud of the season so far. Unexpected outcome, so I'm happy.
And she also podiumed in the 400 as well, so congratulations. Great day.
All right, and we're back. Just like that, we're on the final lap. It was Onstedt falling behind, but not for long. She was able to make a move, but she's going to have to hold off the move from Anna Packer. They're coming around the final turn. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Onstedt or is it going to be Packer? And now we've got a third runner coming down the way. Oh, my goodness. The pass, and it's done. Excuse me, it's Chesney Miller of Manchester, a freshman, a conference champion. Incredible finish. We'll be talking a bit more about that here in just a moment, but we've got our pole vault champion down with Kevin. Take it away.
Edene.
Yeah.
We're good. All right. We're here with the indoor pole vault champion, Edene from Rose Holman. Just kind of talk about the event today and kind of what your goals were. Obviously, coming the champion's an awesome thing, but how did you feel it went today?
I'm feeling good. The other competitor, it ended on a jump off. So me and from Hanover got to attempt several heights together, and ultimately I had one more make than her, but she did awesome, and I feel good, and we all did good. So I'm glad we all did good.
That's awesome. Do you do any running events today or just the pole vault?
No, I just did pole vault today.
Well, congratulations on being the conference champion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. A lot wrapping up here in the last 5 minutes. We'll try to recap it all. First and foremost, the women's 800-meter run. What a race. Jocelyn Onstadt probably led over half the race, was passed briefly by Chesney Miller, then passed her back, but then it was Chesney Miller who took the lead down the back stretch, held her off. Also in the mix was Berea runners Mahorakaye Joyausi and Christian Frischley. But right now, we'll take it back to the podium. This is the 400 women's podium.
And your 2025 HCAC champion in the women's 400-meter dash. With a new facility record and a new HCAC championship record at 58.12 for Rose Holman, Rose Talbert.
As you see, Rose Talbert accepting her medal, new HCAC record holder. Congratulations to Rose. She's got more events coming down the way. And we saw Kevin interviewing our high jump champion in the women's event. Looked like it was Amelia Adams and Audrey Edwards finishing in the top spot alongside Transylvania's Taylor Rourke. All clearing 1:54, so that event was won in a jump off.
I've been watching. I've been observing.
Number 4 in that event was Ashaya Maddox. We've called her name a few times today for Berea. Olivia Paul got 5th for Manchester, and 6th was Addison Pietrowski for Franklin. 7th was Megan Corte for Rose Holman. Ferris Howard finished in 8th for Transylvania, tied with Isabel Egan of Franklin. Rounding out the top 10, Jernisha Lewis of Berea with a jump of 1:36. Next up, it's time for our men's 800-meter run. There will be 3 sections of this race. This is an event Manchester will look to make up some ground in. Our second place finisher from last year, Gavin Byerly, awaits in section 3. And now we'll kick it down to our podium presentation. This is the women's 60-meter dash. Podium, Kamaya Blair, Olivia Sparks, Alex Adams, your 1, 2, 3 finishers in the women's 60-meter podium. And then now we are back live, section 1 of 3 in the men's 800-meter run. On the track right now are the following runners. It's Bluffton's Jared Rodebush, Hanover's RJ Thalls, Bluffton's Malcolm Hudson, Mount St. Joe's Jacob Miller, Transylvania's Nate Rogers, Anderson's Alex Park, Earlham's Owen Trotto, Franklin's Nathan Furnish, Earlham's Anthony Go, Anderson's Ryan Crick, and Mount St. Joe's Nathan's Kovac. Four laps in this race. They're on lap 2. Again, 3 sections await. And they're bunched at the front. The team race tightening on the men's side again, something to keep your eye on. Manchester made up a bit of ground. We're now through 11 of 17 scored events. It's a 3-point lead for Rose Holman with 99 points. Manchester has 96. Hanover hanging around with 75 to round out your top 3. But again, that race tightening up on the men's side. For the women, Rose Holman has now taken the lead after the last few track events. They lead with 101 points. Manchester is in second place with 92, and Berea in their first time in the HCAC, rounding out the top 3, only 13 points behind. They're through 12 of 17 scored events on the women's side. And in section 1, it's Nate Furnish with the win in his heats. He's a sophomore from Franklin. While we wait for those results to roll in, section 1, we'll go to the podium again. This time it's the women's pole vault. The results are in.
In 6th place, Finishing in second place with a jump of 2.89 meters from Hanover, Allie McGuire. And your HCAC champion in the women's pole vault, also with a clearance of 2.85 21 tiebreaker. From Rose Holman, Irene Manueno.
And you're taking a look at the, again, women's pole vault podium. First place, Irene Lima Medueno, jumping 2.85 meters, just edging out Allie McGuire of Hanover. And in third place, Amelia Thiemann with a jump of 2.70. In fourth place in the pole vault was Amelia Adams of Bluffton. Josie Rigdon also tied for fourth for Mount St. Joe's, and sixth was Natalie Olick from Rose Holman, and in seventh was Angel Patterson of Berea, followed by eighth place Ashley Bailey, also of Berea. We'll of course get you down to any interviews that may follow. In the meantime, we're almost set for section 2 of 3. The men's 800-meter run on the track in section 2 will be Rose Holman sophomore Will Boshin, Berea freshman Patrick Uemana, Hanover sophomore Charlie Stupel, Rose Holman sophomore Alejandro Clark, Hanover junior Gabriel Vergara, Manchester freshman Will Coggins, Franklin junior Andre Davis, Rose Holman freshman Drew Campbell, Rose Holman sophomore Morgan Stratton, and Manchester junior Jonah Richards. The fastest time in this section belongs to Rose Holman sophomore Alejandro Clark. He ran a 2:01.78 earlier this season. And they're off. In this event, if you are going to make the record books, you would need a 1:54 to beat the HCAC record. .157 would get you in the top 10. And we're 2 laps in. There will be 10 runners in section 3, so barring a time faster than one of those 10 runners, no one in this section will score points, but of course that's always the goal. And as you know, if you've been following along, we have a close contest between Rose Holman and Manchester. Less than 6 events remaining for both the men and women as we move into the twilight hours. Indoor track, HCAC, first day of March. As you hear the final bell, it's Rose Holman out in front, way out in front, and I may have spoke too soon. We'll see what kind of time gets put up by Alejandro Clark. Maybe he can squeak in the top 10 and score some points for Rose. You know he's going to want to put up a time under 2 minutes if possible. That clock is ticking. Here he comes. He's pushing. Final time will be somewhere in that 2:01, 2:02.11 range. So 2:02.11 officially, unofficially for Alejandro Clark. And we have another podium presentation. And we'll head down to Kevin with an interview here shortly.
Finishing in second place with a time of 51:43, also from Franklin, Steven Scott. 2025 champion at the HCAC for the men's 100 dash, the time of 50:62 from Bluffton.
All right, and there's your podium, and we've got Kevin down there ready for an interview. Take it away, Kevin.
Does he know? We make sure we grab Russ. We're good? All right, we're here with the 2025 HCAC 60-meter indoor champion, Brandon. What a great race, Brandon. What was you accomplished a goal today to be a conference champion. How did you feel how the race went?
First and foremost, I want to thank my mom and my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Really, we work hard every day, try hard every day. So I came to the blocks, I was just feeling good, and I just do what I've been taught to do.
Yeah, you got off to a real nice start and a real strong finish. It was a pretty dominant.
Sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
You were up here with the team as well, right? Yeah. All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
Great meet.
Well done, our 60-meter champ. Thanking the Lord and thanking his mom. You love to see it. Well done. Hard work paying off. Conference championship secured. And as we get ready to move into our final section, points on the line. Here are your runners. It's Rose Holman's Connor Bodie, Earlham's Ethan Rose, Franklin's Elliott Go, Manchester's Gavin Byerly, Anderson's Zachary Davenport, Transylvania's Dalton Nunn, Transylvania's Nate Berry, Berea's Austin Gatewood, and Rose Holman's Brady Socha. Important placements on the line. Gavin Byerly got second in this event last year. He knows how much a first place would mean to his team. Meanwhile, Rose Holman has multiple runners in this event, so he not only needs to finish first for his own personal accolades and for his team to move up, but he needs to hold off the two Rose Holman runners. But right now, he's going to have to worry about Austin Gatewood. Austin Gatewood was able to hold him off early, but here comes Gavin Byerly making his move. Settling in nicely. It looks like he's going to try to extend the lead, but it's not going to be that easy. He's going to have to hold off Rose Holman's sophomore Connor Bodie. And that's who it's going to be. It's going to be Byerly versus Bodie. You can hear the crowd getting pumped up. But Byerly's finding a little extra. And don't forget about Gatewood. Gatewood closing in on Bodie. Gatewood makes the pass for second place. And then coming around the corner. What a kick at the end. That was Ethan Rose of Earlham able to finish in third place, knocking Rose one spot further down, but it's back to the championship podium for Gavin Byerly, the junior from Manchester, a conference championship for him. His final time would have had to be a 1:54.89 if he was going to break the record for the HCAC. I don't believe that he reached that, but we're still awaiting final results. We'll kick it to the podium here while we wait for those results. 60-meter dash for the men being recognized right now. As we recognize our men's champions from the 60-meter dash. Well done, fellas. And that is a good point for us to take a break. We're through the women's 800 and men's 800 run. When we come back, we've got 6 events remaining. Next up, it's the women's 200-meter dash. Live in about 3 minutes. We'll be right back. HCAC.TV, powered by IndianaSRN.
Pennsylvania is a home away from home. You really do form a community when you arrive here on campus, almost from the first day, honestly.
It's really cool that you can walk across campus on any day and run into faculty or your friends. And I think that really just binds us as a community.
I always thought I wanted to go to a big school, but as soon as I came, I realized the importance of having a personalized education.
I quickly realized how much of a relationship with the professor all the students had, and I could tell that they could just go to the professor for anything they needed, and I really liked that.
You're not a number in a crowd. You really have a personalized experience here, and also when you leave Transy, you're the best in your field.
At Transylvania, you get so many opportunities. You are going to be able to explore your passion in science. You're going to be able to be a part of a play, and you're going to do it in a really exciting community.
It has been one place where I've never stopped working. I've never stopped going between places and having things to do. Sometimes I find myself overcommitted, but I think that's a tribute to how many opportunities there are at Transy.
Being in Lexington specifically is amazing, and having so many opportunities to reach out from Transy's bubble into the Lexington community is something that I wouldn't have gotten at another institution.
My job is so rewarding. I have students that come into my office and I really feel like I can make a difference.
They become creative, they become intellectually nimble, good at dealing with lots of situations.
If I had to describe my Transy experience in one word, it would definitely be personal.
Stimulating, well-rounded.
Worth it.
Location, location, location.
Transformational.
Life-changing.
And we're back. 6 events remain. We'll start with the women's 200-meter dash. We're going to do this one in 5 sections. Each section containing 5 runners. And we'll give you lane assignments here in section 1. Of course, the indoor track, as we've mentioned. If you're new to the sport or not sure, 200 meters is the distance of 1 full lap. Getting us started will be lane 2, Earlham's Isa Sloan. In lane 3, it'll be Bluffton's Kinsey Myers. Lane 4, Mount St. Joe's Olivia Forte. Lane 5, Berea's Jaleesa Herman. And in lane 6, Rose Holman's Narindwa Semakula. Team scores remain unchanged. We'll get an update to you as soon as they are available, but after 12 of 17 scored events, Rose Holman leads Manchester by 10 points on the women's side, 102-92. Berea's right there with 88 points. And we're going to kick it down to Kevin. He's with our high jump champion.
All right. All right, here we are with the high jump champion. I've talked to so many people today. I'm sorry. To the 2025 high jump champion, HCAC conference champion, Amelia Adams of Bluff. What height did you have a goal in mind today, or did you just want to come out and do the best you could for your team?
Just come out and do the best that I could and clear 5 feet.
And clear 5 feet. Good. How close was it there at the end?
It was pretty close. It was down to 3 jumpers, and it all just came to mistakes. I got right on 5-1. So.
You doing anything else today besides the high jump?
I did pole vault, 4x2, and maybe the 4x4.
So you've been a busy girl. Well, congratulations on being a conference champion.
Thank you so much.
Good stuff. Amelia Adams, she said it there. Her goal was to clear 5 feet. She got 5 feet and a ½ inch to spare. Well done, and a conference champion to boot. Outstanding, and we're all set here. Section 1 of the women's 200-meter dash. There will be 5 different sections. This first heat, I have a feeling that Norindwa Simakula is going to do well. We've called her name a few times today. She's already a conference champion running in Section 1 here, and on cue, she's got a big lead coming down the end of this race. We'll see if she can hold off, and she can. Jaleesa Herman. So it goes Simakula, Herman, 1-2. In Section 1. So we'll move into Section 2 of the women's 200-meter dash finals. Lane 2, Earlham. Sophomore Juliana Russell. In Lane 3, it's Hanover freshman Amaya Barton. Lane 4, Manchester sophomore Anna Josa. Lane 5, Rose Holman freshman Ileana Hernandez. And in Lane 6, Berea sophomore Katerina Kovalevskaya. Meanwhile, we do have a podium presentation going on for the high jump. We just interviewed her. That's Amelia Adams, joined by Audrey Edwards of Rose Holman and Taylor Rourke of Transylvania, your high jump women's finishers, 1, 2, 3. Congratulations, ladies. Again, just a reminder, your all-conference teams also comprised based upon finish today. If you finish first in your event, you are first team all HCAC. Finish second and you'll be second team all HCAC, and your third place finishers comprise the honorable mention squad. So other than just pride, also some accolades on the line for our top 3 finishers today. Now we're ready for Section 2, the women's 200-meter dash. And they're off. Looks like it's going to come down to the outside section. That's Ileana Hernandez versus Katerina Kovalevskaya. Neck and neck as they come around the end. Who will it be? I think it was Berea's Katerina Kovalevskaya, just edging out Ileana Hernandez. Next was Juliana Russell, before Anna Hosa and Amaya Barton rounded out the top 5. Section 3 coming up next. It's also got 5 runners. We'll start in lane 2 with Michaela Korn, freshman from Anderson. In lane 3, Bluffton freshman Darby Dillon. In lane 4, Manchester freshman Coco Truelove. Rose Holman Jr. Alex Adams is in lane 5. And in lane 6, Berea sophomore Ashaya Maddox. One men's score has been added. We might have fireworks, folks, coming down the end. Manchester has passed Rose Holman in the race for the team championship. They hold a slightest of leads, 106 to 105. That's with 12 of 17 events scored. In the women's side, we're still at 12 of 17 events scored, so no change in those results. We still have Rose Holman atop the leaderboard with a 10-point lead over Manchester, and Berea holding strong, just 14 points back. So all 3 of those teams still in the mix, 5 events to go. And they're off. This is section 3. Possible points on the line if we have a top finisher, but we'll see how it plays out. Right now, Ashaya Maddox looking strong, but Alex Adams right on her tail. Who will it be? It's going to be Rose. So Alex Adams takes first in section 3, followed closely behind by Ashaya Maddox. Then it was Coco Truelove, followed by Darby Dillon, and rounding out the top 5 in section 3 was Michaela Korn. And we'll kick it to the podium here in just a moment. This is the women's 800-meter run. We'll head down to Kevin in just a moment once we get our podium recognized.
And your 2025 HCAC champion, the women's 800-meter run from Manchester at time 2:20.96, Chesney Miller.
As you take a look, the top 3 finishers. Women's 800. Well done. I think we're going to get our champion here in just a moment. Down with Kevin. Not until we get a few pictures, though, and rightfully so. Get those pictures, ladies, and here comes Chesney over to talk to Kevin. And we'll send it down to you.
We're good? All right. We are here with the Women's 800 Indoor Conference Champion, Chesney Miller from Manchester University. Just go ahead and talk to us about the race today.
Yeah, so I went out with my teammate Ava, and we were in every race together, and she's great to have with me. So on this race, and we were just excited to compete, and whoever had the kick at the end. So, yeah.
Well, it was a fantastic finish from you, and you guys have had a lot of success today, the Manchester girls team. Do you have any races left to run, or are you done for today?
Yeah, I have the 3K, and I'm the anchor for the 4x4.
Well, you have a lot of work left to do. All right. Well, congratulations on being a conference champion.
Thank you.
All right, and right on cue, we're going to get a finish here. Section 4, that's Olivia Sparks. No surprise there. She was a second place finisher. A conference champion last year. Followed by Abby Rowe. Record setter. How do you like to be lined up next to the HCAC record holder in Section 4? She does well, puts up a good time, and we'll see how that stands up points-wise. Moving into the final section of the women's 200-meter dash. In this final section, who else but Rose Talbert? We've said her name multiple times today. She got second place in this event last year. She'll be in lane 5 representing Rose Holman. Earlham will be in lane 2 with Alex Ball. Hanover freshman Emma Gill will be in lane 3. Talbert's teammate Emma Johns will be right next to her, lane 4. As we mentioned, Rose Talbert lane 5, and then finally Berea will have their senior runner Kamaya Blair in lane 6. As the ladies get ready. All important points on the line. Rose Holman looking good though on the women's side in each event, putting multiple ladies in the top 10. Death by 1,000 cuts, if you will. On the men's side, it's much closer, as we still have a few events wrapping up. We'll talk about those, but first, let's get to the women's 200-meter final. Lane 5, lane 6, your two to watch. Rose Talbert, Rose Holman, Kamaya Blair of Berea. And they're off. Who will it be? Already a substantial gap has developed. It's going to be Blair and Talbert neck and neck around the final turn. It looks like Blair might have the slight edge. Who will it be? It's going to be Blair. Now the only question, what's that final time? We don't know because our scoreboard track side is having a glitch, but we know it was fast. As you see the two athletes give each other a hug. Nothing but mutual respect from those two. So unofficially, we'll get times to you when they are available. It appeared as if Kamaya Blair was our conference champion, the senior from Berea. We've called her name already once today as well. Rose Talbert, the sophomore from Rose Holman, was right there with her. We're fairly certain finishing second. What we don't know is who our third, fourth, fifth place finishers are. We'll have those results for you as soon as they're available. In the meantime, we'll move into our preparations for the men's 200-meter dash. Let's give one more update on team scores. We'll take a break and we'll come back for the men's 200-meter dash. Oh, pardon my interruption, or my team score updates. We do have a podium update, so let's head there first. Do take a look there at the podium. We'll kick it down to Kevin. He's with our champion. Kevin, take it away.
All right. We are here with Gavin Byler, the 800-meter indoor champion, HCAC conference champion this year. That had to feel pretty sweet after finishing second in the mile, right?
Yeah, it's well worth the wait. I was looking forward to this race. 800 is the one I knew I could win. And then the mile, I had my teammate Connor to help me out with that one. So, yeah, overall, it was a great race.
Yeah, that was an outstanding race from you. And are you done for this evening's festivities, or do you have any more races to run?
I'm doing the 3K, so that'll happen in about an hour or so.
So another 3,000 meters to go.
Yep, 3K. Yeah.
All right, man. Congratulations on being a conference champion.
Thank you.
Hey, no big deal. Just another 3K to go. Sounds like easy work for our athletes here this evening. Of course, it's not. He'll get an hour to rest. That's Byerly, our champion in the 800 meter. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll give any updates to the team scores that we have. We'll get through our first sections of the men's 200-meter dash, and we would possibly give some field updates as well. Still have shot put and triple jump men's and women's out there that have not concluded. Obviously, will play a big part in our team races. You're watching HCAC.TV, powered by IndianaSRN.
I'm Samantha Huber. I'm a national security, political science, and criminal justice major. Coming out of high school, what I really wanted in a college was somewhere that I could pursue both political science, journalism, and also just the national security aspect of things, or security studies, but also that had lacrosse, because I really wanted to play lacrosse. And so I found that AU had all of those things, and that really attracted me to it. So over the summer, I lived and worked in DC for a little bit at U.S. Customs and Border Protection in their Office of Intelligence, working to support intelligence products about migration and human smuggling from Lebanon and Syria. I wanted to do something that actually made a tangible difference and actually dealt with bigger issues. Not that other things aren't important, but I just wanted to do something where I could see the impact it would really make. Just working in both on the journalism side of things and then also on the government side of things, I've just been able to see how those two ends need to work together to really balance each other out and actually work well, and why they're both needed. So I'm the kind of person who's always looking for ways to better myself and to grow as a person and a student, and AU is definitely the best place to do that.
And we're back just in time. 4 sections comprises men's 200-meter dash. This is section 1. In lane 2, it's Max Soljak from Anderson. Sadiq Pasha from Hanover in lane 3. Rose Holman. Sophomore Caleb Heldman in lane 4. Manchester's Kenneth Red in lane 5. And Rose Holman's Ian Lemons in lane 6. Lanes 5 and lane 6 have been fast all night in the 200. It looks as if it's no different for the men's side as we see Kenneth Red and Ian Lemons battling it out. It looks like it's going to be Kenneth Red, and he leans forward. Takes first in his section. We're going to kick it down to Kevin. He's with one of our throwers.
All right, we're live here with the indoor shot put champion, Tommy Wilmoth of Hanover. After a second finish, you come out on top. That's got to feel pretty good for you.
Yeah, it does. Redemption.
Which attempt did you actually throw the winning attempt?
Third attempt of the second flight. So,
yeah. All right, man. A little redemption for you, and congratulations, and enjoy being a conference champion, man.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, bud.
Tommy Wilmoth, their conference champion from Hanover. Shot put, throwing at 49 feet 7 inches. Not too shabby. Well done, Tommy. As we're waiting for section 2 of the men's 200 meter. We'll see if we have any team updates for you. Nothing to update you on. on the men's side. On the women's, we do have an event added, and it's a big one for Rose. Rose Holman now, after 13 of 17 events scored, has a lead of 12 over Berea, so they have 115 points, does Rose Holman. Berea has 103. Manchester sits in third at 92, and Hanover probably out of contention for the top spot at this point at 65 points. Again, that's with 4 events remaining. 2 of those events are in the field, so we'll see how those play out. That's your shot put and your triple jump. On the men's side, we do have shot put results. It appears as if those have now been entered, and now the slight edge on the men's side goes to Rose Holman. They're back up 115 to 112. It was just 106, 105 before the shot put results were entered. Hanover, not quite out of it, but probably out of reach there in third place with 85 points, rounding out the top 3. Here we go, section 2 of this men's 200-meter race. Franklin freshman Jackson Gent in lane 2. Manchester freshman Brian Billingsley in lane 3. Manchester freshman Lavarian Campbell in lane 4. Berea senior Caleb Collier-Smith in lane 5. And Mount St. Joe sophomore Diego Yun in lane 6. And here they come. They're already halfway done. Again, lanes 5 and lane 6 running extra fast tonight. It looks like Diego Yun is going to be able to hold him off. We'll see. Super close at the end. Lavarian Campbell had a lean there at the end. And I believe Diego was able to hold him off. We do have a trip to the podium awaits for our shot put winners, so we'll head there. When we come back, I'll run down the women's 200-meter results and let you know if any records fell, but for now, we'll go to the podium. As we see the big fellas getting their time to shine on the podium. Well done from the shot put throwers. And they'll make their way down. And we're ready. Section 3, men's 200-meter dash. Will Feebeck in lane 2, Narquise Sneed of Berea, lane 3, Jack Cox of Rose Holman in lane 4, Andrew Shields of Rose in lane 5, and Braden Wilkins of Franklin in lane 6. After this concludes, we'll run down the results of the women's 200 meters, some shocking times to share with you. And quick around the halfway point. Who will it be? That was Braden Wilkins able to hold off the duo Rose Holman, Jack Cox, and Andrew Shields for the first place finish. All right, we'll head down.
All right, we're down here on the track with now a two-time conference champion, Kamaya Blair, who won the 200-meter indoor championship. Just talk about the race a little bit and how it went.
from the 60, getting out strong, finishing the race, and second place winner made me work for it, and we really fought on that second curve, and I just won it.
Yeah, you had a really nice late kick there to finish that race off, and then you got one more race tonight, right? 4x4.
Yes, sir, and we're going to try to win that one as well.
All right, congratulations on being a two-time conference champion. All right.
Two-time conference champion today, Kamaya Blair, also the new HCAC record holder with a time of 25:56 in the women's 200 meter. The top 3 times today all would have been conference records. Obviously, Kamaya Blair will go home with 1, but Rose Talbert also broke the old record with a 25:71, and Olivia Sparks, who ran in Section 3, didn't even run with the finalists. She was our champion last year. She would have broken her old HCAC record this year with a 25:73, comes in 3rd place. In 4th place was Abby Rowe of Transylvania. Alex Adams of Rose-Hulman got 5th. Katerina Kovalevskaya got 6th for Berea, alongside Ashaya Maddox from Berea, who got 7th. Ileana Hernandez of Rose got 8th, alongside Narendra Semakula. That was your 9th place finisher for Rose. And then rounding out the top 10 in the women's 200 meter was Jayana Blakely of Manchester with a time of 28:40. We're now ready for the finals of the men's 200 meter dash. Lanes 5 and 6 have been fast all evening. This race will have 6 competitors. In lane 1, it'll be Miles Davis of Anderson. Lane 2, Aiden Jeffrey of Franklin. Lane 3, Blaine Eisen of Hanover. Lane 4, Brandon Bensuda of Hanover. Lane 5, Kyle Evers-Smith of Mount St. Joe. And in lane 6, Kendrick Schurer of Mount St. Joe. Of note, no Rose-Hulman or Manchester runners in this final section. Rose perhaps able to squeak into the top 10 in Section 3 with 2 top 3 finishers. We'll see where those times land. Again, we'll update team scores as events finish up. In the field events, most everything complete. We're still finishing up the women's shot put and the women and men's triple jump. Everything else is in the books. We'll go through pole vault results here once this race concludes. After this, 7 o'clock, the women's 3,000 meter race. 7:30 we'll have the men's 3,000, but for now, we're focused on the men's 200 meter dash. Runners are ready. And they're off. Only 4 runners. They're coming around. It's going to be tight. Lanes 5 and 6 again. Kyle Evers-Smith, their teammates, pushing each other. Who will it be? Kendrick Schurer. And we'll await those official results. Again, looked like Kendrick Schurer was able to edge his teammate Kyle Evers-Smith. Once we get our official times from this event, we'll of course let you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now direct your attention to the podium as we have the results of the women's 200-meter dash.
And now we're ready to head to the podium, recognizing our women's 200-meter dash top three. And again, a look at the women's 200-meter top three. They all three ran times faster than the previous HCAC record. Incredible accomplishment today for those three ladies. Congratulations to all three of them for making the podium. Not too many times you can be a conference champion, HCAC conference record holder, come back, break your record from the previous year and finish third. But that is the case for Olivia Sparks, as Kamaya Blair and Rose Talbert were able to get to the top two spots. And at 7 o'clock, we'll be ready for the women's 3,000 meter. We'll come back with final results from the men's 200 meter, as we'll conclude with our final four track events of the evening. You are watching the 2025 HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championships on HCAC.TV, powered by IndianaSRN.
let me know when you are, okay? Is he up there still? Congratulations, man.
Yeah, you won the 200, yo. I did that in high school. I hated it. The curve. It's the curve. No. Tight. Yeah, it missed me.
Next up on the track will be the first of two sections of the women's 3,000-meter run. Across the two sections, we had 25 competitors in today's event.
And we're back. We're ready. Kevin's got someone to interview. Take it away, Kevin.
200 meters, Kendrick Shear from Mount St. Joseph. Just go ahead and talk to me about the race a little bit.
The race was hard. The curve was hard. My shoelaces got tied up, so I had to use a knife. But it was hard to do. My teammate Kyle pushed me. We pushed each other at practice. We both won today.
Yeah, he finished in third place? Yeah. Yes. And are you part of the 4x4 coming up tonight?
Yeah, for fun. Yeah, 4x4 for fun. I can't wait to run it.
Well, congratulations on being a conference champion, my man. Thanks, man.
Awesome interview. That was Kendrick Shearer of Mount St. Joseph's. Interesting result. Kenneth Redd finished second overall. He ran the first section, so you never know what you're going to see in the men's 200 or women's 200. We had top two finishers in each, or excuse me, top three finishers in each ending coming from a different section than the final section. But anyway, back to the men's 200 top 10. It was Kendrick Shearer finishing in first with a time of 22:74. Kenneth Redd for Manchester was in second with a time of 22:79. Kyle Evers-Smith of Mount St. Joe finished with 22:86 in third place. Fourth place was Diego Young of Mount St. Joseph's with a time of 22:90. Fifth place, Lavarian Campbell of Manchester with a time of 22:95. In sixth place was Brandon Minsuda of Hanover with a time of 23:08. Ian Lemons finished seventh for Rose Holman with a time of 23:13. Braden Wilkins finished in eighth for Franklin, time of 23:16. And then in ninth and 10th, Caleb Heldman and Andrew Shields respectively for Rose Holman. I feel like that might shake some things up in the team race, so let's take a look. And then we'll get back down to section one of this women's 3,000 meter race. But for now, let's take a look. The men's scores, I thought that might be the case. We have some drama on our hands. It's Manchester leading Rose Holman with a score of 124 to 117. There are three events that remain unscored. But again, a major development here. Rose Holman, perennial power in the men's track side. They are down by 7 with 3 events left to Manchester. What a win that would be for Manchester. They were oh so close, came down to the last event last year. We'll see if that continues to play out the way that it is. And meanwhile, there's 4 events remaining for the women. Rose Holman continue to be in the lead, 115 to 103 over Berea. Our current event, as they go through the team scores here, we expect some loud ovations, but the current event in front of us now is the women's 3,000 meter run. On the track right now, Hanover senior Lauren Todd, Mount St. Joe freshman Amanda Zerhusen, Transylvania junior Casey Moore, Franklin senior Ella Basher, Hanover junior Elise Wilson, Berea sophomore E. Chambers, Rose-Hulman sophomore Rebecca Testa, Bluffton senior Basil Gates, Rose-Hulman freshman Summer Kite, Anderson freshman Nora Filler, Anderson sophomore Sadie Knox, and Anderson freshman Livia Sallow. 3,000 meters means 15 laps around the track. It looks like we have our on-track scoreboard back in business, which will update us. Our lead lap has 11 laps to go, just 3.5 minutes in.
Attention coaches, high jump coach. High jump coach Maria, please make your way over to the scores.
While we run this 3,000 meter section 1, we haven't had a chance to go through our results for the men's and women's shot put. Women's shot put not officially final yet, but we do have final results for the women's triple jump. So why don't we start with our men's shot put. They've already been to the podium. We interviewed earlier champion Tommy Wilmoth from Hanover. Again, with that throw of 49 feet 7 1/4 inch. Good for a first place finish in a conference championship. He was the only one over 15 meters today. Right behind him, Michael Swigert got a throw in of 49 feet 2 inches and 1/4. Kobe Martindale of Manchester finished in third place with a throw of 47 feet 1/4 inch. Antoine Cooper of Rose-Hulman was in fourth with a throw of 46 10 1/4. Fifth place was Ethan Hostetler of Franklin, 44 feet 1.5 inch throw for him. Sixth place was Grant Subbert of Rose-Hulman with a throw of 42 10 3/4. Cameron Olson had a throw of 42 feet 3 1/4. Jacob Carroll was eighth for Franklin with a throw of 41 10 1/2. Cole McCarver of Manchester finished ninth with a throw of 41 4 1/4. And Camden King of Mount St. Joe rounded out the top 10 with a throw of 39 8, again for Mount St. Joe. And that was your men's shot put results. Champion Tommy Wilmoth of Hanover with that monster throw, 49 7 1/4. We're through the women's triple jump, and it's good news for Berea. It appears as if they have concluded. So our first place finisher in the triple jump, Ashaya Maddox, we've called her name multiple times today. She finished with a triple jump score of 33 feet 6 3/4. Princess Robinson got second place for Earlham. Nice to see Earlham near the top of the leaderboard, and she got a triple jump score of 32 10 1/4. Jakisha Lewis of Berea finished third at 32 5 1/2. Audrey Edwards keeping Rose-Hulman towards the top with a jump of 31 9 1/4. Jernisha Lewis for Berea gets 3 of the top 5 scores for Berea in the triple jump. She had a jump of 29 11 1/4. And sixth was Transylvania Ferris Howard with a jump of 29 8 3/4. London Fraser of Mount St. Joseph got seventh with a jump of 29 6 3/4. Mary Hall of Transylvania finished eighth, scoring a point for her team with a jump of 29 2 1/2. And then the 9-10 spots belong to Rose-Hulman, Megan Corte, and Allie Smith. We'll see what kind of impact those results. Again, Berea getting 3 of the top 5 in the women's triple jump here in just a moment. I'm sure we'll have podium announcements for those 3 as well as we move along. Only 2 field events remain in play. One is the women's shot put. We still don't have results from that event, and we are in process of getting results for the men's triple jump. Once those are complete, we'll be all done with the field and down to our final 2 track events. And as I suspected, we have ourselves now a neck-and-neck race in the women's meet as well. We might have fireworks, folks, coming down to the final event of the evening. Would you have it any other way? As of right now, 3 events remain. It's Berea on top, their first year in the conference, first year in the HCAC. They have 123 points. Rose-Hulman has 120. Manchester sitting in third place solidly with 92 points. They're probably not going anywhere as they sit well behind Rose, but well ahead of Transylvania in fourth. Transylvania and Hanover will battle it out for fourth place as they both sit at 65 and a half and 65 points respectively. Down at 6 and 7 and 8, Mount St. Joe's, Earlham, and Bluffton will battle it out 24 and a half to 20 to 19 and a half respectively. Anderson and Franklin rounding out the 9-10 spots. In the men's, we already mentioned, of note, Manchester also leading that race, 124 to 117. Hanover solidly in third, probably will remain there barring some kind of crazy outcome one way or the other. They have a 38-point lead over Bluffton for third place. Bluffton and Franklin are fourth and fifth at 50 and 47 points respectively. Then you go down a few more. Mount St. Joseph's and Anderson are at 37 and 30. And then 8th place Transylvania and Berea will battle it out for 8th with 23 and 20 points respectively. Earlham rounds out the top 10. So, after all those updates, we are down to our final few laps in this women's 3,000 meter run. Again, the women's 3,000 meter run is made up of 2 sections. This is section 1 of 2. We'll have another race as soon as this one concludes. 15 laps around the track. You're at the end of a long day. You know these ladies are feeling it in their legs. They're going to give it all they have in this final race, most likely of the evening for them individually. As we get ready to hear the bell indicating the final lap for our leader. There it is. That's Casey Moore of Transylvania leading the pack. She'll need to put up a good time. There are 13 runners remaining for Section 2. Of course, you need to be top 8 to score points for your team. And here she comes. Well done, Casey Moore. Can take a rest. She finishes as the top finisher in this first section with a time of 11:10.96. 20 seconds faster than the time she came in with. No small feat. Well done, Casey Moore. And we can see this race really a grueling race. Most runners would tell you they find that pace that's right at the wall and they just constantly push through it for well over 10 minutes. As you can see, a lot of the runners either hitting the deck or going straight to the knees once they finish. And just 2 runners remain. They'll make their way around the end. And as they conclude, we'll get you a rundown. Zara Houston finishing second for Mount St. Joe. Basil Gates, Chambers in fourth. Kite in 5th. Rebecca Testa finishing 6th. Wilson in 7th. Lauren Todd finishing 8th. Casey Moore, again, your winner of Section 1. Here in the women's 3,000 meter run. All eyes on the women's shot put. Perhaps an opportunity for either Rose Holman or Berea to get some more points for their team. Again, only 3 events left. Men's triple jump as well, that Manchester versus Rose Holman battle. Who will get points for their team and how many? Becoming an essential question as we move down the stretch. Both team races tight as can be. I don't know that any of these coaches would be shocked, but as a fan who perhaps only tunes in for meets like the conference championship, you'll remember last year it was Rose Holman who scored 227 points in the women's contest, beating their nearest competitor by over 100 points, a record for the HCAC, both in points scored and margin of victory. So to find themselves in a battle, no doubt something that was unexpected, at least from the casual fan. In the men's race, it's a repeat of last year. Manchester versus Rose, coming down to the wire. Manchester perhaps bolstered by some short distance performances this year that they didn't have last year. Last year, Manchester dominated the long runs. This year with performances from the likes of Kenneth Redd, among others, perhaps making a statement. Laverian Campbell also putting up some good times, keeping Manchester alive. We have ladies lined up. Section 2 of 2. We're ready to go. I'll name them for you so that you know who's on the track. And then we'll give you a play-by-play again in this women's heat. It's all about Berea and Rose Holman. So let's lay it out there. Callie Swegman of Hanover is on the track. Madison Stonestreet, we've called her names multiple times today. She'll be out there for Berea in the second fastest time coming in. Manchester's Ava Egolf is out there as well. Berea sophomore Maharke Joyusi. Rose Holman sophomore Brianna Biddle. She'll need to come through for Rose if they're going to stay in this and not let Berea take any larger chunks out of them. Transylvania, Gwyneth Cunningham. Manchester's Chesney Miller, we interviewed her. She's a champion today already from Manchester. Hanover, Lainey Roberts. Manchester's Riley Stephanie. Hanover's Kaylee Kinzer. Earlham's Cleo Saltz. Bluffton, Sarah Smith. And Hanover's Sarah Jones round out your lineup. It's 15 laps, so settle in, folks. Lots of running to go. You would expect Swegman, you would expect Stonestreet to do well. The wild card, Brianna Biddle. Can she stay close and get some points for Rose in this race? Only time will tell, and it's Callie Swegman early setting the pace. Berea teammates Stonestreet, Mahorakai Joyusi in the third spot. And they'll trade places up top. Now Madison Stonestreet taking the lead from Callie Swegman. And she'll set the pace. You got to think a 1-2 finish from Berea here would be an early dagger in the hopes of Rose Holman. But you know Rose Holman won't go quietly either. Brianna Biddle sitting back in a 7th place spot right now. And 4 laps in. It's the duo. Stonestreet in first, Swegman in second, and a pack of runners 3 through 10, about 3 seconds behind the top 2. Those top 2 will be content to set the pace. They'll have 10 laps to go when they hit the start-finish line here in this 3,000 meter, again, a 15-lap race. You're looking at Callie Swegman setting the pace just in front of Madison Stonestreet. Then the entire pack of runners, Ava Egolf, Mahorakai Joyusi, Brianna Biddle, Gwyneth Cunningham, Chesney Miller, Lainey Roberts, Riley Stephanie, Kaylee Kinzer, Cleo Salt, Sarah Smith, all running in a pack. About 25 meters behind our leaders, Callie Swegman, Madison Stonestreet. If you're paying attention to the team race, Berea has a 3-point lead going into this event. And right now they have 2 runners in the top 4, holding off Rose Holman. But Rose Holman has Brianna Biddle. Right now she's in 10th place. Will she be able to make a move? Things could get real interesting as we move down the second half of this race. By the time it's all over, we might have women's shot put results to input. We'll see if that changes things in the team race. Right now, no changes at the top of the leaderboard. It's still Madison Stonestreet leading Callie Swegman. And then back in the pack, everyone else. Everyone's still with a shot. If somebody 3 through 10 has any energy saved up, they might be able to make a move moving into the final 5 laps. Our leaders have 7 to go. And it's still Callie Swegman and Madison Stonestreet. Swegman extending that lead. Stonestreet extending the lead. Coming into this race, Callie Swegman had the fastest time at 10:31.44. That was a good 10 seconds faster than Madison Stonestreet, so you have to think Swegman might have a kick or a little left in the tank as we get towards the end of this race. At the same time, Madison Stonestreet might just be working up an insurmountable lead. Only time will tell. There are 6 laps remaining in this women's 3,000 meter. Meanwhile, spots 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all within 1 second of each other. The results of that pack will play heavy into the team results as well, as there is a Berea runner and a Rose runner in that pack, 3 through 9. But right now, Berea looking to snatch this. Their first year in the HCAC, right now with a 3-point team lead and a runner out in front, Madison Stonestreet. And there comes Callie Swegman. The lead only getting larger, and they're starting to catch Swegman, our pack 3 through 9. And we've got some movement 2 through 4. Joyous moving into second. Not quite. Trying to catch Swegman. Meanwhile, that's a freshman, Cleo Saltz for Earlham, making her way near the top 2. And I think it's Brianna Biddle back in 5th, hoping to hold that position firmly at the very least in order to not let Berea insurmount. And you can see coaches running alongside. Meanwhile, no drama up front. It's still Madison Stonestreet with a nearly 50-meter lead. There's only 3 laps to go. The crowd noise starting to rise. Madison Stonestreet in control, looking to secure the top spot for Berea in this women's 3,000. Second place right now, Callie Swegman of Hanover. She's remained in that position for the duration, but the gap has closed. Third place now, Joyacey. Fourth place, Biddle. And Biddle moves around. Into third, into second, and somebody trips. That's Joyacey for Berea. She'll fall back into fourth. Can she make up the distance? And there's 1 lap to go. Callie Swegman in control. Second place now, Brianna Biddle for Rose. Third place, Callie Swegman. And here we go, the finish coming around the way. It's going to be Berea's Madison Stonestreet with a huge finish. First place, conference championship. She gives coach a hug. But then meanwhile, in second place, a huge finish and a huge pickup in points. Brianna Biddle for Rose Holman. Third place, Callie Swegman. Mahorake Joyacey will finish fourth. Wow. We'll round out the top 8 and get you those scores. What a race. The women's 3,000. And no doubt you knew we'd have drama. Berea in first place in the team results. Looked for a moment like they might finish 1-2 with Brianna Biddle back in 6th place. Then all of a sudden, Biddle started to make her move, and an unfortunate trip for Joyacey. And she fell back into fourth, was unable to make up that ground. And this race concludes. So we'll get you results here. And we'll take a look at those results and the final outcome of the women's 3,000 right after a short break. You're watching the 2025 HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championship on HCAC.tv, powered by IndianaSRN. And we're back. Drama building on both sides, men's and women's. Team events still in question. For men, not much of a surprise as we came down to the final race last year. Manchester Rose-Hulman, much of the same story this year. Both teams well in contention. This year, it's the new kid on the block, Berea, throwing a wrench into things on the women's side. Rose-Hulman, a 100-point winner last year. Not so much this time around. We're now to the men's 3,000. Only one event remains after this one concludes, and that's the exciting 4x400. If you've stuck with us this long, you've been with us for well over 6 hours. Thanks for tuning in. If you're just joining us, well, you're going to see a lot of good track action to finish. You've also missed quite a bit, so we'll try to catch you up here over the course of this final hour or so that you're here with us on HCAC.tv. Right now, let me tell you who is on the track before we get to our final results from the women's 3,000 in this men's 3,000 meter run. This is section 1 of 2. There's a Hanover freshman on the track, Colin Kistler. Anderson Jr. David Stansberry, Franklin Jr. Riley Devening, Berea freshman Taiki Ogawa, Mount St. Joe Jr. Mitch Reveal, Earlham sophomore Anthony Go, Anderson freshman Kyle Corbin, Mount St. Joe senior Alex Schmidt, Earlham sophomore Peyton Chanley, Bluffton senior Braden Horn, Anderson senior Gage Gwinnen, Earlham freshman Jaden Hawthorne, Berea senior Nelson Junik-Swa, and Berea sophomore Andrew Bratcher. We'll have a section 2 of this event, which should bring loads of fireworks. I'm already looking ahead. This final for the men's 3,000 meter run will feature 4 Manchester runners and 8 Rose-Hulman runners. We'll get there in just a moment. Right now, we're about set to kick it down to Kevin, who will be with our triple jump winner. And we're ready to go down there now. Kevin, take it away.
What'd you win before? I've talked to so many people, I can't remember. Jump and triple jump. All right, we're here live with the triple jump champion, now two-time conference champion, triple jump and long jump. What was your expectation going into the triple jump?
Doing my best. Do my best.
Just do your best?
Do my best.
Which one would you consider your better event, triple jump or the long jump?
Long jump, because I've been doing it longer.
Been doing it longer. You have more experience doing it. Okay, outstanding. You are the second female from Berea College today to be a two-time conference champion, as the sprinter won the 60 meters and the 200 meters. So congratulations, you guys are having a great meet.
Thank you. God bless.
Thank you.
Awesome to hear from Ashaya Maddox, the champion in the women's triple jump, and that's where Berea really made things interesting. They were well down to Rose, over 10-point deficit, able to claw back and take the lead. They finished with 3 of the top 5 spots in that triple jump. And only one women's field event remains. That would be the women's shot put. Once that concludes, we'll have another update in regards to our team scores. Men triple jump results we're still waiting on. Once we have those, we'll get a super clear picture going into our 4x400 of what this end result will be for both the men and women. But as we were speaking to before we kicked it down to Kevin, this final in the 3,000 men's is going to be mostly Rose Holman. 8 runners attempting to get points. Manchester will have 4. We'll see who can get the better of who in that final heat. Right now we're in section 1 though. Runners will make their way around the track a bit more. Yeah, and while we do that, we'll kick it down to the podium. There's our triple jump top 3. You're looking at Ashaya Maddox, who we just interviewed, along with Princess Robinson of Earlham and Jakisha Lewis of Berea, a great top 3. Congratulations, ladies. If you're just joining us, the drama of the evening now coming in the team race. First on the men's side, we recap this towards the beginning of the broadcast, but if you're just joining us, it's a good time to remind you last year that Rose Holman finished with a team score of 193. They barely edged out Manchester University. It came down to the final race. Manchester finished with 189. Bluffton was your third place finisher last year with 97 points. If you look back at last year's award winners, the newcomer of the year was Kenneth Redd of Manchester. We've already called his name twice today. He had a massive result in the men's 200. He ran in section 1 out of 4, yet got the second fastest time. No small feat, so Kenneth Redd picking up where he left off from last year. The outstanding throw athlete of the year last year was Gabe Hendricks of Manchester. The outstanding jump athlete of the year last year was Timothy Yount of Rose Holman. And the most outstanding sprinter was Jalen Hobbs of Rose Holman. Last year, the outstanding distance athlete of the year for the men was Enrique Salazar of Manchester. We spoke to Manchester's dominance in the distance last year as a big reason why they were in the hunt. This year, they've spread out the wealth a little bit more, and they're sticking right around. Coaching staff of the year last year was Manchester University, led by Brian Cashdollar. His assistants were Hannah Didion, Sam Caton, and Andre White. On the women's side, we've already alluded to it. Most results are in at this time. Right now, looks like we have a few more updates. It looks like those women's 3,000 results have been updated, and the lead has extended a bit more for Berea. They now lead 138 to 128 with only 2 events remaining. A shocking result considering Rose Holman won last year with a team performance and score of 227. It was the highest total ever, the first time a team had ever topped 200 points, and the first time a team had amassed a margin of victory of more than 100 points. Not to be this year. A big part of that is performances both from Berea and Manchester. So a lot still to determine here as we move into the final. If you were keeping track last year, you would know that the newcomer of the year was Jocelyn Onstadt. She's already been a champion today. Most outstanding throw athlete of the year on the women's side last year was Carly Camp. And then the outstanding jumps athlete of the year was Rafiat Adeyemi of Rose Holman. Outstanding sprinter went to Olivia Sparks. She broke her record today that she set last year, but only got 3rd place in the 200 meter for the women. The most outstanding distance runner last year was Jocelyn Onstadt. She's had an outstanding day today as well. We've called her name multiple times, multiple podiums. And then the Rose Holman coaching staff led by Larry Cole were your coaches of the year. We're down to 1 lap to go. Section 1 of 2. The men's 3,000. Once this section concludes, we'll do a second section. We'll see where those results land, and then we'll have one event left for all the marbles on both the men's and the women's side. But we'll see how they finish here in Section 1. Try to get you those results while they come in. Let me get you the official finish for the women's 3,000. We have those results in now. Again, it was Madison Stone Street finishing first for Berea with a time of 10:45.16, and second was Brianna Biddle of Rose Holman with a time of 10:51.52. Third was Callie Swegman of Hanover with a time of 10:53.29. Fourth was Mahorake Joyese for Berea with a time of 10:54.08. 5 was Chesney Miller of Manchester with a time of 11:03.72. 6th was Gwyneth Cunningham of Transylvania with a time of 11:07.96. 7th was Cleo Saltz of Earlham with a time of 11:08.51. And rounding out the scoring was Ava Egolf for Manchester with a time of 11:10.34. Our men in the 3,000 meters Section 1 are just finishing up their race. We'll try to get those results to you as soon as we can. Unofficial for now. Stansberry in first for Anderson, Ogawa in second. Drivening for Franklin, Reveal in fourth for Mount St. Joe's. Corbin finishes fifth for Anderson. Hawthorne of Earlham finishes sixth. Kistler for Hanover. Schmidt for Mount St. Joe's, 7-8. Chanley of Earlham in ninth. Brandon Ora of Bluffton in 10th. Nelson of Berea in 11th. Guerin and Co. finishing 13th and 14th, respectively, in Section 1. And I don't know if we have a camera view of the army of Rose Holman marching down the track for this men's 3,000. I think they have 8 athletes competing in this final long distance event of the night. Manchester will put 4 out there. Again, the team race close as can be. Manchester holding a 7-point lead. Rose Holman, you know, will bring it in this event and try to make up some ground. They're lined up on the track. We'll go through them. We'll list them out in order of fastest seed times. First is Gavin Byerly. He finished 3rd last year from Manchester. Connor Havens is out there as well for Manchester. 2nd fastest time. Rose Holman, Carter Lindfelt. Hanover, Ethan Weston. Manchester, Brendan Oden. Rose Holman's Thomas Tullius. Hanover's Connor Watson. Rose Holman's Joshua Poole. Franklin's William Hirsch. Franklin, John Asplund. Rose Holman, Rice Phelps. Rose Holman, Eric Stubert. Rose Holman, Ethan Engersbach. Manchester's Darius Osborne. Rose Holman, Hammond Law. Rose Holman, John Grease. And finally, Manchester's Austin Johnson, all on the track right now. It's 15 laps. Lots at stake. Early, it's Rose Holman pulling out in front, but here comes one of the Manchester duo, either Byerly or Havens. I can't tell early. We'll see when we get them coming around. And it's actually Connor Watson taking the lead early, setting the pace for Hanover, and it was Byerly right behind him in 2nd place. Another Hanover runner, I'm going to say that's Ethan Weston in 3rd place. Weston led a lot of the 5,000 meter to start the day, and he'll be in 3rd place to start here in this 3,000 meter race. Early, Connor Watson content to put some space between him and Byerly, already 2 laps down. And they'll move in. That Rose Holman Army sitting in spots 8 through 13 right now, with Manchester bringing up the final 2 spots. And there goes Hanover runner. That's Ethan Weston making a move. So right now, Hanover running 1-2. We'll come back in just a minute. We've got women's podium results. As you see, the podium for the women's 3,000, Madison Stonestreet, your champion from Berea. Up there as well, Brianna Biddle and Callie Swegman, 1, 2, 3. See if we don't have an interview coming up. We will. And when we come back, we'll have the order shuffled in our men's 3,000, and we'll see the end of an exciting race as Ethan Weston has now worked his way to the front of the pack. Carter Lindfeld has worked his way into 2nd place for Rose Holman in front of Ethan Weston, who is 1st, and then Connor Watson in 3rd. All right, we'll kick it down to Kevin. He is with Madison Stonestreet of Berea. The women's 3,000
we're down here with Madison from Berea College, the indoor 3,000 meter champion. Just talk to me a little bit about the race. You got a big lead there.
Yeah, so I started out, and I knew this race was going to be a redemption for me because I was ranked 2nd in the mile, and I got 4th, so I really wanted to come back and run my hardest race for our team. So when I started out, I thought I was going to be conservative at first. That was the goal. And then when I saw that I could pass the girl from Hanover, I took it, and I was just like, I'll run as hard as I can the rest of the race.
Yeah, it was a very dominating performance. You should be very proud. Congratulations on being a conference champion.
Thank you.
All right, and we're back. 8 to go. Some shifting atop the leaderboard. It's still Ethan Weston in the lead. He led a large portion of that 5,000 meter race. He's holding off Carter Lindfelt right now. In 3rd place I believe it's Gavin Byerly. We'll get a clear look as they come around. Byerly trying to make a move. Yeah. And it's not Byerly, it's Connor Havens, but right behind him is Gavin Byerly. So Manchester running 3-4 behind Carter Lindfelt of Rose-Hulman and Ethan Weston. In fifth, Thomas Tullius of Rose-Hulman waiting to make his move. Going into this race, Manchester had a 7-point team lead over Rose-Hulman. Quite a bit of cushion as they move. No change in that lap. It's still Ethan Weston, followed by Carter Lindfelt, then Connor Havens and Gavin Byerly, followed by Thomas Tullius. That's your top 5. I would look for Tullius if he has the kick available to make a move and try to hold off the 3-4 finish of Manchester. Also, can Ethan Weston hold on to this lead? He led much of the 5,000 meter race. That's Connor Havens making his move. Can he get by Ethan Weston? There will be 5 laps left when they cross here. We have a new leader. It's Connor Havens. Then Carter Lindfelt. And then Ethan Weston. Tullius has fallen back to 6th. I believe that's William Hirsch, who has moved into 5th place. We'll find out when they come back around. As we get another look at Connor Havens, looking to get a conference championship for himself and some team points. Leading Carter Lindfelt. There's Gavin Byerly. Four laps to go. Men's 3,000 meter. We haven't gotten results for triple jump yet, but the only event remaining is the 4x4. Who's going to have the advantage going into that final event? That's what we're trying to find out. Right now, Connor Havens would like to give it to Manchester. He leads this race. 3 laps to go. And around the corner comes Byerly in 4th. He's going to try to chase down Ethan Weston. Right now, I don't think anybody's going to catch Connor Havens. A good 25-meter lead over Carter Lindfelt. We'll see if Carter can chase him down. Meanwhile, Thomas Tullius hanging back in 6th. We'll see if he can move his way into the top 5. But right now, first place, Connor Havens, huge lead over the next. Second place, Carter Lindfelt. Ethan Weston trying to hold off Gavin Byerly. Then right behind, William Hirsch. Or John Asplin. We'll have to get a look. One of the Franklin runners trying to get in the top 5 as we hit the last lap. It's going to be Connor Havens. Huge lead over Carter Lindfelt. But now all the drama coming back 3 through 6. Can Tullius run down Byerly? We'll know shortly. There's a move. There's the finish first for Connor Havens. Who's next? It's Carter Lindfelt for Rose. Then third will be Gavin Byerly. 4th place finish for Rose. And then a 5th place finish for Franklin. Carter Lindfelt, boy, he's feeling it. Goes straight to the track, breathing heavy. Reminding me why I do not run through the wall on a regular basis. Man, he left it all out there. What a race as well from Connor Havens. We'll have official results here as they roll in. Get you those unofficial times. Connor Havens 1, Carter Lindfelt 2 with a time of 8:43.86. For Connor Havens, it was Byerly and Hirsch 3-4. So Hirsch of Franklin able to get in. I apologize. No, I had that correct. He was in 5th most of the race. Then it was Weston and Phelps 5-6. So Weston was able to hold on to a top 5 spot. Phelps for Rose Holman with a huge kick at the end, finishing in 6th. Scoring some huge points for Rose Holman. We haven't got our 7th, 8th place results yet, but that will round out the scoring when they post those. And we'll have a team update. It won't be long. We're 7:53. We'll get the 4x4 started at 8 o'clock. There will be 2 sections of that race. Stay tuned. Drama abounds, no doubt, as we move into the final half hour of the 2025 Indoor HCAC Championships. Still waiting to round out that top 8 for you. Seventh place is going to go to Rose. Eric Stuber again, unofficially. While we wait for those final results to be tabulated, it's a Rose Holman runner who finishes 8th as well. So Rose got some ground made up, I believe. We'll find out when we come back. We'll take a break. HCAC.TV, powered by IndianaSRN. Drama continues to build. We're waiting for our field events to wrap up. I think we're about done. Hopefully we'll know where we stand going into the final events of the evening. 8 o'clock scheduled start for the women's 4x4. We'll have 2 sections of that race. And of course, it'll be Berea and Rose Holman, lanes 4 and 5 in the final race of the night. Should be electric. The only thing we won't make up whatever deficit exists. We will know a lot more once our women's shot put has concluded. I would like to think that they'll have those results in before we get going in the 4x4, but not totally sure on that front. We'll have a couple podium presentations for you as well, the men's 3,000 meter. We still have also a men's event finishing up, the triple jump. And we can see that action taking place from afar, from inside the gym. We'll have results for you as soon as those are available as well. Our men's 4x4 scheduled to finish up at 8:15. Again, coming down, Manchester, Rose Holman. And it looks like they both have two competitors in the top 8 right now in the live triple jump scores. So we'll see how that shakes out as well. Been a great day if you're just joining us. Back and forth action from a team standpoint. Lots of individual performances to remember. We've had, I believe, 3 HCAC records fall today, including probably the highlight of the day, the women's 200 meter, where all top 3 finishers completed times that were faster than the HCAC record coming in to today. So it's been a day full of excitement. We're glad you could join us here on HCAC.tv. We'll continue to monitor results as they come in, moving from unofficial to official. Still waiting. But right now, we're ready for the women's 4x4. This is section 1. Bluffton, Earlham, Franklin, Manchester, and Anderson. Here we go. They're off. On the line here, perhaps, we're watching Mount St. Joseph and Earlham trying to hold each other off. Earlham getting a chance to go here. See if they can put up a good time. We'll take a look right now. That's Franklin in the lead. Be a nice way to cap off the evening for Franklin. They sit with just 6.5 points on the day. It would be awesome for them to get a conference championship finish at the top in section 1 of this final 4x4. It's looking like they might do that. We'll see. They got one more leg to go. That's Ella Basher handing off to Vicky Arney. Earlham on their heels. That's Alex Ball. Anderson in third. The anchor, Andrea Diaz. Got ahead of myself. Now we're at Vicky Arney getting that handoff from Ella Basher. And it's the final lap. Final laps. One lap remaining, and they're bunched up tight. Will Franklin be able to hold on? I don't believe so. That's Bluffton making the pass. Cameron McDonald. Just keeping our viewers on their toes. We have one more handoff here in section 1. Perhaps I'm a bit thrown off. The 4x400, how could I forget? 2 laps each. And there's the final handoff. That's Manchester out in front now, and she's got some wheels. Franklin, Earlham, Anderson. Manchester well out in front. Chesney Miller, we've called her name a few times today, putting in a solid performance here to end things up. I'd say for Manchester's indoor track season, but still some shot putters going at it. Yeah, and we'll kick it down. We've got the men's 3,000 meter champion down with Kevin.
Okay, and we're back again for the third time this evening. 2025, HCAC conference champion in the 5,000, 1,600, and now 3,000.
Yeah.
What a day, man!
It was a great day. I was a little skeptical coming in, coming down to the 3K. I knew Rose and Manchester are really close in points, and I just see all the Rose guys. They want it as bad as us. So, and obviously saw that from Carter Lindfelt, who sat right on me when I made that move and matched that move with him and tried to close it down on him. It was just an insane race, especially the last 200 meters.
Yeah, it looks like on the team side the scores are very close. It could very well come down to this relay, so you'll be cheering for your teammates, I presume.
Yeah, we still got the 4x4 and triple jump, so hopefully we could muster up some points in there and then hopefully come away with the title.
3-time conference champion, man. Awesome day.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff. That's Connor Havens setting the HCAC record, the facility record, with a time of 8:22:25, officially in the books. Congratulations, Connor, on your record-setting day. We're now ready for the women's 4x4, the finale. Drama in the fact that we don't have our shot put results, so we don't know where things will land. But here's what we do know. With 2 events left, one of those being shot put and one of those being the 4x4, Rose Holman trails Berea by 10 points. Well, they're going to be right next to each other. In lane 2, it's going to be Mount St. Joe. Lane 3 will be Hanover. Lane 4, Berea. Lane 5, Rose Holman. And lane 6, Transylvania. Transylvania will have some speed on their side as well with that anchor leg, Olivia Sparks. The fastest time this year coming in belongs to Rose Holman. They're a good 10 seconds faster than Berea, so we'll see what plays out. We know Rose wants to finish first. We'll see where Berea lands, and then we'll see how the shot put plays out as well. For Rose, they're going to start with Jocelyn Onstadt in lane 5. For Mount St. Joe, it'll be Emerson Pinger. Hanover will have Natalie Day in lane 3. In lane 4, it'll be Katarina Kovaliskaya for Berea. And then lane 6, Peyton Tan. All names we've heard today going on this first leg. And we do have an official down on the track. Not sure if we're waiting for that shot put to finish. Very well could be. Does appear they might wait until that shot put concludes. Which I'm all in favor of. I would love to see this final event be the decider. In case you weren't sure how the team scoring works, a first place finish is good for 10 points. Second place finish in any individual event, good for 8 points. Third place, 6. Fourth place, 5. And fifth place, 4. So really, if Rose is going to have any chance, they will need a good result in the shot put. It appears we're going to get it going without that shot put complete. So here's what Rose knows. They need to have a good result. Team scores. They trail by 10. Shot put, 4x4 remaining. Here's the 4x4. And they're off. Again, keep your eyes on all lanes, but especially lane 4, lane 5. That's the Berea versus Rose Holman showdown. Probably all but over. If Berea is able to get first in this race, although you never know, we still haven't seen shot put results, so we'll see where they land. But Transylvania is going to take the early lead, followed by Berea. Then it's Rose Holman, Hanover, and Mount St. Joe. For Transylvania, that's Peyton Tan leading the way. She's going to hand off to Casey Moore as she comes around the corner here in just a moment. For Berea, it's Katerina Kovaliskaya. She'll hang it off to Kamaya Blair, who we've called the name of. We know Blair's got some burners. We'll see if she can put some distance between her and the field. For Rose Holman, it'll be Onstad handing to Jada Hunter-Hayes. And that's your top 3. Hanover, Emma Litzelman now has the baton, and Mount St. Joe, it's Anna Packer. But as predicted, Kamaya Blair, she's going to try to build this lead up as much as she can. She's 1 lap in. She's already passed her opponent. She's got a 10-meter lead. We'll see if she can stretch it further. Meanwhile, Rose Holman hanging in 3rd place. It's Transylvania's Casey Moore trying to keep pace. You know they would love to go out on a conference championship in this 4x4. Here comes Blair. She's going to hand it off to Kristen Fishley. For Rose, it'll be Hunter-Hayes handing to Emma Johns. And for Transylvania, Casey Moore handing to Abby Rowe. There's the handoff. Half a lap to make up for Rose Holman and Emma Johns. The lead still significant. They've got another lap to go on leg 3. Berea, Transylvania, Rose Holman. Hanover, Mount St. Joe's. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The Berea lead is substantial. It's nearly half a lap. They'll have a lot of room to work with. The anchor is going to be Ashaya Maddox. We've called her name a couple times today. Here she goes. She's going to get the baton. Let's see if she can turn on the afterburners. Around turn 1 she goes. Transylvania. That's going to be Olivia Sparks. We know she can move. And then we've called her name multiple times. It's Rose Talbert. She's got a lot of room to make up. That lead nearly 100 meters at this point for Berea. The record is 4:09.70. That record is in big time jeopardy. Berea moving right now. This is Ashaya Maddox. She's going to come around the corner at 3:50. She's got plenty of time to break the record. 4:09.70. Is it going to fall? We'll find out. There's 4 minutes. She's going to be in at 4:03, easily under the HCAC record. Coming in second and also beating the record is Transylvania. What a finish. That'll be second place. And it's going to be Rose Holman in third. 3 fast times turned in respectively. It appears as though the shot put has also finished up as we get our final 2 finishers. Mount St. Joe coming in fourth. That was Josie Rigdon, followed by Paige Wildman. So we'll let some results roll in. We'll see where we're at. But it seems like Berea might have just clinched themselves an HCAC title and their first ever appearance. Well, if you've stuck with us this long, you know shot put just ended up. We're down to Kevin with our interview, our shot put winner.
Okay, we're back with Carly Camp, who just finished up the shot put. Three-time champion in the shot put and the weight throw. Go ahead and tell us about this last event.
It was absolutely amazing. My teammates all crowded around the area and clapped for me if you couldn't hear it. Absolutely amazing atmosphere, and I'm so excited that I went out and stayed consistent before nationals. So.
Yep, and then you got the record in the weight throw earlier, right? And then you got what's outdoors coming up. Any plans for what's some things you want to accomplish?
Beat my own records because I hold all 3 of them.
That's a confident young lady.
In the men's 4x400 meter relay, we will have 2 seconds.
Well done, Carly Camp. Manchester dominates in the women's shot put, obtaining 3 of the top 8 spots. We'll have an official podium. Well, we do have a podium going on right now. Men's 3,000. You're looking at a podium comprised of our top 3 finishers. In this case, Connor Haven's facility and HCAC records today. You heard him in his interview how proud of his race and his team he was. That was Joshua Poole of Rose Holman and Carter Lindfeld of Rose Holman who joined him on that podium. Outstanding race in the men's 3,000. It's still neck and neck in the men's. I think we're a little clearer on our women's picture. We'll get some updates. I believe Rose Holman was able to place 6th and 7th. But Berea was able to get 8th, so those points gained probably lost back with Berea winning the 4x4. and Rose finishing third. So it's going to finish Berea in front by about 10 points in their first ever HCAC competition indoor version. They will walk away with the championship today. When we have final tallies of scores, we'll get them to you. Meanwhile, the men's 4x4 is off and running. This is 2 sections. You're watching Earlham in lane 2, Mount St. Joe's in lane 3, Transylvania in lane 4, Anderson in lane 5, and Manchester in lane 6. The men's triple jump has concluded. I believe we'll have official results for you there in just a moment. I believe, if my math is correct, Rose Holman landed 2nd and 7th in the triple jump. Manchester landed 3rd and 5th. Would you believe it? They both scored 10 points. We'll get an official ruling on that here in just a moment. But if that is the case, then that means we'll have Manchester entering the final race with a 5-point lead. In order for Rose Holman then to come away victorious, they cannot finish worse than first. Now, making things interesting. I say that now, and we take that back because Manchester is running in section 1 here in lane 6. So they will not finish top 5. They're going to try to get past Anderson here and get as many points as they possibly can. And there he goes. Who other than Kenneth Redd, last year's newcomer of the year. He's going to put down a blazing time. He's got 1 lap to go. Although he's slowed up quite a bit. There goes Anderson on the outside. Are you kidding me? Well, there goes Redd. He's got a second kick. He said, man, I thought I had this in the bag. Let me kick it into second gear. Who's it going to be? That's Anderson's Will Feeback. Manchester needs the points. Kenneth Redd. He's going to get them. Holds off Anderson. We'll see what time. My goodness gracious. Manchester comes in with a 3:35.03. Going into this final race, if my calculations are correct, again, unofficial Zach Irvin scoring here, Manchester had a 5-point lead going into this final race. What does that mean? Well, that's a good question that I will answer for you. A 6th place finish for for Manchester would secure 3 points, putting Rose Holman at an 8-point deficit. Now, Again, this is all contingent upon me evaluating the triple jump results accurately, but an 8-point deficit. You're putting yourself in a situation, if you're Rose Holman, where if you win this final race, you secure 10 points and you pass Manchester. Are you kidding me? The drama of this, Manchester won't be on the track to compete. It'll be Rose Holman in lane 6. They'll be going against Franklin in lane 5, Berea in lane 4, Bluffton in lane 3, and Hanover in lane 2. Last year it came down to the final race. Manchester was tied with Rose Holman. They were in the same race together. This year, Manchester was in section 1. So we wrote down their time. Again, we're just assuming they'll finish 6th. That also could depend upon where the other 4 teams finish. We know this. If Rose doesn't finish 1 or 2, it's over. They're down by 8. Let me take one last look at the men's triple jump. And actually, we'll go to the podium. Women's shot put now being recognized. There you see the women's shot put. We're going to have to cut back to this 4x400. Drama galore. My math tells me appropriately, which I think it does. It's all down to this. Rose Holman. We'll keep it simple for the folks viewing at home. Rose Holman wins. They're the HCAC 2025 champions. Second place, we might be looking at a tie. No clue how that shakes out with a tiebreaker. Worse than second. They're done. All the marbles on the line. Here we go. Lane 6 is the lane to watch. That's Andrew Shields. Rose Holman trying to get things off to a good start. He's right next to Stephen Scott of Franklin. It's Quincy Gibson for Berea in lane 4. Jalen Jackson of Bluffton in lane 3. As they come to the middle, it was Jaden Enderle for Hanover on the track. Franklin, Berea, Rose Holman, 1, 2, 3. Rose needs a first place finish in order to win the title. You'll start hearing this place get loud as they move into the final leg, but right now it's just leg 2 and it's Franklin holding off. It's Luke Paddock. For Rose Holman, it's going to be Vance Steele. Can Vance Steele keep that gap close right now? Franklin is insurmounting. It's Luke Paddock. And if you're Rose, you got to stay top 2. But it's going to be Bluffton making things difficult. But not so fast. Vance Steele will hang. And Berea's right there in 4th place as well. If you're Rose, you have to finish top 2. Right now, they're back into 3rd place. The final 2 legs, it'll be James DeMarco and Connor Bodie, freshman, sophomore. For Franklin, the handoff is clean. It's Nathan Mujaklaja. There goes Bluffton. We've seen Desmond Gist. Will he put some space between his competitors? Berea. Glor Muziba. Trying to hang in it is James DeMarco. He's just a freshman. Can he close the gap? They've got to get top 2 right now. Franklin is insurmounting. It's Nathan Vujikaja. 5th place, Hanover, Gavin Followell. Will they become a factor? Rose Holman's got to close the gap. Connor Bodie. Will he be able to make up the ground necessary? He's got to get top 2 if Rose Holman's going to have a chance. Right now, Franklin's out in front. That's Logan McIntosh. There he goes around Berea. My goodness, Connor Bodie's flying right now. He needs to get into the top 2. He's closing ground quickly. 1 lap to go. That's Logan McIntosh trying to hold on. It's Bluffton in 2nd place, Russ and Lowe. Is there any gas left? Connor Bodie, he's got to get top 2. He's running out of time. That gap is widening. Who's it going to be, Franklin or Berea? It's going to be Franklin. It's going to be Berea. Rose Holman in 3rd. Unofficial, folks. I think that means Manchester might have just got the job done. We'll wait for the scores to roll in. My goodness, what a race. And we'll see where things land. We do have some official results for you on the women's side while we wait for the men's to roll in. A big congratulations goes out to Berea. Their first year in the conference, HCAC. They did what probably those within the program knew they could do, but after last year, Rose Holman scoring 227 points, they have surpassed Rose and taken home the title this year with 149 points. Rose Holman, 2nd place with 139. Manchester will get 3rd with 120. Again, your 1, 2, 3 in women's. Berea 149, Rose Holman 139, Manchester 120. 4th place Hanover with 82. 5th place Transylvania with 76.5 points. And then we'll move into the bottom 5 on the women's side before we tally up the men. 6th, Mount St. Joseph with 35.5. Earlham was in 7th with 23 points. Bluffton 8th with 19.5. And Anderson 9th with 11. And Franklin 6.5. Those scores are final. Those scores are official. Again, Berea College, your HCAC women's track champions. Let's go to the men and get an official tally. It looks as though we have 16 of 17 events entered. The lone event waiting to be officially scored. The men's triple jump, as soon as we have those entered, we will let you know. By my unofficial calculations, both Manchester and Rose Holman scored the same amount of points in the triple jump. However, I do not have those officially entered yet. But if the tentative results hold, both Manchester and Rose Holman will score 10 points in the triple jump. Right now, Manchester, after that 4x4, holds a 3-point lead. That lead should hold, unofficially making Manchester the 2025 HCAC champions. Again, we're just awaiting those final inputs. We'll keep it here as we wait to get final word on our championship tallies. As we're just hanging out. Saturday night, HCAC 2025 Track and Field Indoor Championship live from Anderson University. Lots of movement around the track. I think everyone just awaiting official results. Again, Berea College will come away with the women's championship. Not quite sure where we are at. We might have a few competitors remaining in that triple jump. Let's go ahead and go through team scores without the triple jump. Right now, Manchester sits in first place with 143 points. Rose-Hulman second place with 140. Hanover in third place with 93. Franklin in fourth place with 61. Bluffton in fifth with 58. Mount St. Joseph in sixth place with 37. Anderson in seventh place with 33. Berea in eighth place with 25. Transylvania in ninth with 24. And Earlham rounding out the top 10. It appears we still have some jumps remaining. And we'll continue to monitor the triple jump. Perhaps I spoke too soon on the team results, as already I've seen some movement. I'm not quite sure where that movement leads us. Quite a crowd has gathered over near our triple jump pit. As right now we are just awaiting the results. It's definitely not over. Live updates again. I'll do my best here to explain the scenario, but it's Manchester with a 3-point lead going into triple jump as the only remaining event. So in triple jump right now, Rose Holman sits in second place. That would gain them 8 points. Manchester sits in third. That would gain them 6 points. Where we just had movement and it's unclear, Manchester's Gentry Oliver just jumped and made a foul, but he is in 5th place. That would give Manchester 4 points. I think where we had movement then was Declan Grossbeck, who I had in 7th place. He actually moved up to currently in 6th. 7th and 8th spots are occupied by Berea and Hanover, respectively. So, that would mean Rose Holman, where I initially thought had scored 10 points in the long triple jump, and Manchester had scored 10 points. I believe now Rose, at the current standings, would be at 11 points to 10. Still 2 points back. I just don't know how much we have remaining. So stick around to find out the winner. You'll need to find out how these triple jump results play out. Rose Holman got a result they like. Just a matter of time before we see what that is. And the reason you heard the loud cheers is because Rose Holman, on one of their jumps, now has moved into the top spot. And I don't know where that leaves everything, so we'll let it play out. go. Looks like we do have a Rose Holman attempt here. This is massive jump. Grossbeck, who was in 6th. I believe if he moves up. Now Berea, David Amika Ibe, currently in 8th. Next up, Manchester. Perhaps a foul. Yeah. So no result. So now we're moving our way back through. I feel like this next jump is massive for Chris Renee. This is Manchester. Sits in 3rd place right now. He's got a jump of 12.82 or 42 feet and 3/4. Looking to get at least to 43 feet. Let's see if he can do it. They're cheering like he put up a massive number. We'll see where that lands. Stayed exactly at his number. All right, so I think we might be down to to our last jumps. Big jump here for Dorsett. Excuse me, Alex Bauer. Two more jumps apiece by my calculation for both Manchester and Rose Holman. Rose Holman, I believe, with a slight lead now. My math has not been mathing in this men's side, so we'll see if I can come up with the proper calculation. And here we go. Grossbeck. Indeed it is, Declan Grossbeck. And the fans like it. They think that's a good one. It's not bad. Not his best score, though, so he'll sit tight at 12.43 or 40 feet, 9.5. This is David Amika Ibe of Berea College. Currently sitting in 8th place. And now Gentry Oliver. Can he move up? Currently sitting in 6th. He'll need a jump of at least 40 feet, 9.5 inches. Oh, and he can't get it done. He's going to foul. And he'll stick in that 6th spot. I believe that was his last attempt of the evening. Next up, Joey Bonham. Just got a little out of whack on his jump as well. It'll be clean, but not going to surpass his 41-foot, 3-inch jump from earlier. And here we go. This is the jump of the night. I think it's over if he doesn't get into the top 2. This whole time I thought Manchester had it locked up. They actually had work to do. And it's right here, Chris Renee. It's going to go down as a foul. He'll stand pat in third. As it stands now, I believe Rose Holman has surpassed. They're sitting on 14 points to Manchester's 9. I don't think Manchester can get any more. There's only 2 jumps remaining. Now I think there's still hope if you're Manchester, and that's right here. Arceus Hill's got to pass him. If not, it's ball game. Let's see if he's got one in him. I think he might have done it. I have no idea. It's got to be over 45 feet 1 inch. Oh my goodness, he didn't quite get it done. Oh my goodness. And the score's been updated as well. Manchester actually had a 5-point lead. My calculation has Rose gaining 5 points in the triple jump. Well, we're going to learn something tonight, folks, because we may have ourselves a tie. And after all our calculations, what I thought was an event coming down to the 4x4, for sure it would have been Rose locking things up had they been able to finish first in that 4x4. That was accurate, but what was unaccounted for were the triple jump results changing order, as there were actually 3 jumps remaining for the top 9 competitors in that event, which tended to shuffle the order. So now the order has shuffled. Still waiting on an official int to complicate things further. In the men's 4x4, we had written down the time of Manchester, and the reason we did so is because while they weren't in the final 5, they actually had the 5th fastest time. So we went into that triple jump segment thinking Manchester had a 3-point lead. Upon the finalization of the 4x400 results, they actually moved into 5th place and gained 2 more points. So, where do we land? No clue. But we'll stay here with you till we have a final answer. Either way, congratulations go out to James Konas of Rose Holman. He's going to come away with the conference championship in the triple jump. Second place will go to Marquise Hill of Transylvania, and third place, Chris Renee of Manchester, rounding out your top 3. And fourth, it was Joey Bonham of Bluffton. Fifth was Declan Grossbeck of Rose Holman. Sixth place goes to Gentry Oliver of Manchester. 7th place goes to David Amika Ibe. And 8th place, rounding out the scoring in the triple jump, will go to Alex Bauer. Again, we're just waiting for the final tally. As the athletes move to the middle. And await the final scores. If you've been with us all day, you're on hour 8 of coverage. We thank every one of you for tuning in today. It's been a long day, but it's been a great day for the HCAC. Great athletic prowess on display. Just an awesome day for Division III track and field. Again, thanks for hanging with us, folks. If you're still with us, all we're waiting to do now is crown our champions. Unprecedented, really. Rose Holman been dominant both the men's and women's side of this event for many years. Tonight, a new champion on the women's side, the first year for Berea College. Congratulations to them. On the men's, not sure. We have an exact tie. We have official results inputted on the men's side. And if we thought it was close last year, this year it's even closer. We have two teams that have scored the same exact amount of points. Manchester and Rose Holman both finished with 153 points. Hanover will finish in third with 94 points. Bluffton in fourth with 63 points, and Franklin rounding out the top 5 with 61 points. Mount St. Joseph in sixth with 37. Anderson, the host, finished in 7th with 33 points, and then Transylvania finished 8th with 32. Berea concluded with 27, and Earlham had 10. That rounds out your top 10. Again, we have officially ended in a tie. After much speculation, mistakenly so, my apologies, folks, if you were with us about a half hour ago. I thought that Rose Holman needed to finish first in order to have a chance. They ended up finishing third in the 4x400. Now, that pulled them to within 3. As we then proceeded to watch the triple jump, those results apparently had not been finalized, because as we watched Rose Holman then take the lead in the triple jump, they held a 5-point advantage in that individual event, which we thought would give them the win. not so fast. We went back and realized that Manchester, the official results had them finishing 5th instead of 6th in the 4x400. Therefore, they were awarded 2 additional points, and that's how we land where we land with a team tie at 153. Incredible drama, incredible day of action. We now await the official ruling. I have to say, this much drama at the end of a track meet, not a usual circumstance. We're going to listen to these results and we'll communicate with you what our overhead PA has to say.
In 7th place from Korea, David Ibe. Finishing in 6th place from Manchester, Gentry Oliver. Finishing in 5th place from Rose Holman was Declan Rosebeck. Finishing in 4th place from Bluffton, Joey Bonham. And your top 3 individuals in the men's triple jump. In 3rd place from Manchester University with a jump of 12.82 meters, Chris Renee.
We'll watch the podium here for the triple jump.
From Transylvania with a jump of 13.48 meters, Marquis Hill. And your 2025 HCAC champion in the men's triple jump. From Rose Holman, James Connis with a jump of 13.7 meters.
And there you see the podium top 3 for that dramatic triple jump. James Connis coming out on top for Rose Holman. Marquise Hill in 2nd and Chris Renee in 3rd. Your top 3 finishers for this year's men's triple jump. All 3 men still standing on the podium. They might just be too tired to move.
Next up to the podium, we'll give the results of the women's 4x400 meter relay.
Okay, so now we're going to move to the women's 4x4 podium.
Was the team from Erlo. In 7th place, Anderson. In 6th place, Hanover. In 5th place, Manchester. In 4th place, Mount St. Joseph. And your top 3 finishers in the women's 4x400 meter relay. In 3rd place with a time of 4:13.99, Rose Holman.
So we'll see the podium here for the women's 4x4. Rose Holman finishing third.
Finishing in second place with a time of 4:07:49, Transylvania.
Transylvania finishing second in the 4x4. Of note, it's got to be a first. If not, definitely a statistical outlier. But in this case, Olivia Sparks for the second time today is part of a team that beat the HCAC record going into the day, yet did not get a conference championship in either case. And that was because Berea,
breaking the HCAC championship record by nearly 7 seconds in a time of 4:02:64. The team from Berea of Kovalevskaya, Blair, Fishley, and Maddox.
that's because this team from Berea smoked the old record and put up a top 55 time in the nation in D3. Well done, the ladies from Berea. Enjoying their new conference. All right, and now we're gonna bring in Justin. He's going to give us a breakdown of what's going on in the team situation on the men's side.
So on the men's side, I talked to Jay. He said it is straight up co-champions. The easy part for us is that that they take pictures with the trophy, that then the other team will come in with the banner, trophy, take pictures. One team will leave it with the trophy, I believe, and then the other team will get one in the mail. T-shirts and all that stuff will go in the mail as well. This is not a first for the HCAC. It has happened in the past, but it has not happened in a while. So Jay says that it'll just be co-champions, end of story.
Well, how about that? So the official ruling is in, no tiebreaker required on the men's side. It will be a tie, and we'll have co-champions. So a happy ending, I would say, on the men's side. Manchester Rose Holman, after all the drama, the 4x4, the triple jump, comes down to the end, and it's going to be a tie. Co-champions, as we see the 4x4 squads on the men's side go to the podium.
Finishing in second place at a time of 3:25:85, Bluffton University. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 HCAC champions in the men's 4x400-meter relay. The team from Franklin, Scott, Maddox, Aikila, and McIntosh, at a time of 3:24:99.
Pretty cool as well. Franklin really put on a blistering performance in that 4x4. They get to go to the podium for the last individual award of the day. Congrats to them. Again, Franklin, Bluffton, Rose Holman comprising the 4x4. now we just await individual awards, team presentations. Great explanation from Jay. Perfectly breaking down the situation. So if you weren't able to catch it, we do have a team tie in the men's side. What that means, both teams will be crowned co-champions. They'll both take pictures with the trophy. One team will get to take the trophy home and the t-shirts. The other team will have everything delivered in the mail, but there will be a split. And both teams will be able to say that they were the 2025 HCAC champions. Again, that's Manchester and Rose Holman. Last year, the event was tied between those two teams going into the final event, so you knew there wouldn't be a tie. This year, a bit more complicated. Well, we thought more announcements were forthcoming. Apparently a bit of time still needed to calculate and tabulate. Not surprising when you have an event come down to the wire like you did today. So many great champions today. While we wait, we can go back and run through the event winners for you. Your conference champions, first in the women's 5,000 meters, Callie Swegman got the day started for Hanover with a winning time of 18:29.07. In the men's 5,000, it was Connor Havens of Manchester taking home the title with a 15:08.07. In the women's distance medley, it was Hanover taking home the women's title. In the men's, it was Rose Holman. The men's 60-meter hurdle. Yeah, we'll touch that here in a second. In the women's 4x200 meter, it was Rose Holman coming away as conference champions. That was the team of Adams, Hernandez, Simakula, and Talbert. The men's 4x200 was Hanover and an HCAC record. We'll come back and cover the rest of the champions here once our announcements conclude.
And here to present our awards this evening on behalf of the HCAC, we have Ben Wise and Commissioner Jay Jones. Our first award is the Newcomer of the Year Award. The HCAC recognizes the Newcomer of the Year as the student athlete in the first year athletic eligibility who earns the most points for their team. The female Newcomer of the Year for 2025 from Manchester University, Chesney Miller. And the male Newcomer of the Year for 2025 from Mount St. Joseph, Kendrick Sherrod. Our next award is the Outstanding Athlete of the Year Award. The HCAC recognizes 4 major awards. These awards are voted on by the lead coaches and recognize the top performers across the championship. First, we have the most outstanding female jumps athlete of the year. From Korea, HCAC Maddox. Shire. Thank you. Now, the most outstanding male jumps athlete of the year. From Pennsylvania, Marquez Hill. Our next award, the most outstanding female throws athlete of the year. From Manchester University, Carly Camp. And now the most outstanding male throws athlete of the year. From Anderson University, Michael Slater. Next up is the most outstanding male distance athlete of the year. From Manchester University, Connor Higgins. Next up, we have the most outstanding female sprint and hurdler athlete of the year. From Maria, Kyle Blair. And the most outstanding male sprint hurdler athlete of the year from Buffalo University, Desmond Fisk. And finally, folks, we have our Coaching Staff of the Year Award. The HCAC recognizes the coaching staff of the year each season. Congratulations to the 2025 Women's Coaching Staff of the Year. From Berea, Atlanta. And your 2025 Men's Coaching Staff of the Year. The coaching staff from Rose Coleman. In 7th place with 33 points, Anderson. In 6th place with 37 points, Mount St. Joseph. In 5th place with 61 points, Franklin. In 4th place with 63 points, Lofton. In 3rd place with 94 points, Hanover. And with 153 points, we have co-champions for 2025, Manchester University and Rose Holman. Congratulations.
We've come to the end of the 2025 HCAC Track and Field Indoor Championships. What a day it was. It ends with a first-time champion on the women's side, the Berea College. First year in the HCAC on the men's side, we had co-champions. For the first time in a long time, Manchester and Rose Holman ending in a tie, 153 to 153. It was a great day. We thank you all for tuning in. If you joined us for just a portion or for the entire thing, we can't thank you enough for spending your afternoon with us. On behalf of HCAC.TV, powered by IndianaSRN, I want to thank Ben, Aaron, Johnny, Justin, Kevin, Jared, and Keith for doing a great job today and being a great part of your afternoon. For my partner, Kevin Kuntz, I'm Zach Irvin signing off. HCAC.TV, powered by IndianaSRN.